Welcome back into the Ford Futsal Super League here at Pulman Arena. Day 3 of our competition with the finals set to go tomorrow. It's going to be a cracking day here on the Saturday. Alongside me here, we've got the Papakura head coach and Mr. Futsal himself, they call him, Marvin Eakins. Marvin, a pretty exciting day 3 now. The teams have had a chance to feel each other out. You're expecting the level to lift a little bit today as we head into finals?
Yeah, I think every game that the teams are playing, men and women, the quality is just improving, which is why we want these games more often. And I think the players are appreciating it. The coaches are enjoying the opportunity to coach. I think the referees are enjoying the challenge of some pretty high quality futsal.
We didn't obviously have the competition for a few years because of COVID. Do you feel like there's maybe a little bit of rust last weekend, and as Sunday came in, they picked up the speed a little bit? Is today going to go to that next level again?
With a coach's critical eye, it felt like there. Hopefully we can blame it on rust for those first couple of games. But no, I think, it's only fair to, when you don't get access to this very often, to expect a little bit of teething. But now I think all those excuses are kind of gone, and I think the players and the coaches are expecting just a general improvement all around.
Two teams today, Papakura, East Coast Bays. You guys have been at it throughout the competition. You played twice last weekend. One was a draw, the other one a 1-0 win. Expecting much of the same today, two very tight teams?
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a chess match every time we play East Coast Bays, and we're both feeling each other out, knowing that we've got them again tomorrow in the final. So it'll be, it'll be interesting to see how Jet, the head coach, approaches this. I know that we're going out to win.
Awesome stuff. Marvin Eakins there, the head coach of the Papakura women's team. Plenty of action to come here on day 3 from Pulman Arena on skysportnext. The Ford Futsal Super League, it gets underway with our first game, Papakura versus East Coast Bays. Yes, it is the Ford Futsal Super League here on Sky Sport Next, live from Pulman Arena, day 3 of the action here as Papakura and East Coast Bays get ready to go head-to-head. These two teams, as Marvin Eakins mentioned, have been playing chess the last 2 games. The first game a 2-2 draw, and the last game, which was our final game last Sunday, a 1-0 win to East Coast Bays. So both teams top of the women's leaderboard and vying for top spot as we head into the finals tomorrow. It promises to be a very mouth-watering clash this afternoon live from Pulman Arena. Kickoff is not too far away. The team's getting set for this game. If we have a look at the Papakura squad, a couple of big names in there that did perform well for them last weekend, particularly Maxine Cooper, Cat Pretty, and quite a few goal-scoring opportunities for her. And of course Marvin Eakins, their coach, who is known as Mr. Futsal around the game here in New Zealand, a former Futsal White himself. East Coast Bays, well, they've got a very large squad filled with some potent attacking options. Jordana Bremner, some good goals from her last weekend. Karina Brown, always good on a counter-attack. Hannah Reddy, of course. And Ashley Vincent in goal was monumental for her team last weekend. Coming up today, day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. After the Papakura East Coast game this morning, we go to the men's side. East Coast taking on Auckland City. East Coast Bays undefeated so far in the men's side. Auckland City, the reigning champions of this competition. Then we go to the Waikato Rapids Bay of Plenty Surge at 12:30. Both those teams looking to maybe eke their way into that second position on the ladder to make the final. And then plenty more games coming up for you this afternoon. Lots to come here at the Ford Futsal Super League as the buzzer goes. The teams are not far away at all from getting us underway day 3. Thanks for joining us here on Sky Sport Next. Hope you enjoy the coverage throughout the day. It's a fast and ferocious game as the game of futsal. We will try and explain it to you as we go along. If you're perhaps new to the sport or you're watching for the first time, there are a few nuances to the game. For starters, the ball slightly smaller than your 11-a-side outdoor football. It's a size 4 ball that's about 30% heavier as well, so tends not to travel through the air as high and as fast. Ball stays on the ground in the game of futsal a lot. 5 players on the court or the pitch per team, 1 goalie and 4 outfielders. Generally, they'll set up in the diamond formation, which is a pivot or target player up the front, 2 wingers, and then what they call a fixo or a fixed defender staying at the back. And they will rotate around. You'll notice that right from the outset, they'll rotate around and constantly pull themselves into different positions to try and get around the defence. Each team will get 5 fouls per half. Once they reach that limit, if they go over it, they will get a shot from the 10-metre penalty spot, which you'll notice when the play gets underway. There's sort of a goalie circle that has a dot on the top of it. That's the normal penalty spot, which is 6 metres. The 10-metre spot just a little bit further back, and they'll get a free shot from there should a team go over the 5 foul limit. Another nuance you might see a bit later on in the game, if the scores are very close, teams will tend to pull their goalkeeper in favour of another outfield player, what they call a fly goalkeeper, fly keeper, and that person or the player comes on and is able to play basically as an outfield player, and then they can be replaced on the fly at any time. Rolling subs in the game of futsal, but that fly keeper tactic is very risky because obviously if you get caught out, it's an open goal for the opposition. The rest we'll bring to you as we come along, but just highlighting some of the players that we've got on show here, particularly in the Papakura side. A couple of futsal ferns, which is the women's national team here. Shavante Anthony, who's the captain of this Papakura side. She will start the game. Danielle Bradley, the goalkeeper, who's currently on the bench, or will start on the bench for Papakura. Jess Ferdin, Maxine Cooper, Sophie Williams, all part of the futsal ferns as well. And Emma Pjongberg, part of the Under-20 Women's World Cup football team. So you'll notice a few 11-a-side footballers playing in this futsal competition. And we spoke last week to a few experts around the game, and it is becoming somewhat more common for players to specialise in the game of futsal. In the past, you generally just played it over the summer and went back to your 11-a-side team in the winter, but it is becoming more common for players to specialise in the game. And if we look at the Golden Boot standings, Rosine Golden Boot standings, Maxine Cooper sits at the top on the women's side with 6 goals from last weekend. Kat Pretty sits in second on 4. So the two Papakura talismans sitting up the top of the goal-scoring leaderboard for East Coast Bays. Karina Brown, Hannah Reddy sitting on 2 apiece. And third position on the goal-scoring chart. So Maxine Cooper by far and away out in front on 6. These two teams going neck and neck last weekend. We expect much of the same today. And of course, finals tomorrow, live on Sky Sport. These two teams are destined to be meeting each other in tomorrow afternoon's final. We'll have a men's 3rd and 4th playoff game as well as the men's final too. So a good crowd last weekend for the start of the Ford Futsal Super League. It's starting to build now, but still early days, early morning for some people on a Saturday. 2 referees as well on the court in a game of futsal. They referee basically in the same role, just on different sides. So you expect calls from both of them as the teams just go through the handshake lines now. And the competition was halted for a couple of years due to COVID. So the first time we sort of saw these teams properly in action last weekend, and you could tell that maybe just in the first few games they were working themselves out, combinations, working out the opposition, and then starting to build from there. This weekend, today, you'd expect that they've brushed off the cobwebs and are ready to rip in straight away. And a good break for them as well, because they play a number of games back-to-back in one day. It's very, very hard on the legs and the body. It's a very aerobic and anaerobic sport, as you will see. The pace is one of the fastest games around is futsal. The clock does stop when the ball goes into touch. We have 2 20-minute halves. The clock does stop as the ball goes over the touchline. So if you see it stop and you're asking yourself why, that's your reason. Somewhat smaller goals as well in the game of, well, they are smaller goals, aren't they, in the game of futsal? 3 metres by 2 metres. 2 metres high, 3 metres wide. So not a big target to aim at, and that's where goalies are so crucial. You'll see some big saves. There were some big saves last week. Ashley Vincent in goal for East Coast Bays made a couple. Hannah Milligan in goal for Papakura, and like I mentioned, Danielle Bradley, futsal fern on the bench for Papakura, and you'll often see teams changing the goalie at half-time because it is such a demanding game. They take a lot of hits. They play without gloves as well, so it's a tactic just to change them at half-time. As the teams are set here, we are ready to get underway. In day 3, the Forward Futsal Super League, Papakura kicking off, taking on East Coast Bays here at Pulman Arena. And you'd say Papakura the favourites in this competition. As Gillian passed back to Anthony. Anthony, the captain, as I mentioned, for this Papakura side, a futsal fern herself. She's playing in that fixo role at the back. Strong presence for her and her teammates. Amy Waters there on the far side for Papakura, demanding a bit of possession here early. Here's Pretty, a good pass into the middle. A shot whiffed on there by Emily Gillian. And now East Coast Bays will come back with it the other way. We've got a very technical side, this East Coast Bays team. They'll like to hold the ball as well. Happy just to hold it at the back. Pass across from the defender, and good challenge there, and now's a chance for Papakura. Here's Pretty onto her right foot, gets the shot away, but didn't get it on target, so East Coast Bays escaped one there. Hannah Reddy on the ball now, and she was there ready to defend the shot. A lot of blocks and deflections in the game of futsal. You'll see Olivia Hooper, good long ball up there, finding her teammate, and Jordana Bremner, a goal-scoring threat for East Coast. A good pass across the face, and just didn't quite find the player in the middle. Looking for Abby Wright. Take a look here, near side, and nice footwork there from Bremner. Cutting it across the face of goal. She had just, it was a good touch there from Anthony. That's what disrupted the play. A great touch from Anthony. Could have been a certain goal there for East Coast Bays. Now Papakura in their own end. Pass given away. Here's Reddy. A good hard shot, but well saved by Vincent. By Milligan, I should say. Now Anthony with the ball. Over the sideline. Good first up save there for Milligan. Tested early. Shot right off the inbound pass from Hannah Reddy. You'll notice a lot of goals scored off the set piece in futsal, so off the kick-ins and corners. Teams like to set up for a one-time shot, and that's how a lot of goals are scored. Pass across from Anthony now. She looks for a long ball up high. Trying to find Amy Waters that far side, but disrupted by East Coast Bays. So you'll notice here, Papakura probably set up for a one-time shot. Or get it deep to Anthony. They're happy just to reset on this occasion. Pass across to Anthony. You'll notice that in futsal they will change the lines almost all at once, so all 5 players, or 4 players I should say, outfield players, will generally all get switched off at the same time. Here's Gillian on the ball, passing to Pretty. Now it's up high to Anthony, and the pass goes there over the end goal, so we have a goal throw. Here's Hooper. Playing in the fixo roll at the back, just getting the ball caught underneath the foot a little bit. Bremner back to Hooper. Hooper looking for Bremner again. It's a good pass down the line, but perhaps just a lack of communication, and you'd expect that in the first few minutes of day 3. They've had a week off, so just feeling their way through this one. 2.5 minutes gone. No score so far. They only had 1 goal separating them in the last game, last Sunday, 1-0 in favour of East Coast Bays. Yeah, Marvin Eakins referred to it as a chess match. Both teams trying to just find the holes. In futsal, there's just not a lot of space, and so finding those holes is the key. On the ball, Abby Wright now for East Coast Bays. Good touch here from Hooper, managing to get a few extra metres before it goes out over the touchline. So the kick in now. Oh, looking for Reddy in the middle, but defended well. Might have taken a touch as well. So we'll get a corner kick here for East Coast Bays. Reddy's standing at the point, and a good shot, but saved well by Milligan. Has to deal with the rebound as well. Now Hooper with a shot. Milligan once again tested, but a good save. So definitely East Coast Bays enjoying the shot count at the moment. No result for it as it stands. Here's Reddy just having the ball caught underneath her foot. Here's Hooper, and look at that from the goalie. pulling off the splits just 3.5 minutes into the game. Got to make sure you're warmed up for a move like that. Here's Hooper with that shot left, and how about that from Hannah Milligan? Now he's Papakura on the ball. Anthony down low. Pass up high. Players moving around. Nice and quick now. Pass down low to Kat Pretty. Pretty's trying to get around. Fighting well for it as well as Emily Gillian. Now they come back the other way, East Coast, but it's intercepted. Now you'll see a little bit of counter-attacking opportunity. Here's Gillian with a pass into the middle. Pretty's trying to get a foot on it. She does get a toe on it, but just not with enough power. And in the end, an easy save for Vincent. East Coast Bays will come back the other way through Hooper. So last weekend you saw a lot of high pressing from teams and a lot of pressure. You see a little bit of it there from East Coast Bays, but to start this game, teams have been happy to sit back somewhat, just feel each other out. Intensity, I'm sure, will lift as we move through this game. The Forward Futsal Super League here on Sky Sport Next. Hope you're enjoying the coverage early on a Saturday morning. Got plenty of good games coming up this afternoon as well, both on the men's and the women's side. There's on the ball now for Papakura, Sophie Williams. So they've made a change to their starting side already. They have Papakura. Williams on the ball now, and it's passed down low. Verdon now on the field as well on the pitch, on the court, I guess, for Papakura. Futsal Fern herself, Jess Verdon. That's her on the ball, passing it up high. Now no, here's Maxine Cooper, goal-scoring threat for Papakura, top goal scorer in the competition so far. Very good on the ball, quick mover as well. Verdon, back to Cooper. Cooper cutting back to her left, a good tackle on her by Reddy, and now East Coast can come back the other way through Hooper. Cooper on Hooper. Trying not to get too confused about that one. Good pass in the middle to Reddy. So East Coast still with that starting five. She's turning well, but good cover defence there from Cooper, helping out Mosca. That's D. Mosca on for Papakura as well. It's Mosca on the ball, looking for Cooper up high, but passes errant. Now Papakura make a change. Sorry, East Coast Bays make a change and switch out the starting four. Vareves coming on, as well as Jessica Smith. On the ball now, Harisa Takeda. And Mickey Buckley as well. Here's Takeda. Looking for Smith, but can't quite control it. Good pressure from Papakura. 6 minutes gone here in the first half. No goals and very few stoppages as well. It's been a pretty open game to start. And now a good interception there from East Coast Bays. They're coming back the other way. Pass down low, and Smith broken up well there by Verdon, and they'll have to settle for a kick in. Mickey Buckley will be looking for this one here. Number 14 takes the shot on. It's not a powerful one. She has a follow-up though, and it goes straight into the body of Maxine Cooper. Once again, it's set play. Oh, a fake shot there from Buckley, trying to find the pass, but perhaps Smith wasn't ready for it. So nothing threatening there from East Coast Bays. East Coast Bays in the red, Papakura in the blue. I know that's confusing given the logos of the two teams. Papakura has the red logo, East Coast Bays the blue, but it's opposite for the team shirts at the moment. Mosca running off Verdon as well as Hooper. That's a good ball in, but perhaps if it was a little bit more square. Cooper was looking dangerous in the middle. Now Takeda. Up high for Buckley. Buckley has it. Player down low, and Smith. Smith looking for a chip over the top. Well dealt with from Verdon. Takeda now. Up high. Now pass to Buckley. Buckley quick on her feet. Finds Vareves. Oof, that one was caught underneath the ankle there of Smith, and now they come back the other way through Cooper. Papakura not able to control it though. Varevius comes away with it. Good counter-attacking here from both teams. Buckley back to Takeda. Takeda, good fake shot up to Buckley again. She's looking to get onto her right. Verdon doing well to show her the touchline. Now they come back down to Takeda. High ball intercepted by Verdon. She's got Cooper running off, but good hustle from East Coast Bays. And half a shot there comes to Cooper. Couldn't quite get it under control. Might have touched her hand in the area, but refs don't call it. So could have been a chance for Papakura if Cooper had been able to bring that one down, but just not able to control it. So she'll get the kick in here. It's going to go back to Mosca. Looking for a long-range shot and off the head of Takeda. So a corner coming for Papakura. Out there at the moment for them, number 8, D Mosca. At the back, Jess Verdon. Number 3, you got Maxine Cooper, the number 7. And on the ball, the number 9 here, Sophie Williams. The ball in now to Verdon. She has time and space to shoot, and it's off the crossbar. Strong shot from Verdon. And now East Coast Bays come back the other way through Varevius. Here's Verdon on the ball. We'll take a look at that shot again shortly. That one goes over the sideline. So a great shot there from Verdon. Long way out with time and space. We have a look at it here, right off the corner. Just pings off the crossbar. Caught the goalkeeper off a little bit, but crossbar saved it. Now here's Williams. Player in the middle she's looking for in Cooper, but it was a tight space for her to navigate and eventually goes out over the goal line. So there'll be another corner for Papakura. I'll look to set up here. Ball back now to Verdon. Back to Williams. Williams to Cooper. They're doing well to shut her down. She is the danger player for Papakura. This one now to Mosca. Mosca down to Williams. Good ball movement here from Papakura, but they're struggling to find a way through. Williams again. Up high to Mosca, and that one's there. It's a good pressure. Good defence from East Coast Bays, making sure there was no clean shots, and the pressure means they come away with possession. Nearly halfway through this first half, no goals to speak of so far. Here's Takeda. Already the pace starting to pick up somewhat again. Here's Takeda now, up to Buckley. Buckley looking for someone in the middle, but can't find it. Now gets onto the right, and it's blocked well by Mosca. Goes for a corner. What can East Coast Bay set up here? Got Takeda off to her left. That's where the shot's going to come from, and it's off the left-hand upright. Stays in the field of play. Here's Takeda again. Another clean look. Here's Buckley on the one-time shot, and that one just goes to the left of Milligan. So the shot from Takeda there, the initial shot, hitting that left-hand post. Both teams finding the frame of the goal in this game early. Back out for Papakura now. They're starting 5. Anthony up high to Waters. Amy Waters, that is. Now here's Gillian. Waters on the ball and sitting back a little bit East Coast. Happy to let Papakura come at them. That ball looking for Cat Pretty. Cat Pretty sitting second on the Rosine Golden Boot standings. 4 goals from last weekend. Down low now is Gillian. A player up high looking for a shot off the left foot, trying to find a way through. It's messy. Here's Pretty now. Goldie comes out. Putting pressure on his East Coast Bays, though. Good recovery from Papakura. Anthony with a shot that's perhaps looking for a deflection from Pretty. Doesn't come. And now Buckley comes back the other way. Here's Varevius. Goes straight into the path of Anthony. Now they're looking to escape their own end, Papakura. East Coast just hemming them in a little bit. Pass down low to Gillian. Back up high to Waters. Now Anthony. Ball down low to Pretty. Pretty good little flick onto Anthony. Anthony's got a chance. It's a good shot and it's a goal. The first goal of the game. The first goal of the day for Shavonte Anthony. A great little 1-2 move here with Cat Pretty. Rolled off the back and tucked into the bottom right corner. You do not get a better place shot than that from Shavonte Anthony. And Papakura go ahead 1-0 halfway through the first half. Brilliant play off the pivot or target player in Cat Pretty. That's exactly what you want your target player to do. Just hold it up, play it off them. Anthony did well to follow up the play, and East Coast maybe caught napping defensively. Vincent did come out to meet it, but beautifully paced shot from Shavonte Anthony into the bottom right. 1-0, long range shot there from Olivia Hooper. Straight into the hands of Milligan. And they'll play out again, Papakura. Anthony up high to Waters. Anthony making runs again. Looking for the man in the middle now. Here goes East Coast Bays the other day with some time and space. Hooper with an errant pass. Anthony intercepting again. Doing well to hold it up. East Coast have collapsed a little bit if Papakura can break quickly. It's a long range pass or shot from Pretty. Just putting it down the other end. It's something you'll notice about futsal, that high press is also high risk, because should the team come away with it, there's time and space in behind. So the nuances of futsal, sort of learning every time you watch the different tactics and strategies, and certainly as the game goes on, and you'll notice with the other games today as well, those counter-attacking opportunities. It's such an important part of futsal, breaking away as fast as you can, but then also you lose the ball on your counter-attack, comes back right the other way. Makes for very exciting watching. Anthony here on the ball. Good turn onto the right foot there from Waters, but then the second touch is a little bit heavy. So 8.5 minutes to play here in the first half. Papakura with the 1-goal lead, courtesy of Shavonte Anthony. Happy to see that one go through to the keeper. Milligan playing out to Anthony now. Yeah, I'd say the team's definitely brushed off that rust. A lot less stoppages than we saw last week. The passes sticking a little bit more. That one straight into East Coast Bays. Commentator's curse. Now on it is Gillian looking for a player up high, but that one does go a little bit too far high over the sideline. Unfortunately, Amy Waters isn't quite 7 feet. Here's Hooper. Down low and back up high into the feet of Bremner. Bremner looking for Hooper. Hooper again, hassled, but that one play looks like it comes off the foot of Amy Waters, but the referee says no. East Coast Bays touch at last. Here's Anthony, up high to Waters. Now here's Pretty. Pretty back now, here's Gillian. Gillian trying to get around her player, gets onto her right, can't quite get the shot away. Good hustle there from East Coast Bays and Jordana Bremner. Good pass in the middle, no, now here's Pretty. Anthony down low, but that pass just a little bit too far out of her reach. So we'll get East Coast ball. 7.5 minutes to play. You're watching the Forward Futsal Super League here on Sky Sport Next. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. All games streamed live today. And then tomorrow we've got the finals from Pulman Arena here in Auckland. Live on Sky Sport. What a cracking day that's going to be. Here's Hooper again. Ducking and dancing her way, trying to duck and dance around Anthony. Ball comes loose now. Here's Anthony looking for a player in the middle. Sorry, that was Pretty looking for Anthony in the middle, but Anthony perhaps just overrun it just a little bit. So Papakura starting to put the squeeze on a little bit here. A 1-goal advantage. No fouls so far in this half. As I mentioned, 5 fouls per team per half. If they exceed the 5, we get into penalty shot territory from the 10-metre penalty spot, which is that second red dot you can see on your screen. Hooper up high, playing around at the back. It's Rebecca Aitken now for East Coast on the field, and a good long ball here that goes to Abby Wright. So a few new players on for East Coast Bays here. Jordana Bremner is on, Abby Wright, Rebecca Aitken, and at the back, Olivia Hooper playing in that fixo role. Papakura making a few changes as well. Sophie Williams on, as well as Maxine Cooper. So interesting, Papakura deciding to keep Maxine Cooper on different lines to Pretty and Anthony, who she played so well with last week. maybe just trying to create different goal-scoring opportunities to catch East Coast Bays out. East Coast Bays a good defensive team, though, and it shows in the scores last time these two teams meet. Here's Hooper onto her right foot, but it was intercepted by the defender. And now they're coming back the other way. Here's Papakura. Shot on the left, and it goes across the face. It was a sort of half pass, half cross from Pemberg across to a running through Maxine Cooper. Could have been a great opportunity. Instead, it's going to be a goal throw. So looking threatening now, and Emma Pemberg on for Papakura. Of course, appeared in the Under-20 Women's World Cup for football. Got a very talent-laden side, this Papakura team. Here's Verdon. Pass down low to Pemberg. Just getting it caught underneath her feet there is Cooper, but skilled enough to get it back. Pemberg now on it. Back to Williams, up high to Cooper. Williams to Pemberg, trying to do that roll through again. Could have been a carbon copy of the first goal, but that time East Coast Bays up to the challenge. So they restart here. Here's Cooper up high. And a pass into the middle. Deflects off East Coast Bays, and now they come back the other way through Abby Wright, trying to get around her player. And a shot just right off the touch there from Rebecca Aitken, but it does drift to the right. So 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes to play here in the first half. It is Papakura leading 1-0. Shavante Anthony, the goal scorer. A beautiful right foot shot into the bottom right corner. Here's Mosca on for Papakura again. Here's Pemberg. Mosca looking for Verdon, but that one high and wide. East Coast Bay's going to make a change as well. One timeout as well per team per half. We haven't seen that just yet, but a good chance to give the players a little bit of rest. You'll see them a lot more probably as the day goes on. The bodies start to tire. It's a full-on competition, the Ford Futsal League, with 2 or 3 games per team per day. It's a lot to test the body, and obviously they're playing on a very hard surface as well. So as bodies start to hit the floor, a few bumps and bruises creep in as well. Now on the ball is Verdon. Here's Williams. Up high for Papakura. Back down to Verdon again. So they're playing together, those two. Pass up high to Mosca. Now it's found Pemberg. Trying to get onto her right foot potentially. Well disrupted though by Smith, I think that is, on the near side. Here's Pemberg again. Finding Mosca. Back to Pemberg now, just happy to play in this final third. Papakura, here's Verdon, trying to get a pass into the middle. Well tipped on though by Vincent, and making sure there was no rebound, because Sophie Williams was running into that far post. So it is a kick in here for Papakura. Going back high to Verdon. She's probably looking for that long range shot. No, cuts back to her left. Williams, the ball intercepted. Player goes down. Here's Mosca. Back to Verdon. Up high to Mosca again. Here's Williams. Papakura, happy to play around with it. Pemberg now. Back to Williams. Now Pemberg. So they need to start moving around Papakura if they want to see a way through. Verdon trying to find a gap. Can't do it. Now East Coast come away with it. It's a good defensive structure there from East Coast. Just not letting Papakura pass their way through or get any open shots. East Coast definitely happy to sit off. Last week it was all high press, and this week they're happy to just sit off a little bit. Here's Takeda. Up to Buckley. Back to Takeda again. Now passing to the middle. Well held up there by Reddy. Takeda. Down to Smith. Smith looking for a running through Takeda. That one might have come off the hand. So it'll be a free kick for East Coast Bays. And that is technically foul number 1. Long range shot here from Takeda, but put a bit too much curl on it. Drifts off to the left. So over 3 minutes to play here in the first half. It is 1-0 to Papakura. And it's been a pretty even game in terms of possession, but you have to say that Papakura have had a few more of the scoring opportunities. Good pass down the line to Pienberg. Player in the middle. She can get a pass across. She does, but it is broken up by East Coast Bays. And now they can go back the other way. That a little bit too heavy there from Mickey Buckley. But they did well to clear. Pienberg now. Up high to Mosca. Down low to Williams. Williams with some good movement. Now getting it back from Pienberg. And Williams now with the shot. Straight into the hands of Vincent. Well held. Now they come back the other way, East Coast Bays. Takeda. Down low to Reddy. Reddy getting onto her left, but it takes a deflection. That'll go over the in goal. It'll be a corner kick for East Coast Bays. What can they come up with? Just over 2 minutes to go here in the first half. Ball straight into Reddy. Reddy wanted the first time shot, didn't quite get it. Here's Takeda. Takeda back to Reddy, just moving around. Reddy onto her left, another good shot. And that one will also go over the goal line. So another corner for East Coast Bays. Can they work something off the set piece? Ball comes into Reddy. Now a little pass across the face, a no-looker pass there. And Buckley, and now's a follow-up shot from Takeda. And it goes straight through the legs of Hannah Milligan. And just like that, East Coast Bays have drawn level. The ball coming out from Williams and then a strong shot from Takeda. It looked like Milligan was trying to make the save with the left foot and it just clipped it and went underneath. So an unfortunate result there for the Papakura keeper. But East Coast Bays tie the game up with under 2 minutes to play here in the first half, all square. Was a strong shot from Takeda, and maybe Milligan thought it was drifting a bit further wide than it was. She outstretched the left leg at full angle, but then just nicked it on the way through now. Papakura looking to go ahead before half time, so both teams might just up it a little bit here with 90 seconds to play. Look to go in with a lead, given how close these games have been. Any sort of pressure created is an advantage. That one there from Cooper straight into the path of Buckley, and looking for Reddy up high but can't find her. 1 minute 24 to play in the first half. Now here's Cooper. Down low to Anthony. Anthony back up to Cooper. So now they're playing Anthony and Cooper together as well as Pretty. So maybe looking for a goal as that one is a strong right foot from Cooper but off balance and drifts wide. So putting Cooper and Anthony and Pretty all on the same line just for this final stanza of the first half. Maybe looking for the go-ahead goal. Here's Takeda, the goal scorer for East Coast Bays. Just under a minute to play now. Up high to Buckley. Buckley back to Takeda. Takeda has Reddy in the middle. Decides to go down low. Finds the path to Smith. Jessica Smith, that is. Back to Takeda. Broken up well by Pretty. So Papakura also happy to sit off a little bit here as the clock winds down. 35 seconds left. Buckley down to Smith again. That one drifts out over touch, so kick incoming for East Coast Bays. Anthony happy to let that one go through to the keeper. 16 seconds, can they get a shot away with any team? Here's Anthony. Now 10 seconds left. Will she take it on? Passes down low instead. Now looking for it. Cat up high. Cat Pretty up high to Cooper, but it's intercepted well by Buckley. And as the hooter goes, East Coast Bays can't get a shot away. And we will go into the break tied up at 1-1. Shavonte Anthony, the first goal scorer for Papakura. And then Arisa Takeda levelling it for East Coast Bays. Just under 2 minutes to play in the first half. So 1-1 here as the teams head in for the halftime break. We will take a break. Come back with the second half after this.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
So it's fantastic for McDonald's and our franchisees to be able to announce that we're extending our sponsorship of football in New Zealand, going from the last 6 or 7 years working through junior football with coaches and all the players and supporters to now being a sponsor of the whole of community football in New Zealand.
New Zealand Football is excited to continue our partnership with McDonald's. The next 3 years will see McDonald's become the biggest supporter of community football, extending its reach past the junior framework and into the youth framework and senior framework, as well as coach and referee education, supporting and creating opportunities for everyone at every level across the community space.
The McDonald's Junior, Youth and Senior Framework encourages participation in football across Aotearoa for all Kiwis to be active, enjoy their football and practice and learn new skills. Through our partnership with McDonald's, we're able to develop new initiatives, programs and continue to support our Skills Centre program for more Kiwis to be enjoying and loving football across Aotearoa.
The McDonald's Community Referee Development Program will look to increase participation, education throughout the whole community and hopefully look to get some more people involved. We'd like to increase referee confidence and make sure refereeing is fun for all.
McDonald's has been a long supporter of our junior community coaches, and with their added support in junior, youth and senior community coaching space, we have a great opportunity to create more resources to support our coaches as they work through the coaching pathway. Community coaches play a vital part in helping our players fall in love with the game. With McDonald's behind us, we're going to have a great time doing it.
So McDonald's has been involved with football in New Zealand for over 20 years, and we were talking to New Zealand Football recently about how we could extend that, and the opportunity to be the community football sponsor and part of the football whānau came about, and it was just perfect timing for us and our franchisees.
We are back underway here at Bruce Pulman Arena, day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League, and it is the first game of the day, Papakura versus East Coast Bays, and it is 1-1. Just 2 goals in the first half, one to Shavonte Anthony for Papakura, the other to Arisa Takita for East Coast Bays. The side's underway here in the second half. Papakura wearing the blue, East Coast Bays in the red. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Sky Sport Next. And if you've just joined us, day 3 today, we've got finals tomorrow on Sunday on Sky. We've got plenty of action to come this morning and this afternoon. The men's games as well as more women's games this afternoon. Coming up next is East Coast Bays men v Auckland City at 11 AM. East Coast Bays undefeated in the men's side. Auckland City the defending champions. So that will be a cracking game set to kick off around about 11 AM this morning. But right now it is Papakura, East Coast Bays, the 2 women's sides that are most likely to meet in the final tomorrow for the women's side. Both teams have been strong throughout the competition. As on the ball now, the leading goal scorer in the competition, Maxine Cooper, forced to play back to the goalkeeper, Danielle Bradley. So a goalkeeping change for Papakura. Hannah Milligan takes a seat and Danielle Bradley comes on. She's been starting most of the games for Papakura. Now a ball up high to Anthony. Well disrupted by Hooper, recovering for East Coast Bays. Goalkeeping change for them as well. Karina Brown in net for East Coast Bays, and she was playing in the outfield last weekend, so somewhat of a positional change for her. Some of these teams last weekend were reduced in squad numbers somewhat. I think it might have been East Coast Bays that only had 4 on the bench in one of the games. That one just drifts over the sideline. Vareve's not been able to pick it up. So Papakura will come back the other way. At the back for them, Amy Waters. That's up high to Anthony. Anthony playing sort of a wing role to start the second half, as opposed to her normal fixer role. Here's East Coast Bays with a counter-attacking opportunity, broken up well. And now Hooper just lets it go over the sideline so they can reset. Half a chance there, Karina Brown. Now, remember the goalkeeper can only get the ball once per possession, so you can pass it back once, and then that's it. If you pass it back again, the other team gets a free kick. So that did happen twice last weekend in one game. So see if the players have learned. Much faster game as well already today. Not as many stoppages. Some of these games can take upwards of 40 or 50 minutes per half, but that one is about 35 minutes, so a lot less stoppages than we're used to. That one just coming off the foot of Pretty there. She's disappointed about it. Papakura will get us back underway. Sorry, East Coast Bays get us back underway. It's confusing the logos of the teams. East Coast Bays blue, Papakura red, but they're in different colours for their jerseys. So Papakura in the blue, East Coast Bays in the red. That's up high to Anthony. Back to Waters, to Anthony again. Well, back and forth between her and a fixo. Now down to Pretty. Anthony got Cooper ranging up front. She can find her with a quick pass. Well closed down by East Coast. Now Pretty has time on the ball. Bremner was trying to reach through. Good pass to Anthony. Pretty on the far side if she can find her. Bremner breaks it up though. Good rotation there from Papakura. Just working the court, and Anthony nearly finding Pretty up top, but Bremner equal to it. And now they'll have a set play opportunity here. Here's Cooper, fakes the shot, then gets on her right, and that one nearly sweeps through, and Pretty, standing on the goal line, is able to tap it in. It was a bizarre play here, as you see Cooper faked the shot, got to the sideline, it just snuck through the near post to the right hand of Karina Brown, and Pretty was standing on the goal line. So Kat Pretty gets yet another goal in this competition, and Papakura lead 2-1. That puts Kat Pretty on 5 goals, just one behind Maxine Cooper in the Brazilian Golden Boot standings. And a good start to the second half here from Papakura already, going ahead. Maybe just wanting to ramp up the intensity as well. Here's Bremner on the ball, getting past Anthony. Here's Vareves. Shot there from Hooper, looking for a player in the middle in the form of Abby Wright, but it just went to the left, and play to be restarted here through the hands of Danielle Bradley. Here's Cooper. Bremner takes her on and wins the challenge, and then that ball deflecting off Anthony into Bremner, and now Bradley will restart again. So East Coast pressing a little bit higher now. Start the second half. Good long ball there though to Pretty. Got a player up high and right. Here's Anthony. Down to Cooper. Back to Anthony again. Signalling her winger to make the run. Getting hassled though now. East Coast Bays are pressing hard. Cooper has to pass it back to Bradley, and that's going to be a free kick because she had already touched it. Referee is saying that the ball was not touched by East Coast Bays, which would reset that particular rule, but he thinks that it was all in one play. That Danielle Bradley touched the ball twice, so just as I mentioned it a couple of minutes ago, we've already seen one instance of it here in this game, so it's a indirect free kick. The Papakura players will set up in front of the goal, and East Coast will either take on the shot hoping it'll squeeze through, or maybe they'll look for one of these players on the left or the right to just tap it home. It'll be laid off by Bremner to Hooper in any case. Here's Hooper, the good shot saved by Bradley, who was running out to it. East Coast Bays looking for a clean shot, and Papakura making sure they're out of their end quickly. And that one just going out from Bremner. So Karina Brown had pulled herself up into the play a little bit there. Maybe that's a tactic they're going to employ, East Coast Bays, having that player as a fly keeper. Like I mentioned, Karina Brown playing in the outfield last week. But in goal for this game, it might be her preferred position. Like I said, they were down on numbers last week, so maybe forced to play in the outfield. Here's Papakura, a long ball to Verdon, I think it was, making the run through. No, it was Emily Gillian, but a long pass from Williams, maybe a little bit high. So 2-1, Papakura leading after 4 minutes in the second half. The goal scorers for Papakura, Shavante Anthony and Kat Pretty. The lone goal scorer for East Coast Bays, Arisa Takeda, 2 minutes before the half-time siren sounded. Now Verdon on the ball down to Mosca. Mosca back up high. That finds Verdon, back to Gillian, and Gillian now finding Mosca. Mosca having to hustle to get to it before it trickled out over the sideline. That's where it ends up though. East Coast come away with it. Ford Futsal Super League here on Sky Sport Next. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from Bruce Pulman Arena here in Auckland. Fantastic facility, a lot of courts, but only one in play for this competition. Now Hannah Reddy doing well to hold that one up, and now Takeda looking for her second. Playing alongside Buckley. Buckley and Takeda, good ball through to Reddy, but hassling her was Williams, and now Bradley has it. Mosca up high to Verdon. Mosca again. Williams playing well with her. Back up high to, this time, I think that's right. Now good long ball. Now Williams with a chance, but can't get it on target. Just goes to the right of Karina Brown here. Good long ball forward by Mosca. Well found, but just not able to get it quite under control was Williams. Here's Takeda looking to push forward, East Coast Bays. Buckley. Down low to Aitken. Aitken back to Buckley, and then Buckley forced into the mistake. Papakura putting a little bit of a squeeze on. High pressing, high pressure. He's got a long day ahead, so, and they are already sitting at the top of the women's standings alongside East Coast Bays. That one now to Williams, back down low to Mosca. Mosca looking for Gillian, but pass intercepted or picked off by East Coast Bays. Another kick in here. Mosca up high. Trying to get that shot away was Gillian. Now East Coast Base can come back. Long range shot from Reddy. Bradley equal to it. A little bit of a bobble, but ended up away with it. And a big long ball now. Could have been half a chance if Williams was able to control. Instead, East Coast Base come away with it. Good pass from Takeda into the middle. Papakura still trying to recover into their defensive structure. Here's Buckley. Now they're set, as they say, and that pass misses the foot of Reddy. And East Coast Bays maybe just guilty of lack of execution here in the second half. Passes not quite sticking. You find them drifting up over the sidelines. So Williams now at the back. Mosca with a tackle, a hard tackle on Reddy. Referee says it's okay. Reddy went down hard. Mosca comes away with it as well for Papakura. Now here's Verdon. Williams back up high to Mosca. Williams again, they're looking up high. They're happy to play around at the back and just look for a threat with a long ball. Papakura at the moment. Here's Mosca again. Rotating well into Verdon. Verdon looking maybe back up high. No one was there though. It'll be East Coast balls. 13 minutes to play. 2-1 Papakura lead here. First game of day 3, the Ford Futsal Super League. Into the middle to Reddy. Got a player in Takeda. Off to the right. Can she get a shot on? She can. But parried and handled by Bradley. It was a tough angle in any case, but Bradley did well to make sure the threat was averted. And that one, just a miscommunication there between Mosca and Williams. East Coast come away with it. Pass down low. Here's Buckley. Just getting caught underneath the feet a little bit. And then Papakura put a bit of a squeeze on. Back to Brown. Brown up high to Takeda. Takeda trying to play off Reddy. Reddy does well to turn. But then Verdon helping out the defender and Williams. And the both of them managed to put the squeeze on Reddy. So Reddy just not able to get those clean shots away. She is a threat up the top for East Coast Bays. A good target player. But Papakura have done their homework and they know to shut her down early. She is the leading goal scorer with East Coast, along with Karina Brown, who's currently in goal, as I mentioned. Here's Williams. Williams looking for Verdon, who is running through now. Here's the counter-attacking opportunity. Here's Takeda. A pass down low and a good shot. No, it's high from Mickey Buckley. Good opportunity, though, to tuck it, and it looked like she had gotten to a good position onto that right foot, curling it, but then just maybe got under it a little bit too much, and no trouble for Danielle Bradley. So not threatened Papakura in that case, although good counter-attacking opportunity from East Coast Base. Now Papakura have it on the foot of Gillian, but that one's disrupted by Takeda. Takeda definitely the standout for East Coast Base in this game so far. Goal scorer. Quick on the ball, creating scoring opportunities, hustling well in defence. But Papakura have the 1 goal advantage. Now on the field for them, Amy Waters alongside Javonte Anthony, Maxine Cooper out there as well. Cat Pretty, so they are playing those 3 danger players together, and Anthony, Cooper and Pretty. Coming up next in the Ford Futsal Super League, we will have East Coast Bays men playing Auckland City at 11 AM. East Coast Bays undefeated in the men's side. Auckland City, the reigning champs, and plenty of futsal whites in their team as well. There's a messy ball in the midfield there. Eventually goes over the line. It'll be a Papakura kick in. They might try and set up a shot here if they can. No, it's going to go back to Cooper. Shut down well though by East Coast Bays, and now can they spring something going forward? Bremner has it. It deflects off a Papakura player, and now they're looking for a quick transition. Good press there from Cooper. Sorry, Hooper. Hooper and Cooper going at it. Hooper down on the goal line, was just dancing her way around it, but then loses control. Brady to come away with it. Intensity just picking up a little bit. 11 minutes to play in the second half. 2-1, the advantage to Papakura. Javante Anthony, Cat Pretty, the goal scorers for them. That one deflected and through to Karina Brown. Quickly played now. They're wanting to play at high tempo. East Coast Bays, good touch back into the middle. Pretty was there to read it. And Papakura come away with it. Now here's Anthony. So high pressing here from both teams, putting pressure on when they can. Anthony stuck in a corner and eventually gives it up. So now East Coast Bays have a chance to set something up here if they can. It's a good position. A one-time shot. It goes straight to the path of Anthony. He'll be right taking the shot there, so he'll get a chance to do it again. Bremner on the ball. She's got Hooper up high, and Hooper gets the shot away, but it's well over the bar. They keep those shots down, East Coast Bays. They want to put Bradley to the test. She has hardly been tested in this second half. 10.5 minutes to play though. What can both teams come up with? Javante Anthony, long pass over the head of Kate Pretty. Karina Brown to restart us. Ball back to Hooper, who hoops it down, and easy for Bradley to take. Now this is Cooper. There is a Cooper and a Hooper on the court at the same time, so hopefully that doesn't get too confusing for you. Here's Anthony, down to Cooper. Cooper trying to dance her way through the tackle of Abby Wright, and Abby Wright is doing well to hustle the attackers. It will be Papakura who come away with it. As the hooter sounds, we get a timeout called here. I think that might be by Papakura. As I mentioned, you will see both teams have access to one timeout per half. It's a good chance just to reset and refresh. And we will see it. Generally you see it more in the second half, but we will see it throughout the day as well. Teams will start to tire. It's a very grueling schedule and a very grueling game as well. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Sky Sport Next. If you're in the Auckland region, why not pop down to Bruce Pulman Arena and see the action for yourself. Great to have the Ford Futsal Super League back after a break due to COVID, and hopefully as the competition progresses through into 2023 and beyond, that more teams are able to rejoin, particularly from the south. Very Auckland, Waikato Bay, plenty of focus on this competition, but it would be great to see south of the North Island and the South Island as well join in, which I'm sure they will in 2023. So under 10 minutes to play here in this second half as we resume. Papakura leading 2-1. And looking at this stage the better team. East Coast Bays beating them 1-0 last Sunday. So a bit of retribution if Papakura can get this one back. And they'll be pretty much level on the table as well. Goals will separate them. Now, here's Javante Anthony moving forward for Papakura. Just trying to get those images back for you. Jordana Bremner will restart for East Coast Bays. There you go. Here's Hooper. Straight to the path of Cooper. Hooper and Cooper going toe-to-toe. Here is Cooper. Doing well to push around her, and then a good tackle there from Hooper. Strong tackle. And Papakura will get the kick in. One-time shot, and it comes across to Anthony. A lax in concentration there from East Coast Bays. Wasn't the best shot from Maxine Cooper, but sniping on the left-hand side of the goal was Javante Anthony. I don't even think she thought was going to come through, but half a mistake there perhaps from Bremner, who wasn't able to clear. And Papakura go ahead by 2, 3-1. Javante Anthony with her second goal of the game. She's now on 3 goals for the competition, which puts her in third on the Rosine Golden Boot standings. Now East Coast Bays. Tripping up over it down low here was Abby Wright, and Papakura come back the other way. 8.5 minutes to play here in the second half. Pass across to Verdon. That could be dangerous now. East Coast Bays have managed to come away with it, but this is what Papakura do so well. They just collapse quickly, hustle back on defence, and it just closes the space down for the East Coast Bays team. Scrappy play in the mid-court here now, trying to get onto her right foot was Jessica Smith, but disrupted and trickles all the way down past halfway. Here's Hooper, down to Takeda, back to Hooper. Bremner trying to play off Reddy, does well, can Reddy get the pass through again? Yep, she's turning well through the Papakura defenders and then playing it on the ground, hacked away there from Williams. Does come out to Hooper. Now here's Takeda. Takeda and Hooper working very well together in this game so far. Hooper again, good turn on her defender. Hooper now down low to Takeda, getting back onto her right foot, back to Hooper with a shot, and it's into the path of Bradley. Bradley juggled it to begin with, and then held it. It was a good worked play there from East Coast Bays, but Papakura defence and goalie up to it. Now one touch pass that goes forward to Pemberg. Can she find a player running through in the middle? She does, in the form of Williams. Williams, and a good save from Brown, who was covering across to her left. Pemberg found wide open up top, and a good through ball to Williams, but Brown read it well. Came across to shut down the play. The score remains 3-1 in favour of Papakura. Now here's Hooper to Takeda. Already clocking up some big minutes, those two. Takeda, good ball down to her. Into the middle was Reddy. Reddy trying to get it onto the chest and turn. Penimberg coming away with it for Papakura. Now Williams back to Gillian. Up high, Verdon. Now they've got a bit of time and space to move. Here's Williams. Can she get the shot on? Straight to the path of Hooper. Now, Gillian, that's a wayward shot. Goes right of the post. So 6 minutes 38 on the clock. That's what it reads as this game enters into its final stanza. Coming up next, we've got Auckland City against East Coast Bays men. That promises to be an absolute cracker. So stay tuned for that one. Set to kick off at around about 11 a.m. Ready now, back to Hooper. Hooper forward to Bremner. Back to Hooper again, looking for Takeda, running through, and Takeda's on it, but can't quite get the connection she wanted. Bradley was there. Have a look at this ball, a beautiful ball from Hooper over the top, and Takeda, oh, she had just connected with that right foot. She may have found the back of the net. Good play drawn up there, though, from East Coast Bays. They're starting to get a few more opportunities. Here is Hooper. Just wonder how tired these players are going to get as they keep them all on at the same time. Reddy looking for a turn, and she gets it away, and a shot on onto Bradley, who did deflect it straight into the path of Takeda. Have another look at this one. Reddy doing well to turn on her player. Good save from Bradley, and Takeda just couldn't connect properly. Now we're getting some end-to-end play back on court. Reddy playing on the ground down there with 3 Papakura players on it now. Here's Hooper getting away. Player down left and Takeda. Takeda getting the poke through, and it's in! Bottom right. I think Takeda will be credited for it. Papakura maybe just caught committing 2 players to that defensive play. And then East Coast Bays, a little poke through there from Takeda off the right post. Takeda gets her second. And this game has just gotten a whole lot closer with 5.5 minutes to play. A rapid finish in stall for us here. Takeda, 2 goals for East Coast today. Svante Anthony, 2 goals for Papakura, and Kate Pretty, the 3rd goal scorer for them. Or the scorer of their 3rd goal, I should say. Now here's Reddy. Good turn. Bremner's there with it. Back to Hooper. East Coast looking a little bit more lively now as Hooper's on the ball. 2 players He's putting the squeeze on her. Good way to get around Williams there from Hooper. She gets the ball back. Players in the middle. Well hustled back though from Papakura, but Hooper looking very deadly on the ball. That one looking for Gillian, but it goes wayward on her. Karina Brown now to Reddy. So East Coast Bays, that, like I mentioned, these players will be getting tired. They've had a big stint here in the second half. Reddy on the ball, up high to Hooper. She was looking for Takeda running in behind. Bremner. The kicker now. Takeda's got a good touch, first touch, and the follow-up shot coming through from Bremner goes high. I tell you, the combination between Hooper and Takeda is really threatening Papakura at the moment. Papakura just trying to maybe, I wouldn't say put the game out of reach at 4-2, because we've seen stranger comebacks in this tournament. But certainly an extra goal will go a long way to easing some of the pressure. Under 5 minutes to play. Around at the back, East Coast Bays have replaced that. 4 on the court, so no more Hooper, no more Takeda. They probably will bring them back though for another spell just before the end, I think. Papakura coming away with it. Verdon on her left. Easy for Brown to handle. Now that's Smith with a pass down low. Not able to keep it under control was Abby Wright. Papakura looking up high for Penningberg, but it comes off the East Coast Bays defender. Now he's Verdon on the ball again. 4 minutes to play in the second half. What are we going to see as these two teams push for the finish line? Penningberg on the ball again, running into the middle and looking up high for a player running through. Now East Coast Bays coming away with it. It's on the boot of Jessica Smith, or on the foot of Jessica Smith. Penningberg has it in the middle again. Told to stay high, the East Coast teams. They're trying to play that high press game. It is high pressure, but it is also high risk. And it does take it out of you as well when you're constantly pressuring the defence. But they are looking for a goal, East Coast Bays, so they've got to throw caution to the wind somewhat. That one a long ball in, easily handled by Bradley. Perhaps wasn't meant for her. It's maybe meant for Abby Wright running through. But Papakura have the ball. Just over 3 minutes to play. 1 goal advantage. Favour of Papakura. Verdon's pass not finding the player. So, can East Coast Bay set something up here? They have themselves a set play opportunity from the corner kick. It's easily read and broken up there by Emily Gillian. East Coast Bays will have another opportunity though. Karina Brown has moved forward, maybe playing that fly keeper role. It's going to come back to her. Now a shot potentially on for East Coast Bays. No, and Papakura happy just to ping it down the other end. Brown now down low. Here's Buckley. Buckley has a player on her left, decides to cut back into the middle. She was looking for a player up high. Now here's a chance for East Coast Bays. Can they get it in? Yes, they can! Off the foot of Rebecca Aitken. A bit of a defensive mix-up here. That one deflects off. Running through hard was Abby Wright, and it's Rebecca Aitken with the follow-up. And just like that, with 2 minutes 40 to play, we are tied at 3-all. What a finish we have here as Papakura put out the A-team. It's Anthony, Cooper, and Kat Pretty as well. They'll be looking for the go-ahead goal. What a back and forth game this has been between the two teams that are top of the competition. They played out a 2-all draw in the first game, and then 1-0 was the score in last Sunday's game in favour of East Coast Bays. So what will be the final result here? East Coast Bays on the ball now. Player up high. It's a good pass up high to Rebecca Aitken, the goal scorer, and a one-time shot, but then it comes right into the path of an East Coast player. They get it back, playing with good intensity now, East Coast Bays. Forced to recover there was Buckley. Back to Brown. Brown with a long ball forward, but cut off by Cooper. Good combination play between Smith and Abby Wright running through into the circle. That one goes out over the touchline, so Papakura ball, 1 minute 50 to play. Anthony has it at the back. Back up high to Cooper. Cooper to Pretty. Pretty doing well to hold it up. Cooper was running through, but needed to be disrupted from East Coast Bays and was. And now they've got an opportunity. Can they get a shot away? Comes off the foot. The rebound comes through and it's in! Rebecca Aitken once again cleaning up the scraps for East Coast Bays. Have a look at this. Good save initially from Bradley on the shot from Abby Wright, but Rebecca Aitken puts a sword into the hearts of Papakura. With a minute and a half to play, they go ahead 4-3. It's been 3 very quick goals from East Coast Bays. Papakura perhaps just under pressure now. What a finish. Yeah, this is futsal for you. These two teams putting on an absolute show in the second half. It was 1-1 at half time, remember. And then both teams came out firing. Papakura enjoying all the momentum to start the second half, but then East Coast Bays have turned it on its head. So 1 minute to play. We might see Papakura pulling the goalkeeper to get that extra outfield player, what we call the fly keeper. It's high risk, but it can also be high reward if they can create overlaps and get clean shots. Bradley has it now. They might play conservative though. They don't want to give up another goal because that would put it to bed at this stage. 1 minute to play. Here's Cooper. Oh, she was looking for Pretty making the run through but couldn't find her. So pressure perhaps getting to Papakura a little bit here. East Coast Bays in command. Happy to take their time here. So East Coast Bays putting the 18 back out as well. They've got Bremner, Hooper ready. And I think Wright on the far side as well. Ball forward from Hooper to Reddy. Cut off by Anthony. They've got to play quick now. Takeda also on for East Coast Bays. Scored 2 goals herself in this game. 46 seconds left to play. Can they get a set piece? Hooper trying to put that ball into the middle. Comes off the back of Cooper. Another kick in here. A set play opportunity. Not quite a corner kick, the referee says. It's a kick in. So it comes back to Hooper. Lays it off again. Trying to get onto her left foot. And now it's Takeda. She's putting a ball in the air. Hooper lets it bounce and Anthony takes it on the head. Now 35 seconds to play. Cooper desperately trying to get something going. Not able to do so. East Coast Bays reset. Here's Hooper. Big ping behind the goal. 30 seconds left. The clock does stop. Reminder when the ball goes out. Pretty trying to bring it down. Foot around Hooper. Doing well was Cat Pretty, but then Takeda's there to hustle for East Coast Bays. Taken down, but the ref says play on. Now a shot from East Coast Bays straight to the hands of Karina Brown. 15 seconds. She's going to use that clock for all it's worth. Here's Bremner off the foot of Cooper. Bremner back to Hooper. Hooper looking forward. Bradley's going to get it. 5 seconds to play. Clock ticking down from 4. Can they get one more shot away? They can't. 0.24 is what the clock reads, so barely a chance for Karina Brown to even get her foot on it here. As the hooter goes, and remarkably, East Coast Bays have come back to steal it at the death. 4-3. It was 1-1 at half-time, courtesy of Shavonte Anthony and Arisa Takeda. Then both teams came out hard in the second half. Papakura going ahead, 3-1. Shavonte Anthony got another, so did Cat Pretty. But then the boot of Arisa Takeda and then a double from Rebecca Aitken gave East Coast Bays a very enthralling 4-3 win. So they've got one over Papakura yet again. Those two teams will probably meet in the final tomorrow, so a rematch will come then. But they both have games coming up later on today as well. Coming up next, though, We're straight over to the men's side. Game 1 of day 3 on the men's side sees East Coast Bays taking on Auckland City. East Coast Bays undefeated. Auckland City, the reigning champs. So an absolute cracker coming up for you at 11 o'clock. We will take a break, come back with that match after this.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our Leverage and Legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in 2 principles. Mana Wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of Wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Welcome back into the Ford Futsal Super League here at Pulman Arena, live on Sky Sport Next, and we have a very enthralling encounter ahead as East Coast Bay's men, the undefeated team in the men's side, go up against Auckland City, the reigning champs, and these two teams sitting at the top of the table in the men's competition and favourites to meet in tomorrow's men's final. It's game 2 of day 3 here at Pulman Arena. Great to have your company as we have a look at the starting 5 for both sides. Starting first with East Coast Bays and Gulam Gabulia, the Brazilian goalkeeper, the man who scored 2 goals from goal last weekend. Jason Quinlan, and then the Twig brothers, Jarayu Twig, Art Twig and Crit Twig, round out the starting 5. And for Auckland City, Mike and Tomanov in goal. Kern Platts Mills, Thomas Picken, Stephen Ashby Peckham, the captain, Mohammed Fahim, round out the starting 5 for Auckland. So, what we have in store today between these two teams? They did meet twice last weekend, both on the Saturday and the Sunday. On the Sunday, sorry, they did only meet on the Saturday last weekend, and it was East Coast Bays that came out on top, 5-3. Have a look out for Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, the Spaniard for East Coast Bays. He leads the Resine Golden Boot standings at the moment. 5 goals for him in this competition. For Auckland, Sean Morgan leads the competition, leads his side, on 4 goals, just second in the Resine Golden Boot standings. So, underway here between two fiercely contested teams. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. And already we've got 1 foul from Auckland here, and I mentioned before our broadcast today, if you're new joining us or perhaps watching for the first time, 5 fouls per half per team before they get into trouble, and any subsequent fouls will result in a penalty shot. Good pass across goal there from Ashby Peckham. He was looking for the boot of Kern Platts Mills. Great ball there, but Kern Platts Mills just couldn't quite keep the ball down. So Gabulia not challenged. Now here's Twig. He'll have to keep sharp eyes on you in this game with Jarayu Twig, Art Twig and Crit Twig. So I'll try and specify which one has the ball each time they play, each time they get on it, but you'll forgive me if I do miss them from time to time. Thomas Peckin just missing that ball through, and it's going to be East Coast Bays playing in the blue, Auckland City in the white. Ball straight into Peckin. He's got a chance for a shot. Just goes to the left. An error there from East Coast Bays early. Ball given away by Twig, and that is Jarayu Twig. He had Quinlan sitting alongside him, but decided to play into the middle. Now, it's Art Twig on the ball, back to Jarayu Twig, trying to turn on Peckin. Peckin does well, though, to put a foot in. And these teams sort of playing together for the first time last weekend. As we mentioned, a few years off for COVID of this competition. So, sort of feeling themselves out and their opposition. But now that we've had a weekend of games under our belt, you'd think they're starting to get those connections a little bit smoother. Plenty of futsal whites on show as well. Mike and Tomanov in goal for Auckland City. Stephen Ashby Peckham and Josh Margits on the bench, former futsal white, I should say. Oban Hawkins, look out for him. East Coast Bays. He's a futsal white himself. Mike and Tomanov picking up the golden gloves at this year's OFC futsal competition. Not that they wear gloves, so I just say he had the golden hands, did Mike and Tomanov. Now here's Jarayu Twig, down bottom to his brother. Back in the middle to Art Twig. The captain for this East Coast Bay side. Caught down with it near side Crit Twig, but 2 Auckland City players on him. Ashby Peckin on the ball now. Hassled well, now coming away with it. Maybe looking for a shot on his left foot was Art Twig. Comes back to Jirayu. Now here's Crit Twig looking for a shot through. Good collapsing of the space by Auckland, and then Quinlan's shot deflects off Platts Mills, and we will get a corner. No, it's just a kick in. Very close to the corner. That one coming straight through to Quinlan running through, but Auckland City doing well to collapse the space and making a quick early change, Auckland City. So much firepower for East Coast Bays on their bench as well. Oban Hawkins I mentioned, but Olivier da Silva, Brazilian, and Exposito Espinosa, Spaniard. Both very dangerous threats for East Coast Bays. So Margits and Morgan on for Auckland City. Here's Ashby Peckham playing the fixo role, the captain of the side. Here's Margits up top to Peckham. Peckham has Morgan. Morgan on the sideline. Good pass back to Peckham, but just evades his toe. He might have been trying to bring it down under control. He maybe was passing it to a left winger, but disrupted in any case. Now East Coast Bays come back the other way, and already this pace, this game being played at a high pace. Good little ball through there to Twig. That's Art Twig. Ashby Peckham. Ashby Peckham jostling with Jirayu Twig. Now Morgan comes away with it. Here's half a chance. Peckham looking for Morgan again. Tackled hard by Crit Twig. Referee says it's okay. Taking his man on one, but you're not going to get past Ashby Peckham 9 times out of 10, are you? Disrupted well by the Auckland captain. Jirayu Twig playing it up to Quinlan, but that one drifts over the sideline. Exposito Espinosa on for East Coast Bays. You can tell his country of heritage. He's wearing the Spanish wristband to honour his home country. Margits, that one going high and wide. Exposito Espinosa, long ball, looking for Twig. Disrupted by Ashby Peckham. Now Margits. That one not finding a man. So a few errant passes early from both sides in this game. Just maybe feeling their way back into the competition after a week off. Here's Oban Hawkins. Dangerous threat for East Coast Bays last weekend and will be today, I'm sure. Here's the pass back to him. He's looking for a shot and maybe wanted the deflection from Exposito Espinosa, but it did go all the way through past the goal line. 4 minutes gone here in the first half, 0-0. Two teams sitting at the top of the table. Yaneto on now for Auckland as well as Mia. That's up high to Morgan. Oban Hawkins comes away with it. Morgan hassling him. Good recovery from Morgan. Taken down. Here's Margits with a shot that hits the right post. Now Oban Hawkins again. He might get a delayed foul for that challenge on Morgan. No, they're saying it was okay. They will say retrospectively, no, it was a foul on Morgan from Hawkins. So 1 foul apiece for both teams. Sideline ball. That's on the foot of Broadhurst. He passes it back to Exposito Espinosa. Hassle by Morgan. He's in a corner here. Can he get out of it? Morgan doing well, but they escaped it. Now Morgan with a shot and a good save as he came out was Gabulia. The Brazilian gorilla, we call him. He puffs out the chest. Pumps it with both hands, and a goal scorer as well. Funnily enough, he's sitting 4th on the Brazilian goal scorers table at the moment with 2 goals from last weekend. 2 goals in 1 match it was too. Margits to Morgan. Morgan tripping up over it as he was hassled by Hawkins. 2 Hawkins brothers playing for East Coast Bays, Dominic and Oban, and then of course the Twig brothers, the 3 Twig brothers. Good ball down there to Dominic Hawkins, just as I mentioned his name, but they say it came off the hand, maybe. So that's foul number 2 for East Coast Bays. On the ball now is Yaneto. Yasuka gets it back, does Yaneto. looking to try and find his man and meow, but disrupted there by East Coast Bays. Meow will get the kick in here. Margaret's looking for maybe a one-time shot. It's a hard shot straight to the back of Broadhurst, so they'll go again. I like to set up these set plays. Margaret's will go, and that one goes over the line yet again. You'll see this quite a lot in futsal. Teams taking the shot right off the set piece, so it's a set-up shot. Here's Margaret's strong shot, and it does go high. A lot of power on the shot, though, from Margaret. So over 5 minutes gone here in the first half. It is 0-0. A couple of half chances for both teams, but nothing really testing on Gabulia or Antominov so far. In fact, you'd say Auckland maybe are enjoying the momentum as it stands. Certainly the shots on target. Here's Hawkins. Down low to Broadhurst, trying to find Dominic Hawkins running through. Chance here for East Coast Base to set up a set play. Hawkins, that one looking for Broadhurst in the middle. Meow, Morgan. Here's Margits. He's got Yaneto down low as well as Meow now. Meow trying to maybe take a shot with his left. Exposito Espinosa. Nice little pass into the middle for Hawkins. Got a man up high if they can find him. Here's Dominic Hawkins. Good pass into the middle. Can Broadhurst get a shot away? Auckland collapsing. Well, it's good hustle from the men in white. Broadhurst maybe needed to take the shot on a bit faster. Here's Hawkins. Exposito Espinosa playing off Broadhurst. Broadhurst turns and on his left foot. Goes right across the face of goal. Not on target though. And Auckland City will get the goal throw. Ford Futsal Super League here on Sky Sport Next. Hope you're enjoying our coverage here from Bruce Pulman Arena. Plenty of action to come here on day 3. And then finals futsal tomorrow. As we have the 3rd and 4th playoff for the men. The women's final and the men's final scattered throughout the day. It's going to be a very fun day of futsal down here. Good pass forward from Hawkins. He's got Esposito Espinosa trying to get a shot away. Is he going to get it? He does, but deflected and maybe saved as well by Antominov. It's going to be a corner kick. No, it's not actually. The referee's going to say it touched nobody. So interesting call there. I thought it might have touched an Auckland City player as it came off the foot of Exposito Espinosa. Really fast-paced game already. A big throw forward to Broadhurst, but coming away with it there was Yaneto, and then maybe pushed in the back from Broadhurst. The referee calls it. 3 fouls now for East Coast Bays. Got to be a little bit careful. They're only 6.5 minutes into this first half. Here's Yaneto. Good tackle there on Michael Soff. Here's Oban Hawkins again. Hawkins has a man up top in Broadhurst. Good opportunity if he can find an angle. Cutting it off though was Antominov. The goalkeeper making sure that it wasn't going to be an easy shot. That put Broadhurst in 2 minds. Now down low. Here's Hawkins. Exposito Espinosa onto his right foot. Can he get a shot away? Tries to poke it through with the left foot. He's doing well to get around his man, Exposito Espinosa. Auckland know how dangerous he is though. Leading goal scorer in the competition. Good crowd starting to build as well at Bruce Pulman Arena. Auckland City with the ball at the back. Scotter finds Ashby Peckham. Ashby Peckham down low to Soff. And Soff now to Alok Bordell. Good hustle there from East Coast Bay. Broadhurst gets around his man, and Bordell, who might be showing a card for that one. 12.5 minutes to play in the first half. That's the 2nd foul for Auckland. So yellow card there for Alok Bordell. will East Coast Base come up with here? Maybe some sort of set play just next to the 10-metre penalty spot. Exposito Espinosa will be a indirect free kick, so he might try and look for a deflection here. He's going to take it on by the looks of it. No, he fakes a shot. Oban Hawkins then passes it to Exposito Espinosa, but he whiffs on the left foot shot. No threat for Auckland City. Here's Ashby Peckham. Down low to Soft. Movement here from Auckland City. Here's Pordell trying to find his man in the middle, but execution not quite on now. Exposito Espinosa getting hassled well by Scotter. Scotter winning the ball back and then going to ground. Ashby Peckham now with it, trying to get it back in, but good hustle from Oban Hawkins, and now he comes back. Counter-attack for East Coast Bays. Ashby Peckham not being able to control it cleanly. It's all the way back to Antominov. Now half a chance here for Auckland City. Man up top, can he get the shot away? Instead looks for the middle, and it's an own goal. Tapped right into his own net from Todd Broadhurst. I think it was Soft up high who tried to play it across. If we have a look here, he was just looking for a man in the middle. Broadhurst just trying to dink it off the outside of his right foot instead. Finds the back of his own goal. And it's 1-0 Auckland City. 8 minutes gone here in the first half. East Coast now through the foot of Brengan. Now moving forward, it's a good pass forward to Olivier da Silva on his right foot. That one trickles to the left of the post, so Auckland City a win here today for them would really solidify their spot in the final tomorrow. Both the Waikato and the Bay of Plenty teams who have a lot of work to do as they've lost to both these teams. So they would need wins today and would need a dramatic drop in form from either East Coast Bays or Auckland City. But as I said, a win for either team will pretty much solidify their spot in the final. Pass forward, good 1-2 play there, but that one just drifting over the near touch. Pordell not able to link up well with it. So restarted by East Coast Bays. Olivier da Silva, the Brazilian. Pass forward. Now trying to get around Ashby Peckham was Josh Bailey. Auckland City just winning those 50-50 battles at the moment. Using their strength to get the ball back and often finding themselves in a strong position. Olivier da Silva now. Downtown, good pass to Israel Inacio. Another Brazilian on court for East Coast Bays. They're very used to the game of futsal, the Brazilians. And just talking with a few people before today's play, futsal was still sort of battling to become a specialist sport for some of these players. A lot of them play the men 11-a-side game or the women 11-a-side game and sort of use futsal as an in-between or a good work on for ball skills and speed, strength, etc. But maybe those attitudes are starting to change a little bit. We're seeing a few more specialist futsal players, but they need more games and more leagues, which hopefully will happen now with COVID behind us. But these Brazilians will be very, very used to the game, probably brought up on it as kids. Here's Ashby Peckham now, battling, jostling with Josh Bailey. And once again, Auckland come away with it. On the ball now, Michael Soft. Down low to Scotter. To Scoff, up high now to Ashby Peckham. Lots of talk, lots of chatter from Auckland City out there. Peckham stuck in a little bit of a hole on the sideline there. Well disrupted by Bailey, but then referee says Auckland ball. And they kick in. So Ashby Peckham to take it here from the kick in. Goes right across to his man down low, which is Thomas Picken. Picken on his left foot. Not quite the accuracy he would have liked. So the score remains 1-0. We have under 10 minutes to play, so we're halfway through the first half. So far, the only goal coming off the boot of Todd Broadhurst, an own goal. from East Coast Bays, and a foul, a hard foul there on Olivier da Silva. He'll get shown the yellow card. And that'll be foul number 4 for East Coast Bays. So they've only got one more to give before they find themselves in the red. Yellow card for Olivier da Silva. And it'll be Auckland setting up here on the set piece. Alok Pordell will take. Scott Miamia off to his right. Goes up high to Ashby Peckham, and it's a one-touch finish. A beautiful set play there from Auckland City. They get a 2-goal advantage, courtesy of their captain, Stephen Ashby Peckham. What a finish that was. Beating Gulam Garbulia, making a move from right to left. Opening up a little bit of space, and Auckland go ahead, 2-0. We'll see how East Coast can respond. Nyama disrupting it for Auckland. Now they're really upping the intensity. Long range shot from Picken. Garbulia equal to it though. Now the Twigs back on for East Coast Bays. It's Jirayu Twig up to Quinlan. Pass down low to Art Twig again. He has his brother Crit. Nice turn from him. He gets inside. Can he get onto his left foot? No. Comes back to Jirayu. He's got a man down low again. Here's Crit Twig. Jirayu getting hassled by the Auckland defender. Now getting around him. Good little turn from him. Now a shot chance if they can get one away. Art Twig not able to do it. There's the shot and it's deflected. I just wonder if East Coast Bays could have taken a shot 2 or 3 times earlier in that passage of play. In the end, by the time they took it on, the space had closed up, but there were a few opportunities there. Auckland City doing well to hustle. See if they can turn it around. Here's Art Twig. Nice pass into the middle. Quinlan takes a deflection off Picken, Thomas Picken, and East Coast Bays claw one back. As we see here, nice little pass from Art Twig. And Quinlan's shot just takes a slight nick off Picken, which had Antominov caught off balance. 2-1 is the score. Goals starting to come for both teams. 8.5 minutes to play in the first half. Here's Picken and just overran it a little bit there. Maybe trying to do a little bit too much. Jirayu Twig doing well to show on the sideline. Here's Quinlan. Disrupted by Miamia. And the Twigs nearly getting caught up together there. That one going all the way down, and happy to see it go was Antominov. Big ball up high, easily handled by Crit Twig at the back. Fadeen Fahim on for Auckland in the middle as well, Auckland City. Now just seeing that one out over the touchline. So maybe another set play getting ready to develop here. Picken's going to go up to that right wing. Ashby Peckham stays back. That one going off a East Coast back. I'll get another kick in from this near hand touch. Breaking now down the other end. It's errant pass that goes all the way down Tominov. Auckland City have it at the back. That pass towards Fadeen Fahim. Mohammed Fadeen Fahim just goes right. Just a reminder of what's coming up later on today. After this game, we've got the Waikato Rapids taking on the Bay of Plenty Surge at 12:30 on the men's side. And then on the women's side at 2 o'clock, East Coast Bays up against Waikato Bay of Plenty. Auckland have a 3-on-2 opportunity. A good pass from Picken. Maybe could have taken the shot there. He had already beaten the man, and he was looking for Mohammed Fadeen Fahim, but maybe overran it somewhat, his teammate. Here's Twig, and that's Art Twig on the ball. Quinlan looking to get on his right. Back to Jirayu Twig. Good pass into the middle. Can he get a shot away? Pass it back to Jirayu. It's a shot and it's in! Well worked play from East Coast Bays. And Jirayu Twig combining with his brother. And what a power shot that was. Roof of the net stuff. And East Coast Bays draw it level. 2 goals apiece with 7 minutes and a half to play in the first half. Well worked play there from East Coast Bays. That looks more like what they have been playing like throughout this tournament so far. Auckland City will want to get the ascendancy back if they can. Here's Margits. Good pass in the middle. Pickham. He's got the man across to his left. Couldn't find him. And now Twig comes away with it. Ashby Peckham making sure that he's ready to receive at the back for Auckland. Here's Margits. Held down on the sideline there, and eventually a foul is called on Margits. So that'll take Auckland to 3 fouls, I should say. East Coast Bays on 4, Auckland on 3. They've just got to be a little bit careful. 6.5 minutes still to play. A long time here in the first half. It's a poor touch there from Pickin, and East Coast Bays will get their kick in. Here's Twig. Down low to Crit Twig into the middle. Crit Twig again now, cutting onto his left foot. Looking for Quinlan, but Quinlan caught standing still a little bit. Ashby Peckham now. East Coast Bay's happy to sit back. We said last week, teams playing a very high pressing game. Now they're happy to just sit back a little bit and let the team come to them, their opposition come to them, and then close the space down. That might change as the game moves on, like we saw in the women's game previously between Papakura and East Coast Bays. Here's Margits, and that was a thrilling game. Papakura coming out losers after being 3-1 up. East Coast Bays got the job done, 4-3 in the final moments of that game. A couple of late goals. End-to-end action, that one. And expect much of the same throughout today. The Ford Futsal Super League here live on Sky Sport Next. Auckland City up against East Coast Bays, and both teams looking to make the men's final, which will be played tomorrow. East Coast Bays yet to lose a game in this competition. They were down a 2-0 hole here to start this game. Jirayu Twig now on it and disrupted well, so five minutes 20 to play. Long shot, long range shot from Crit Twig and well over the bar, so Antominov doesn't have to work. Margits down low to Pordell, back to Margits, and up high now to Yaneto. Pordell, the good high ball to Morgan. Morgan now putting a pass across to Margits, and Margits maybe thought it was destined for the goal, but he was just half a step too late. Should have been 3 goals for Auckland City. They had tucked it in. Under 5 minutes to play in the first half. Long ball there, comes off Morgan and goes straight to the foot of Yaneto. Trying to dance around his man, eventually cut off. Now Pordell, up high to Margits, back to Pordell. Pordell was a man down low, but disrupted by Crit Twig. Good turn there from Oban Hawkins. Exposito Espinosa looking for Broadhurst further downfield, but can't find him. Pordell to Margits. Yaneto finding Pordell again, but that one getting away from number 14. Exposito Espinosa. 4 minutes 20 to play now in the first half. It's been a fast first half as well for both these sides. Exposito Espinosa is trying to get his hit on it now. Morgan, can he turn on it? He definitely keeps it in on that far side. He's got a man coming into challenge him. Gets it away to Pordell. Pordell straight into the path of Broadhurst. Now they've got an overlap opportunity. Well recovered, though, by Margits, but then gives it away. Here's Hawkins. That was messy play from Auckland, but they do get away with it. Margits trying to get that down to Morgan. Good little touch from Exposito Espinosa. Here's Hawkins again. Both teams stepping up a little bit here with just 3.5 minutes to play. They know they'll get a break, so put everything into it now. Good turn there from Twig, but then Morgan puts the right foot out. Happy to see it over the goal line for a corner. So set piece coming here for East Coast Bays. They'll draw something up, some sort of one-touch play. Here's Hawkins getting onto his left, and then that one going high and left. So a restart here from the goal for Antominov. 3.5 minutes to play. Pordell, nice little pass through and a good little touch there. Can he get a shot away? Straight into the hands of Garbulia. That was Michael Soft with the shot, and Garbulia doing well to meet him right at the edge of the crease and hold it as well. It was a tough shot. Exposito Espinosa on the ball now. 3 minutes to play. Can't pass it back to his goalkeeper. So he's got to do something here to get out of trouble. Nice little left foot pass up to Broadhurst. Doing well to hold it up. A good little play there from East Coast Bays to get out of trouble. Exposito Espinosa cutting back into the middle. Looking for his man up high. Finds him in Oban Hawkins. Back now to Bringen. Hawkins again. Challenging well was Pordell. Now can Auckland City break? Pordell trying to nutmeg his man. Here's Exposito Espinosa onto his left foot. Easily handled by Platts Mills. And now he's going the other way. Platts Mills, nice little play from him. Overlap here, Pordell. Here's a chance to have a shot. Puts it onto his right, and recovering well was Broadhurst. He'll go behind for a corner. It'll go behind for a corner. Auckland City get a chance back to Morgan. Morgan getting onto his left. Out to Platts Mills. Up high to Michael Soft. Back to Platts Mills again. 2 minutes to play here in the first half. That one evading the path of Sean Morgan. It's a long ball there from East Coast Bays. But they will get the ball back off the kick-in. Exposito Espinosa on ball forward to Broadhurst, but doesn't find his man. Under 2 minutes to play, still 2-2. An own goal from Todd Broadhurst was one of the goals for Auckland City, and Stephen Ashby Peckham, their captain, the other. For East Coast Bays, Jirayu Twig and Jason Quinlan, 2 goal scorers. Nice pass to Picken. Picken finding Morgan. Morgan looking for his man on the left. Can he get a shot away? He does. Garbulia saves and comes out again. Platts Mills was the man looking for the net. But Gulam Garbulia, as we see here on the replay, good little play from Auckland City. Such a strong goalkeeper. Scores goals too. Watch out for him taking on the shots today. Good defence there from Michael Soft. Stopping the turn from Broadhurst. 94 seconds left in the first half. It's another thing we'll mention as well is the referees, of course, they also haven't had high-level futsal in a couple of years due to COVID, so they're getting their feet back under them as well. Doing a fantastic job, though, last weekend and this weekend as well. A lot of nuances in the game of futsal, and they've done a very good job of officiating these games to a very high standard. 1:25 to play. And Tominov looking forward. Both teams will want to try and put a squeeze on here, come away with a goal just before half-time. We've seen in a lot of the games that can be a momentum shifter, that late goal in the first half. Platts Mills trying to go through 2 defenders there, which isn't the way to do it. Exposito Espinosa, ball high to Oban Hawkins, trying to control it on his chest as he jumps. Hard one to control. It drifts out over goal line, and now Auckland will come back the other way. 1 minute to play, so 60 seconds. Michael Soft down to Platts Mills, up to Sean Morgan. Platts Mills again. What can they muster in the last 50 seconds of this game? Well disrupted by Brinkin. Here's Platts Mills. Nice little path through the middle there from Platts Mills, and Morgan was making the run for him. He just couldn't get the pass away. Now Exposito Espinosa, 35 seconds. What can he muster up? Down low, trying to pass it into the middle. Can't quite get it away. Exposito Espinosa off the kicking. Comes out. And they still have it now. Broadhurst trying to turn. He's got Hobart Hawkins back inside him. Brennigan's lurking out low as well. Exposito Espinosa challenging. 18 seconds to play. Auckland City will get the ball though, so they can't set up something here, East Coast Bays. Straight into play. 16 seconds to go. Are they happy to sit back or do they want to push for something? Here's Ashby Peckham. Long range ball from Margits back into the middle. And it's a shot on Gabulia. Massive save from the Brazilian gorilla. He puffs out the chest again. If we have a look at this, that's a great little set play. Margits back across the face and Pickin. But Gabulia with a heroic save. Yet again keeping his side in it. Score remains 2-2. 7 seconds. Can they do something off this set play? Ashby Peckham, little pass from Margits that was looking for a man in the middle. Five and a half to play. 5.5 seconds that is. Now coming out high. 4 seconds on the clock. Into Pickin. Pickin trying to get his shot away. Ashby Peckham now. He's got 2 seconds. No, the clock goes. Mahuta sounds. And we are locked up at 2s here in game 2 of day 3, I should say, between Auckland City and East Coast Bays. It is Todd Broadhurst's own goal and Stephen Ashby Peckham that gave Auckland City a 2-goal advantage. But in the recovery from East Coast Bays, Jason Quinlan, Jirayu Twig putting into the back of the net for their team. And it is at 2s between the two best teams in the competition. We will take a short break. When we come back, a thrilling second half ahead.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
Welcome back in to the Ford Futsal Super League here live on Sky Sport Next. Half time between East Coast Bays and Auckland City on the men's side. Tied up at 2 apiece. Very interesting first half and plenty more to come in the second 20. But for the second half, joining me in the commentary box is Mr. Futsal himself, Marvin Eakins, coach of the Papakura women's team as well, who suffered a very close, it wasn't an enthralling game, but a very close 4-3 loss to East Coast Bays. Marvin, good chance to talk to you about that game, and probably a little bit disappointed. You guys were up 3-1 with a couple of minutes to play and just got away on you a little bit.
Yeah, that's right, Sam. That kind of sums it up pretty well. We were certainly in control, and it was in our hands to make sure we closed out that game. And I think the players are pretty disappointed with how it's turned out. I guess a good thing about tournament formats is that you've got to bounce back quickly and move on to the next game. So hopefully there is time to be disappointed, but time to think about the little bits that will help the team perform well. Yeah,
you said before the game it's a bit of a chess match between the two teams, and you drew the first game last Saturday, lost 1-0 in the final game last Sunday, and then just a 1-goal loss here. So, we are looking at the two best teams, aren't we, in the women's side, and very evenly matched.
Yeah, that's right. And maybe Jet, the head coach there, has something over me that I'm not quite sure that's going on. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. He's got something up his sleeve.
The battle of the coaches for sure. Well, we're in the middle of this men's game here, 2-2 between East Coast Bays and Auckland City, and look, Auckland City came out really firing, two goals, and had East Coast in a bit of a hole, but they've come back well. What have you sort of made of the first half between these two?
Yeah, I think that's. I think Auckland City had to kind of get that third goal there, because I think what we've noticed from this East Coast Bays team is they just don't stop. They're always coming. They've always got goals in them, and they're always looking deadly. So I think, even though 2-0 up is a pretty good scoreline to have, it's not enough against this team.
Yeah, and look, I'm used to it now, watching last weekend and even the game before this, that futsal changes on a very quick dime. 1 or 2 goals definitely shifts the momentum very, very fast. So, I mean, what are both these teams, I guess, trying to work out now? Because a win for either side is probably going to cement them in the men's final tomorrow. A loss, I wouldn't say puts them in a danger position, but they have Bay of Plenty and Waikato sort of with the ability to make their way into the final. But yeah, so what are both teams going to be trying to, I guess, get out of this game?
I think, from my understanding, I think East Coast Bays have managed to secure themselves in the final based off what happened last week from their performances, where Auckland City, I think, need the 1 point. So here, if they can pick up a draw or a win, I think that's the maths is kind of done there, and East Coast Bays are playing Auckland City again tomorrow. But they've certainly got their work cut out for them, because it looks like East Coast Bays aren't taking this easy, even though they're already through.
Absolutely. What about this East Coast Bays team? Because you look through the side and there's a lot of, I guess, international names sprinkled in there from all over the place. A few Brazilians. We know futsal very big in Brazil. But the Auckland City team, a lot of history, a lot of legacy. They obviously won the competition the last time they held it. But yeah, what's made East Coast Bays so strong at this tournament, do you think?
East Coast Bays has some really good combinations that they use, and Sam's pretty clever with how he works those players. He's obviously got the 3.
Ooh, half chance there for Auckland City there. Gabulia just covering across to his right. But Pordell perhaps had half a chance.
Yeah, so they've got the combinations, and the 3 Twig brothers are obviously, they know each other very well, you assume, and have played together for quite a while. And a lot of those guys actually have played together for a while. And then once you start throwing in the Eduardos and the Osmars, and Gui and goal, you just get a little bit of something that you don't get from the traditional Kiwi players, a bit of experience playing overseas, a lot of hours playing futsal, and they seem to complement a lot of the other East Coast Bays players well.
How important is, you just mentioned combinations there, like how important is that compared to individual skill? It can be easy to see futsal as a game where, individual skill is sort of top of mind, but yeah, how important is combinations and I guess working as a team?
Yeah, I'd put that much higher than the individual skill component. I think a team that works well together, that can manipulate the defence, move them around, find the space and then exploit it, is a team that's going to beat a bunch of individuals every time. In saying that though, having the ability to have that creativity at the right times is an important attribute, and something that you can work together as a team to create those opportunities for those creative players.
Ashby Peckham on the ball now for Auckland City. They've come out fast in the second half. Now looking for a shot on the left. It's a good shot. Saved well, though, by Gabulia. And then had to make a quick recovery, too, for the rebound. Sharp play there from Auckland City. And just a half mistake there from Crit Twig. Now a ball into the middle from Ashby Peckham. Doesn't find his man. East Coast Bay's trying to settle it back down again. We saw last weekend in talking to some of the players, teams were generally pressing in a lot of the games as opposed to sitting back. Today, just across the women's game, the men's game, seems like they're happy just to sit back. What's the thinking between whether or not you're pressing and whether you're sitting back? Is it something you think about before the game starts, or is it something that you sort of develop as you're on the field playing?
I think it's a bit of both there. You kind of have your core defences that you work with, and those are always your bread and butter. But sometimes, depending on who you play against, you might want to step a bit higher, and usually those are against the better teams. You want to disrupt them early and make life hard for them so they can't get the flow on. So yeah, that's I think today what we've seen is that Auckland City know they need to win, so it'll be interesting to see if they keep sitting back. But it looks like in this half they've stepped up a little bit higher and made it a bit harder for East Coast Bays to find those first few passes.
So Crit Twig on the ball now, lays it back off to Jirayu. Twig as well. There's Quinlan. So, yep, as Marvin mentioned, 3 Twig brothers on this East Coast Bays team, so you have to forgive us if we if we mix them up from time to time. They also look similar too, which doesn't make it easy. And 14, 15, 16 on the back as well. So it's not like they just. I think they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, you might be right there, Seth.
So 3 minutes gone here in the second half, still 2-2. One thing I've really noticed as well, Marvin, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts. The way that the fouls work, obviously the 5 limit, and then after that you get the penalty shot from the 10-metre line. And we saw East Coast Bays, they picked up 3 or 4 fouls in that first 6 or 7 minutes. Do you have to change your game plan if you start racking up those fouls, or as a coach are you saying, I want you to keep going full tilt and sort of we'll take the consequence if they come?
Yeah, it's a real state of the game situation there. With, I guess, the more aggressive defences, which we're seeing from a few of the teams, you are going to give away the fouls, and sometimes that risk is worth winning the ball high. If you win it, it could be a goal. If it's a foul, it's not the end of the world, I guess. Until, like you said, you get later on and that foul count starts adding up. And as a coach, I know it's very frustrating, more so when the soft fouls come in, the ones that don't matter and don't help the team keep defending high. Because you are right, you do have to change tactically, especially if they've got a pretty good 10-metre penalty taker, which a lot of the teams do.
Yeah, no, we saw a handball in the first half as well, which sort of seems like it's an unfair one to add to the count, but they all do. So.
Yes, that's right.
Well, we'll see if we get a penalty shot today. I'll be interested to talk to you about that, the tactics of a penalty shot in futsal, because obviously a much smaller goal, and the goalie does take up a lot of it here as Auckland City on the ball now. It's up high to Morgan, who leads Auckland City for their goal scoring across the tournament so far. Ashby Peckham on the ball. Imagine you played with a few of these guys in your time with the Futsal Whites, Marvin?
Yeah, so Josh and Steve have been teammates for a few years, and I've also had the pleasure of playing with Tom Picken as well, more right at the end of my career. Sean Morgan is someone I probably would have liked to have got some game time with, because I certainly like to find that forward pass, or did like to find that forward pass to the high player, and he's very good at pulling that ball down. Yeah.
Yep, leading goal scorer for Auckland City across the tournament so far.
And that's an important thing for Sean. I think a real work on is that he's not a natural goal scorer, and it's really great to see him putting the ball in the back of the net. And some of those goals weren't the easy tap-ins, that's for sure.
Ashby Peckham getting caught up here with Oban Hawkins, a strong player for East Coast Bays. Drifts over the sideline. Auckland City will get it. And some of those names you mentioned, are these guys that have chosen futsal as sort of their specialist sport? Because we know that a lot of these guys do play the 11-a-side game outdoors as well. Are some of them pure futsal players?
Yeah, a few of them are in there. You've So the likes of Tom Pickens, they're not playing much football. What we're finding, I guess, is
good pass across there. Just to interrupt you, sorry, Marvin, from Morgan. I think it finds Margits on the far hand side. It was well worked play from Auckland. Just coming down this near hand side, you see the pass across from Morgan there, and Margits with a good shot through the legs of Garbulia. And Auckland City take the lead, 3-2.
Yeah, I think the goalkeeper will be disappointed that he's let that one through, because he's certainly been outstanding in every game he's played in, at both ends of the court.
Yeah, he's scoring goals too, remarkably. Garbulia scored 2 last week, and probably the goal of the tournament so far. But made somewhat of a mistake there. It fascinates me, Marvin, just the goalkeepers in this game, that the saves that they're making, they're not even wearing gloves, you know, like an outdoor keeper would. The ball's quite hard to deal with on a hard surface as well, but they're sliding around, they're moving around, and gee, yeah, they make some scintillating saves. Another chance there for Auckland, so they're really pressing now. Scots Bay's a chance to come back the other way. Hawkins with a good pass down low. Exposito Espinosa hits the outside netting, and it'll be a goal throw.
Yeah, goalkeepers, I think, as we know across many a sport, they're a special breed.
Yep.
Futsal goalkeepers are certainly another type, and yeah, I think it is amazing that they don't wear gloves, and the main reason being is so they can distribute the ball when they get an opportunity to. So they're sacrificing their hands there, I think, a little bit, knowing that they can be an important factor on the attacking moment.
Yeah, I'm just thinking broken fingers every time I see it coming up. I've suffered that injury many a time trying to save a football, but here's Oban Hawkins on it now for East Coast Bays. Hope you're enjoying the coverage on Sky Sport Next here at the Ford Futsal Super League. Marvin Eakins, Mr. Futsal, and the coach of Papakura joining me in the commentary box for this second half. And day 3 of the competition. Teams had a week off to reset the legs. Is this how futsal competitions normally work? Do you have a sort of bunch of games in a single day, or sometimes are they spread out over a couple of days? Like how does a general tournament work for futsal?
As we're still in the early days, I guess, of futsal, we are in a kind of a tournament format. So yeah, you are playing 2 games a day over multiple days, and that'll be, I guess, the case next year as well. Sometimes you get a bit of a bigger break between series, but I think, in my opinion, it's very hard for the players to do that.
Yeah.
It must be hard for the officials to back up, and it's certainly hard for the keepers.
Here's Gabulia, he's going forward again, the goalkeeper. You can't stop him, but he's out of his goal, and now, what have we got here, Marvin? Have we got a call on?
I think he might have bought himself some time, because he was out of position and fouled one of the Auckland City players there. Showing his experience, I guess.
Yeah, well, he did charge forward into that area, but so a foul for Auckland City. So we're probably a bit far away from maybe, you know, like a game a week type format like you might normally get.
I think, and I guess you're talking to one of the purists of the game, and maybe not everyone feels the way I do, just to put that out there. But I think you get in the 11-a-side version of the beautiful game, you get a full season. You get a 9-month window to play. And in futsal, we haven't had that yet. And I think that there's many reasons. It costs a lot to put a tournament or put games together, which other sports don't have those costs. But it's not going to help us become, I guess, or give the players the opportunity to improve the coaches and referees, so that when they do reach the international level, we can compete with the other countries who are doing 9-month seasons. 2 trainings a week, 3 trainings a week, and then a game. I think a good progression would be kind of getting to 2 games a weekend. I think that's a reasonable shift, and then at least a bit of time between to kind of start preparing tactically for your upcoming game.
I mean, how difficult is it, and from a player perspective, but also what you've noticed as a coach just over these last 7 days, how difficult is it to play, 2 games in a day? For most of us here watching, I mean, it does look fast, but we don't have a sense of how aerobic and anaerobically tough it is. So yeah, how difficult is it really to back up in the same day?
It's hard, and some factors that come into it is scheduling as well. Not every draw is equal. Some teams will have a bigger break, and some teams have a smaller break, and that's just the reality of how it works. and sometimes a bigger break can be worse, depending on how your body kind of works there. But look, it's something that needs to be addressed in whatever that time frame is, because selfishly I like to think I could have still been playing if it was only 2 games a week, but the last time I played we had to do 6 games over 3 days, and that was kind of the end of me after that. So as much as I enjoy the young players out there, we don't want to lose the experienced players just because the format of the game doesn't suit them.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3-2 in this game, Auckland City leading. It was a second half goal to Josh Margits that gave Auckland City the advantage as they come back the other way now, and getting a little bit messy out there, but ball going all the way down the other end. 12.5 to play here in the second half. Coming up after this, we've got Bay of Plenty v Waikato in the men's side, including more afternoon games as well to come. So what, on the international stage for the Futsal Whites, what I guess holds them back from going higher? Is it international games? Is it better domestic structures? What do we need to do to, I guess, elevate our international game?
Yeah, I think a lot of the same problems are what you see in football as well, and it's pretty common knowledge with the All Whites that there's just a lack of international games, and that's more so the reality, I guess, in the futsal space. And it's always resource as well for us to find those games halfway across the world. Just isn't feasible in the current landscape. But domestically, I guess, is what we can. That's a bit out of our hands externally, internationally. But locally, I think we can do a lot more with providing opportunities to just play a lot of futsal. And train and play futsal. And I think currently most players that aren't involved in this Super League format will just be turning up and playing weekly. They're not actually in a training environment. And as much as the game is a great teacher, I think for the next level you actually do need a bit of guidance there from some coaches. But then the challenge is, do those coaches have the understanding as well that's needed? And we're very, I'll be first to admit, we're very young in what we know in New Zealand, and we rely a lot on some of the people that travel to New Zealand and make New Zealand their home to help us increase our knowledge.
On the international space, Auckland City here with a chance down low. It's a good pass into Ashby Peckham, but maybe just came off the wrong part of the foot and ended up going wide. So half a chance here for Auckland City. On the international stage, is futsal a game like football where almost every country competes? You know, does Australia and America and all these countries compete, or is it still restricted to sort of places that have grown up with it and where it's a lot bigger?
It's growing. I think what you'll find is that there's around 120 countries actively playing futsal in the men's. It's less in the women's, and I think there's a few things that kind of hold that back. In the women's side, there isn't a women's World Cup, and I think that's criminal in this day and age that's the case. And of course, when there's not that the end goal, it's hard for countries to allocate resource, I guess. Absolutely. In the meantime, and I'm proud that New Zealand is one of those that is trying to allocate resource to the women's team, so that when that World Cup does come, we'll be ready, and hopefully we'll be able to compete there as well. But as far as the rest of the world, it is interesting. So we currently sit, I think, 55th in the world, which is our highest ranking, and we're higher than the likes of England, where normally that would look quite funny. Yeah. As far as rankings go. So yeah, it is challenging, and I think there is a lot of the international tournaments are a requirement to be involved in, under 17s, under 20s, whatever it might be, where futsal it isn't a requirement, so countries are able to opt out, and then that makes it, I think, hard as well when they get the opportunity to say no when they don't have the resource maybe to support everything. Or they're choosing to use their resource elsewhere. Might be a better way to put it.
And what's the path to the World Cup for the Futsal Whites? Have we been before? Is it a hard qualification process? How do we get there?
So we've never been before. We do have the luxury of qualifying straight through Oceania. It has a direct spot. But what we've found is Australia initially were the ones that were going to the World Cup, and since then the Solomon Islands have had their golden era, I guess, of players, which I guess will surprise a few listeners out there. Although, the more football you watch from the Solomons, I think you can understand
Well, they have that sort of creative flair mixed with the physicality as well, don't they? So
And yeah, so a lot of their national team football team are also national team futsal players,
right,
as well. So for example, they qualify for a World Cup. And
here's a break here for Auckland City. A man-on-man advantage, doesn't use him. And we're going to get a red card here for Gabuli. Are they saying he handled it outside the box, maybe? Oh, that could have been a blowing chance for Auckland. Marvin, an overlap up high, and Ashby Peckham, but
yeah, Steve Ashby Peckham lets you know if you don't find him at the right time. So I think Tom's probably grateful there that the keeper has been sent off. But it is a tough one for the keepers. A handball outside the D is a red. And now what we see is East Coast Bays are down to 4 players for 2 minutes of stop clock time. Or if Auckland City score a goal, then East Coast Bays can bring a player on.
There you go. So, yeah, an interesting spot as well here with just outside the area. They're going to stack the defence in front of the goal.
What would you do here, Sam?
Oh, you're asking the wrong person, mate, because I'd go straight for goal. And I imagine that's not what you do in futsal. I don't know. They're setting up in that sort of dime formation. What do you think?
It's a tough one. I bet Steve's thinking about having that shot.
Oh, he was looking for Hardell down low on the goal line, but wasn't successful. So what are we going to see here? I know in some sports with sort of power plays, it's the defence just trying to keep a structure to them and the attack just moving it around. Is that sort of what we're going to see for the next 2 minutes?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the East Coast Bays just go with 1 at the top or 2 at the top. And they're just going to try and condense that middle and prevent the shots. Auckland City, on the other hand, are going to try to stretch them and see if they can find the free player. There is also the element, though, that East Coast Bays are down a player, which means they're working extra hard.
Yeah.
So you can kill a bit of time on that clock and hopefully try and score just before the extra player comes on, which might be a thought there. But it looks like one of the teams has called a timeout.
Yeah, it's a timeout called here. We'll have a little bit of a breather. But just if you've just joined us here, Gabulia, the Brazilian goalkeeper for East Coast Bays, red carded after handling the ball outside the goal area. So Auckland City with a 1-man advantage coming up. So we were talking about the qualification process for the futsal white. So as it stand at the moment, do we sort of have a shot or a window in the next few years? When's the next World Cup? Is it a 4-year thing?
Yeah, 4 years, and the qualifiers are next year. Currently, there's a bid process for who's hosting that. New Zealand Football has put a bid in. We would
brilliant.
like to, you can hear it here. We would like to have it. It could be in this venue here at Pulman Arena as well. And that would be kind of in the October period next year. And we've been working hard behind the scenes. We had a good result in the latest OFC tournament where we beat the Solomon Islands in the final. But as you've got to do things when it matters. And so that'll be the challenge for the team for the next tournament.
Hawkins doing well to hold it up for East Coast Bays here and use up some of that important time, red card time. Would they, and this might sound like a really silly question, but would they have to fix up the lines on the court here for a World Cup, or are you guys used to playing with so many different coloured lines?
The players are used to it, but I think for the spectators and for the overall game, we just want to show, we want to elevate the game. I think that would probably be a requirement from Oceania Football, that there are certain standards met with the court, and certainly lines would be one of them. Sometimes what you find is they can roll the court out on top of a surface, and so it'd be interesting to see if that's part of the plans. But this surface here at Pulman Arena is a very nice one, so it would be great to have it here.
Auckland City just trying to work it around now with the extra man advantage, picking on the ball for them. Passes it back to Margits. Ashby Peckham as well out there for them. Just setting up, taking their time. Morgan down low. There's a shot and it's deflected and then eventually saved by Chris Priest, who's on for East Coast Bays. A big long pass downfield to try and find Twig. Not long to go now in the 2-minute man advantage.
Looks like East Coast Bays have loaded their team with some of their best dribblers, so that when they do get the ball, they can try and kill that time, as you said.
Yeah. Van Hawkins out there, very quick on his feet. Here's Margits, Auckland City. Looking for a way through. Good pass down, Ashby Peckham. Back to Margits. Up high. Good one touch pass here. Morgan into the middle and stopped by Hawkins. Margits calling for a handball. Referees are okay with it. Oban Hawkins still going. He's got a chance here. Shot just goes to the right of Antominov, but that's exactly what you want from your man-down team, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Oban will actually be enjoying this in a strange way because he likes to have the shackles off.
Yep.
And he gets to do his thing, which sometimes you don't get to do at the high levels.
Yeah, it just seems a little bit more open with the one less man out there on the court. Here's Margits. The shot that was looking for that left post that maybe even had Shaw Morgan running through as well, but just evades him as we see here on the replay. Hard shot just to the left, and maybe Morgan didn't see it until late, or just missed it with the left foot.
Yeah, that's a good strategy there by Josh Margits, finding that far post where you'd hope the free player is.
Here's Morgan now. They're setting up again. And East Coast Bay's back to full strength by the looks of it. So the 2 minutes expired, and they get away with it on that occasion. How often do you see a goal scored with that man advantage? Is it quite a common thing, or is it actually quite hard to do?
It is actually quite common normally. It does happen, but I think what's happened is teams are getting better at defending it. And we've just seen a really good example of that.
Here's Morgan now with a chance. Gets around his man, then the shot blocked by Twig. So Morgan having to work hard in the area there. Just clutching the wrist as he went down hard on the court as well. 7.5 minutes to play here. What do you think's happened? What's the conversation at this stage, Marvin, for both teams? Auckland City, like you said, want to get this win, solidify themselves in the final. So, but a point does do it. So at what point are they happy to sort of sit back?
Yeah, it will be interesting. Sitting back in futsal is a scary thing to do because, as you mentioned earlier, Sam, the game can change.
You know well.
Yeah, so it'll be. I think Auckland City would enjoy another goal because that would give them, a 3-goal cushion effectively that they can concede, which still probably isn't enough, but they're good enough to see that out. East Coast Bays, it'll be really interesting for them because they want to win. They all want to win, of course, but there'll be some point when they realise, actually, let's just be a bit smarter here and get ready for the next game because the final is the big piece here, not necessarily winning this one.
Yeah, East Coast Bay's undefeated so far in the competition, so they've got that record to hold as well. If both these teams do go through, or after this result, do they, I guess, rest some of those stars in the games later on today, knowing that tomorrow's the big one, or do they want them to get game time under their belt and get those combinations going?
Yeah, it's a real conundrum, that one, isn't it? I think the hard part about resting players in futsal is that it means your other players are working extra hard because they're not using up some of that court time. So it's a challenging one to do, but you can manage minutes accordingly and give some players a little bit more than you normally would. But yeah, that's a real. It'll be interesting to see what both those coaches are thinking here.
6.5 minutes to play here in the second half. Auckland do enjoy a 1-goal lead, 3-2. Goals in the first half. Todd Broadhurst scored an own goal for East Coast Bays. That gave Auckland City a 1-goal advantage, and then Stephen Ashby Peckham. Josh Margits scored one in the second half to put it out to 3 for East Coast Bays. It was Jason Quinlan, Jirayu Twig, the 2 goal scorers. And in the earlier game today, East Coast Bays beating Papakura 4-3. A tightly contested match coming down to the final few minutes. Coming up after this game, we've got Waikato taking on Bay of Plenty on the men's side. They won't be playing for a spot in the final if Auckland can win this game or at least come away with a draw. We will wait and see. 6 minutes to play.
Good to see some of the Auckland City faithful here in the stands watching. It's great to have a club like Auckland City involved, and East Coast Bays and the Futsal Superleague, and I guess it shows a real intent maybe for where the game's heading and how a club as big as Auckland City, with the profile it has, is looking to incorporate it into its club.
Well, I know, just for me personally, Marvin, playing high school football, and futsal was a big part of our training. We played futsal on Wednesday nights at the gym. Our coach believed a lot in ball skills and possession and stuff. So I wonder if that, is going to be encouraged, in sort of the younger kids coming through now, whether it's at high school, whether it's at club, to just sort of join the futsal program as well as a means to, play over summer, but also work on different skills and different attributes that are going to help your football as well.
Yeah, I'm obviously you're preaching to the choir here. I'm a firm believer that every kid should be playing some form of futsal, or maybe some sort of small-sided games. Yeah. And what I think is great about futsal is that kids are generally getting an earful from their coaches all year. They're sticking to a plan, and I think futsal is the opportunity where they can in summer or once a week, like you're saying, just release.
Yeah, totally.
Practice their creativity, practice what they've seen on TV, do all the things that they wouldn't normally without a coach or a parent telling them that they can't do that. So I think that's certainly New Zealand needs creative players across all forms of the game, and I hope the listeners are hearing that, because futsal can be a piece of that puzzle.
Absolutely. It's something I was going to ask you about, because what we've seen throughout the last 7 days is, I guess, an emphasis more on passing and movement, looking for an open shot, as opposed to what many people think the stereotype of futsal is, which is tricks and moves, etc. Is that just the product of how we play as Kiwis, or is maybe that skill level on show at the moment not quite at that level?
So I think what we find is that teams at this level are organised defensively, and a lot of the teams are encouraged to take players on 1v1, but if there's cover and another second defender in there, then you've got to think about, is that the best option? So players are making decisions on the fly. Some are better than others at it. But I think, like you said, the misconception that futsal is all step-overs and all of that stuff. I managed to forge a career without doing one step-over in my whole life, because I could pass the ball straight. So
brilliant.
I think it's a great skill to have, but I think it's got to fit tactically to within what the coach or the team is trying to do.
Yeah.
Something you see in basketball, I guess, is that you see players getting isolated on certain defenders. And I think that's where the game needs to get to in New Zealand, is when you're starting to target and work the defence around, so you're creating these matchups. An Oban Hawkins potentially on a Marvin Eakins, and I think you'd be worried about that.
Don't say yourself short, mate. I reckon you'd have him for size. There's East Coast Bay's on it now, and maybe just pushing a little bit harder now as we enter the final stanza of this game. Just over 4 minutes to play. It is 3-2. No team in trouble foul-wise, but East Coast Bays did lose their keeper, Garbulia, to a red card, and he's been such an important part of their tournament so far. Pass across to Twig, and a good left foot shot. Ashby Peckham there with the head to deflect it away. One thing that I know I talked to one of the boys last week from Bay of Plenty, I think it's underrated, is playing on a surface like this. All of those falls and knocks are probably accentuated a lot more than if you were playing out on grass.
Yeah, there's some players that just seem to find themselves always on the ground.
That's a tough challenge there. Referee says it's okay. That was a hard challenge there on, I think it was on Miamia. You see the replay here. Walk me through this one, Marvin. Fair challenge? I think so. I think what you've found, and hopefully everyone's seen that, is that the refs have really tried to rise to the international game and let the games flow. Yeah. And there's a lot more challenges coming in there, and the good thing is the players have to be prepared for that. Well, that was a classic example of what we were just talking about, going down hard, Miamia there, and he's clutching his hip as he got up. So yes, he's quite fast. I think the faster you are sometimes, the harder you fall. That's very true. The further you slide as well on the surface. So under 4 minutes to play here, 3 minutes 43. Auckland City, a win or a draw will see them through to the final. East Coast Bay's already there, so it'll be whether or not they want to keep that perfect record intact. Tarayu Twig just losing out there to Morgan, and then Morgan doing well to get around his man, trying to get through for a clean shot. Well disrupted though. And now East Coast Bay's come back the other way. It's on the foot of Art Twig. He's got men in the middle if he can find them. Good tackle though by Cordell. And eventually a foul called, I think, on Quinlan, or maybe that was on Twig, but Auckland City doing well there. And it could be a card or a talking to from the referee. A few extracurriculars. Yeah, they've got to be careful here, East Coast Bays. Yellow cards and can lead into a suspension, and obviously they want all their players for tomorrow's final. I didn't think of that, but of course, yeah, the yellow card rules.
But there's some clever tackling in there from Arlock Pardell.
Yeah.
Yeah, scary leaving your feet inside the D, but he's done it. Done it well.
And looks like a foul there on Morgan. So City chalk up another one. 3 minutes 16 to go. Intensity is probably going to lift a little bit for this last 3 minutes. Good turn from Twig there, the captain, looking for a clean shot on his left foot. Goes behind for a corner.
Yeah, Art's very good at receiving back to goal there. He uses his body well, and he's got that ability to kind of turn and shoot. So Stephen Ashby-Peckham's done well there to prevent that.
It's just a kick in here for, or is it a corner? The referee's saying it is. Looking for that one-time shot. Ball goes down towards the keeper, so they're keeping the keeper in net at the moment. Just trying to move forward now, coming away with it, Auckland City. He get onto his left foot, he was trying to. No, it's an awkward save for Priest there, who was set to maybe go the other way. So now East Coast Bay's come back the other way. Twig with a pass down, it just gets out of the reach of Quinlan. And not able to re-get it. The goalkeeper, pulling the goalkeeper in the last minute's an interesting thing, Marvin, because I noticed in your game, the Papakura East Coast Bay's game, when East Coast went down, they didn't pull the goalie. They were happy to, I guess, try and just win it with the players they had on court. Is it not just a given thing if you're down to pull a goalie? Do some teams work off like, hey, I think we can do this without the risk of pulling the goalie out? I thought it was sort of a given that if you're down, you pull the goalie.
Yeah, it's certainly, I think every team just needs a plan B. And that's a pretty effective plan B if you've had time to work on it, because it's clearly high risk, high reward. And also, it leaves your team open to, I guess, more red cards coming back at you if there's any fouls.
That's
we
true.
Saw that last week.
Hawkins' shot there blocked. So just for people that are maybe new to the game or watching for the first time, you can pull the goalkeeper off, get another outfield player. They call it a fly keeper, don't they, in futsal? And that play basically acts as another outfield play, gives you an extra man, but then obviously leaves the goal open at the other end. So teams will do that in the closing stages if they're behind and looking to get ahead. We haven't seen it yet from East Coast Bay. They might be happy just to keep it as it is and try and get that goal on their own. 2 minutes to play. They are down by 1.
Yeah, it could be Sam Coyle could be holding it in his back pocket and not wanting to show his cards just yet. He might, if he thinks he might need it in the final, he might. Some teams might just hold back a couple of, maybe a cheeky set piece.
Yeah, well, they haven't had to use it yet, have they, East Coast Bays? They've won every game. Well, they've undefeated so far. Good pass away, Exposito Espinosa. Now Auckland can come back the other way through the foot of Ashby-Peckham. Man down low, can he get the shot away? He can't, just off the boot of Mohamed Fahim.
Yeah, he's predominantly left-footed there, so I think he was probably disappointed when he saw it roll onto his right.
Exposed somewhat there, which happens to the best of us. So Van Hawkins back to Exposito Espinosa, the Spaniard, and just misses his pass there. So plenty of chat down there on the sideline as well as things start to ramp up.
Yeah, this is a strong 4 from East Coast Bay, so it really shows some intent, I guess, that they're out there trying to win.
There's Margits. Good pass up high. Here's a chance now. Pordell back to Margits, and it's a brilliantly worked goal from Auckland City. Margits, Pordell. If you see here, nice little 1-2. Just escaped the defensive grasp of Oban Hawkins, and nothing Chris Priest could do about that one. Auckland get the extra goal advantage. 4 goals to 2 with 90 seconds to play. They are just about booked in the men's final for tomorrow. There is Hawkins down low, and a good quick shot from him, and Tomanov equal to it though. Just see here on the replay, nearly caught him napping, and all going through the middle. Perhaps lost sight of it as well until the last second, then Tomanov. So 1 minute 18 left to play in this second game of the third day, the Ford Futsal Super League here on Sky Sport Next, and reminder that the finals tomorrow are broadcast live on Sky Sport, so you can watch them on your telly. Great having your company this afternoon, and Marvin Eakins as well in the commentary box with us for the second half here. And I did have the schedule out in front of me before, Marvin, but your next game, Papakura.
Yeah, so we're playing at 6:30 tonight against Waikato Bay Plenty.
You've got a big break.
Yeah, it is a long break, so I think our players are kind of having some food and trying to think of how to kill some time.
Do they stick around, or do they sort of go off home or something? What's the team plan?
Well, the luxury I think of this team is that we actually have the Papakura City club rooms just down the road, so I think they're all hanging out there watching the live stream, I'm sure, and thinking about how they're going to win the next game.
Yeah, I want to throw out any tips for them that
they're
anyone
sure
you know that needs to work on on a few things in between.
No, maybe not safe for air. That's it.
Well, 47 seconds left to play here as the clock winds down. Auckland City happy to just play around with it at the back. They know that this result is enough to get them into the final. Good pass into Margits. Got Pordell up top again. So this is going to be a fantastic final tomorrow. These two teams who really have gone toe-to-toe throughout the competition. So definitely some of the best players on show. What do you think for the next game, Marvin? Waikato, Bay of Plenty. Two geographically rivaled sides, and sort of not been able to match it with these top sides here, but they've had moments of brilliance.
Yeah, I think Waikato has had the edge over Bay of Plenty, I think, over the years, and Bay of Plenty coach Mario has done a lot of work with a young side, and I think they're due a win. So they've played well enough to deserve a win. They've pushed a lot of the teams without getting across the line. So it'll be great for them to win, but I know Waikato has some pretty impressive players in there that'll try and prevent that.
That was a interesting header there from Pordell, looking for goal number 5. 10 seconds to go though. East Coast Bays maybe looking for something to finish with on a high. The path of Olivier de Silva gets away from him as the clock winds down. 0.6 left. That's the nuance of having a stop clock, is that you get 0.6 of a second. Can they work something? Happy to take it. As the buzzer sounds, the players shake their hands. And Auckland have booked themselves a spot in the men's final with a 4-2 win over East Coast Bays. Goals to Josh Margits, Stephen Ashby Peckham, and then Todd Broadhurst, an own goal from him. But 2 goals from Josh Margits saw Auckland City 4. And then on the East Coast side, it was Jason Quinlan, Jirayu Twig with the 2 goals for them. And it wasn't enough to get another W. That is their first loss of the tournament. These two teams will meet in the men's final tomorrow. Coming up next, we've got Waikato Rapids versus the Bay of Plenty Surge. Those teams warming up and they'll be out on court shortly. But Marvin Eakins, Mr. Futsal, thanks for joining us in the second half today. Great to get your comments, and good luck later on this evening.
Thanks, Sam. Keep going. You're doing a great job.
Appreciate it. There we go. We'll take a short break. We'll come back with our third game of the day after this.
It makes a difference having you guys come in, because when we do it.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our Leverage and Legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in 2 principles. Mana Wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of Wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home.
Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Welcome back in to the Forward Futsal Super League. Here live from Pulman Arena on Sky Sport Next. Our third game of day 3 is the Waikato Rapids up against the Bay of Plenty Surge. Due to the result of the last game, Auckland City winning 4-2 over East Coast Bays, they have booked themselves a spot in the men's final, meaning these two teams will be playing for 3rd and 4th tomorrow, hopefully. And having a look at the starting lineups for each team, starting with Waikato. Their starting 5, Patrick Steele in goal. Casey Sharplin, Aidan Robson, Ethan Martin, Tyler Erickson. Ethan Martin, the captain and talisman for Waikato. And a futsal white, I should say, my apologies, futsal white. For Bay of Plenty, their starting 5, Nate Camplin, Ryan McLeod, Davis Vava, Andrew Olsen, and Mario Ramos, the Brazilian captain, rounds out their starting 5. So they cannot make the final, but they can still build on what has been a very encouraging and enthralling tournament so far for these men. And as Marvin Eakins was mentioning in the commentary just before, just getting game time under your belt is the key for both these players, but also the game in New Zealand. The more games we have, the better the game's going to get throughout the country. Just having a look at the 2 times these sides met before. The first game they played on the Saturday last weekend, it was Waikato who came out on top 10 goals to 5. 10 goals to 5. And so this is the second time that these two sides are meeting. And we'll expect maybe another high-scoring match. 10-5 the last time they played. And look out for Aaron Carter from Bay of Plenty. He is second on the Resine Golden Boot standings at the moment with 4 goals. For Waikato, Maxwell Erickson, who doesn't look to be playing in this game today. He is their leading goal scorer with 3 goals, but Ethan Martin with the ball now is their second leading goal scorer on 2 goals, and he gets us underway. So 2 20-minute halves. The clock does stop when the ball goes out of play. And a few other rules we'll explain as well as the game progresses. If you're new to the game of futsal I should say, or you've come over from football, there are some differences in the game, and we'll be trying to explain them to you as we go. Tyler Erickson on the ball now for Waikato. Back to Ethan Martin. Down low now, Casey Sharplin. He's a futsal white as well. Up high to Martin, and taking a tumble there as he got the shot away was Aidan Robson. Very busy player for Waikato, Aidan Robson. Here's Bay of Plenty now. Up top, up high with Olsen. Eventually the ball taken off him as it goes out over the sideline. On the ball now is Vava, the Zimbabwean. He's got a man back looking for a one-time shot, the former Mario Ramos, but it's not a clean shot. Now Waikato have the ball in possession. Ethan Martin at the back, just settling things down a little bit. We saw in the Auckland East Coast Bays game, the intensity just lifting as the game went on. They have had a 7-day break, these two teams, and they are probably just trying to find their feet a little bit before stepping it up. I hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Sky Sport Next. If you are in the Auckland region, I encourage you to come down to Pulman Arena. It's a very fun game to watch live. Got some great seats available here as well. Good save there early from Nate Camplin. It was a strong shot from Ethan Martin, looking for the top left. Diving to his right was Nate Camplin. Now here go Waikato. Sharplin, good shot off his right foot. Here's Tyler Erickson, man down low if he can find him. He is not able to do so. Now Robson, here's Martin looking for men in the middle, but deflecting off the foot of Vava. And it's going to be a corner kick for Waikato. Here's Martin again, into Robson. Robson looking for that one-time finish. That one disrupted there by Olsen. Waikato ball. Good early pressure from Waikato. Martin out to Robson. Robson trying to get onto his left and then find Martin. Now they can come back the other way. Bay of Plenty. Here's a bit of time and space. Here's Vava. He's looking to take his man on one-on-one. Eventually passes it to Ramos. And now Olsen, who has his goalkeeper back as well, in the form of Nate Camplin. Big ball forward to Vava. Hassled by Eriksson. That one over the touchline for a Waikato kick-in. Eriksson down to Martin. Martin for Robson. Robson going toe-to-toe with Vava. Good challenge on him though. Now Bay of Plenty come away with it. Wanting the press as the coach for the Waikato team. Now they come away with it. Martin challenged by Ryan McLeod, who jumped about 3 times his body height. Waikato here. Now Robson looking for a little flick on from Sharplin there. Nearly got away with it as well. Keeper caught out a little bit. Now here's Olsen. Good ball back into Ramos. Challenged by Martin again. Martin trying to get his toes on it. Here's McLeod. Back into the middle from Ramos. And the shot just drifting to the left of Patrick Steele, the acrobatic keeper for Waikato. It's going to be McLeod to take it for Bay of Plenty. 17.5 minutes to play here in the first half, so just 2.5 minutes gone. 0-0 is the score. In the previous game, Auckland City beating East Coast Bays 4-2. And the game before that on the women's side, East Coast Bays defeating Papakura 4-3. And a last-minute thriller went right down to the wire. Those two teams will probably meet in the final for the women's side. Foul called there on Bay of Plenty, which means foul number 1 for them. Osman, Kareem Osman, strong player for Waikato on the court for them now. And his teammates around him. 3 new players for Waikato. Nice little out and in play from Waikato there, but just broken up by Bay of Plenty. So on the court now, Jonathan Tobias for Waikato alongside Kareem Osman, and looks like we might have Cooper Wink on there as well. Cooper Wink and Thomas McMillan. Here's Osman looking for McMillan running through. That one going all the way back down to, it's actually Page in net for Waikato at the moment, JP Page. Here's Osman. That one just drifting out over that touchline top side before Cooper Wink could get it, so Bay of Plenty come away with it. 3 minutes gone here in the first half. Here's Olsen looking for half a turn. Running into trouble. It's something that Marvin Eakins mentioned previously. That those who run the fastest on court tend to end up falling the furthest and the hardest. And, geez, you wouldn't want to run full pace at some of these blokes. Shot there from Ramos, takes a deflection and goes out. So it'll be a corner kick here for Bay of Plenty. See what they can work here. Zaza, kick off his left foot, high and wide. So quite a young team put together here from Mario Ramos, the coach of Bay of Plenty. Marvin Eakins mentioned that he's working with these players to try and develop futsal a little bit more in the Bay of Plenty region, and it may not pay off in this particular tournament given the inexperience of the team, but you'd think in future editions of this competition that they will start to see the fruits of that labour. Mario Ramos also the captain for this team, so don't be confused, they are father and son. It's not the same man doing 2 different jobs. On the Waikato side, a good sprinkling of futsal whites and Patrick Steele, Casey Sharp, Ethan Martin, Kareem Osman, but they just haven't weren't able to click last weekend against the bigger teams in Auckland and East Coast Bays, and as a result, they won't be in the final tomorrow. Olsen now, here's Ramos again, looking for Olsen in the middle. Now counter-attack the other way, go Waikato. They can play well off each other here with a man on the outside. It's interrupted by Zaza, and then the finish through the legs from Jonathan Tobias. A good counter-attack there from Waikato. And just 4 minutes into this game, Waikato have the first goal. Through the legs of Zaza, and then Tobias with the finish. Camplin just leaving the legs exposed a little bit. And 1-0 Waikato over Bay of Plenty. It was 10-5 the last time these two teams met last weekend. 10-5 in favour of Waikato. I'll see if Bay of Plenty can improve on that result in this game. Now big press here coming from Waikato. They saw the opportunity, hassled well. Now Osman comes away with it. This is the danger in futsal though, is that the counter-attack can quickly turn into defence. And the shot coming across the face there from Tristan Kawana. He had beaten both player and keeper, but just didn't have the angle. It's hitting the outside of the post there, as you saw. Now Waikato moving forward again. Strong touch on the ball by the Bay of Plenty defender. Aaron Carter, leading scorer for Bay of Plenty in the Ford Futsal Super League over the 2 weekends. Back to Tobias, now the goal scorer. Good challenge though from Ramos there on McMillan. They have Plenty come away with it. Goalkeeper Nate Camplin looking for a long ball forward and just evading the reach of Kawana. 4.5 minutes gone. And it is 1-0 in favour of Waikato. That one just going errant from Waikato there over the goal line. Picked up by Camplin for a goal throw. So, if you're new to the game of futsal or you're joining us for the first time, it's great to have you watching or listening in here on Sky Sport Next. There are a lot of you who would have not seen this game in its full complement as it is today here at Ford Futsal Super League. So 4 outfield players on the court as well as a goalie per team. Generally those players set up in sort of a diamond formation with a fixed defender at the back, a target man or a pivot man at the top, and then the 2 wingers. They all do rotate around. That's how the game works as they try and exploit the defence. And our goalkeepers at the back who don't wear gloves, as Marvin Eakin says, because they want to be able to play the ball out from the back like you just saw there from JP Page. And they also wear the knee pads as well as they slide around on this hard court. It's a very fast game, the game of futsal. Played with a ball that's slightly smaller than the average football. It's a size 4 ball with about 30% more weight to it. So it's a lot harder to kick, a lot harder to header, a lot harder to pass. You can imagine that thing hitting you in the face at pace. As back on the court for Waikato now is their starting 5, and Ethan Martin and Casey Sharplin. Looks like they've mixed it up a little bit though. They've kept a few plays out. Thompson just looks for the back heel on Elliot Cooper. Can't find him. Now Sharplin. Back to the keeper, and he's got Martin there. Does well to get out of trouble there. Now Ethan Martin has to find his way out of a hole. Just eventually toes it over the sideline. 6 minutes gone here in the first half. Waikato 1-0, courtesy of Jonathan Tobias. Hope you're enjoying the our coverage here on Sky Sport Next. And we are on Sky Sport Live tomorrow for the finals, which is going to be an absolute cracker. Great day to be a part of if you're sitting at home. You want to throw on the telly. You can catch us on Sky Sport tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. 10, 12 and 2 are the games tomorrow. 10 o'clock for the men's 3rd and 4th playoff, 12 o'clock for the women's final, and 2 o'clock for the men's final. Waikato getting themselves out of trouble and finding Henry Thompson. Long pass forward from Ethan Martin. Here's a shot from Carter. Leading goal scorer for Bay of Plenty. He had far too much time and space to move for Bay of Plenty, and then just hitting that shot to the right of the goalkeeper JP Page, and Waikato now have the ball down the other end. Good pass up top. Here's Thompson. He's got Cooper off him. 2 Bay of Plenty defenders has to him. Good pass forward there. Now Martin with a shot and a lot of power in it, but it just goes high and right of the goal. Getting hassled there with Zaza, and then the errant pass forward. Martin doing well to squeeze and pinch. These games are moving very, very quick to start this day 3. Last weekend, a lot of stoppages, a lot of stop clocks, a lot of errant passes as well. Teams have sort of brushed up on the execution a little bit, and the game seemed to be flowing a bit faster as a result. Sharpland now moving in on Zaza, but Zaza does well to see it out over the goal line. Goal throw for Bay of Plenty. Pass into the middle, now on the foot of Carter. Carter with Zaza, and he also had Kawana there. Now Waikato come away with it. Bay of Plenty have a chance to counter-attack. Here's Carter, man down short side. If he can get it in, a good goal, put away by Keenan Howard. Brilliant play there from Aaron Carter. We watched this on the replay. Gets into the middle of the field. Nice little nutmeg there, and that is perfect placement from Keenan Howard, just to the right of JP Page. And just like that, it is 1-1 here with just under 30 minutes to play in the first half. Here's Martin. On the ball now was Cooper. Back up to Martin. Finding Henry Thompson. Ethan Martin with a pass into the middle now. He finds Sharpland. Sharpland's got a man up high, and Thompson. Thompson with a man in the middle in the form of Ethan Martin, but the 2 Bay of Plenty defenders cut him down, and that one's going to be a corner kick for Waikato. Can they draw something up here? Here's Martin to Cooper. Martin gets it again, and that one just mistimed off the left foot. And it'll be a goal throw for Nate Camplin. Good challenge there from Carter on Thompson. To Sharpland. Sharpland with the shot, blocked well, comes back out to Martin. He gets the right foot shot away, and it just goes up high. The referee saying that the keeper did get a touch on it. So it's going to be a corner kick here for Waikato. Setting up again. Here's Sharpland, hassled by Bay of Plenty. Gives up the goal. The kick in. Strong D there from Keenan Howard, the goal scorer for Bay of Plenty. Jonathan Tobias, the goal scorer for Waikato, as Martin puts a good shot on. It's a left foot save from Nate Camplin. It was a great save in the end, down to his left. Now Martin has it again. Now Cooper getting around Howard, but nearly losing the ball in the process. Eventually that one goes out over the goal line. It's a good shot on goal there from Martin. Low and to the left of the goalkeeper. Now here's Osman. Osman with men down low if he can get around. No, he takes it on himself. Came off Zaza, he says, the referee. Waikato ball again. 11.5 to play here in the first half. It is 1-1 on the scoreboard. Osman up to Robson. Robson back down low. Looking for Tobias, the goal scorer. Goes back to the keeper, JP Page. Now into the middle is Cooper. Elliot Cooper, that is. And a good chip forward to Robson. Can he get a foot on it? Zaza pushing him off the ball as he takes the shot on. It's going to be a goal throw. Now they go back down the other way. It's just a little bit too far from Nate Camplin. All the way into the hands of JP Page, and now Waikato will come back the other way. Here's Osman up high. Finds Tobias and then finds Robson. It's Caden Rogers now as well on for Waikato. Here's Zaza. Down low to Landig on for Bay of Plenty now. Olsen back on as well. Here's McLeod. To the middle, Tobias now to Osman. Osman, little chip over the top to Rogers. Rogers has the man down on top right. Now Zaza comes away with it. A good defensive play from him. He's got a man far side, couldn't find him. Osman getting pushed off the ball by Olsen. All the way back to the goalkeeper. And that one just put all the way down the other end. So a back and forth play there. Just over 10 minutes to play. Here's Osman. Halfway through the first half, scores locked at 1-1. Robson on the ball now. It's a good camera shot there, giving you a sense of the width of the pitch, which you don't generally see from this angle, but that space can quickly close down as the defense begins to collapse. Long ball going down now, McLeod on the volley. Taken easily though by Page. Here's Rogers. Osman looking forward to Robson. Finds the corner now. Bay of Plenty wanted to put the squeeze on. The ball up high finds Rogers. He was moving well off the ball. Been running through hard as Tobias as well. Bay of Plenty trying to kick it downfield was Landig, and it found the foot of a Waikato defender, so it's going to be Bay of Plenty ball. Trickling out over the sideline by Ryan McLeod. Here's Robson. Robson with a space through the middle. Gets the ball back, Robson. Turns on a dime. Just can't get a clean shot off. Has to pass it back. Now Osman trying to find Rogers again. Here's Zaza. Tackled hard by Osman, and that'll be a foul. So, foul number 2 on the board for Waikato. Play back underway. Zaza goes up to Olsen. Down low, and a good pass across there from Landig, looking for his man. They get it back though, Bay of Plenty. It's getting a bit messy. Eventually, the deflection goes out over the goal line. It's going to be a corner kick here for Bay of Plenty. Eight and a half minutes to play. Looking for that pass across was Landig, not found. Waikato the chance to move forward now. On the foot of Rogers. Big stint from him so far. Tobias finding him again. Rogers, can he keep it in play? No, he can't. Far side goes out of play, and we're going to get Bay of Plenty ball. Ryan McLeod to take it. Zaza. Good ball off Olsen, back to McLeod. It did go out over the left-hand touch though. Waikato will get the ball. into the middle there, into Tyler Erickson. Dangerous part of this Waikato team, as is his brother Maxwell, who isn't playing today, is the top goal scorer for Waikato. Big pass downtown by the goalkeeper, finds Olsen, who's trying to keep it in, battling with Olsen. Will be a foul against Olsen, so that's number 2 for Bay of Plenty. Neither team really in foul trouble at the moment, with 8 minutes to play here in the first half. Ford Futsal Super League here on Sky Sport Next. Hope you're enjoying our coverage, and coming up later on today, plenty more games for you. It's going to be East Coast Bays versus Waikato Bay of Plenty Power on the women's side at 2 o'clock. Then we go back to the men's side. Bay of Plenty take on East Coast Bays, so only a 1-game turnaround for Bay of Plenty here, going up against the team of the competition so far in East Coast Bays. Then we have Auckland City, Waikato, later afternoon game in the men, and also Waikato Bay of Plenty Papakura, the last game of the day on the women's side. Good touch forward there by McMillan, and then he's tackled hard to the ground. Bay of Plenty very, very happy with their defensive efforts there. 7.5 minutes to play. Pass back to Tyler Erickson. Fake out his man. Here's Martin. That one just taking a hit and going up high and wide over the in goal line, as we see here on the replay. Martin with a quick pass into the middle. Back out high, up to the top, and then that one actually knocking off the hands of Nate Camplin there. It's going to be a corner kick for Waikato. Goes all the way back to Tyler Erickson. Back to Martin. Done well to contain Ethan Martin, Bay of Plenty today. Here's Tyler Erickson with a shot and nearly made its way through. It was Landig who I think saved it just off the line for Bay of Plenty. Ethan Martin was running through too, so maybe he was looking for a little bit of a touch. Martin over now, and the ball looking for the foot of Casey Sharplin. Maybe he was just a little bit too far past him to get a clean volley on it. Big long pass there from the goalie onto the head of the Bay of Plenty attacker, but it does drift wide. The head of Kawana there. As we see here, the throw from Camplin. It's a big throw. Kawana getting his head on it, but just going to the right of the posts as we see it. Camplin will have a big throw of his own onto the head of Thomas McMillan, but easily handled by the goalie. Go back, a bit of a force back contest going on here between the two goalies. Here's Martin. Back to Camplin. He does get a touch on it. Now Erickson has it. Going well through the middle, Erickson. He will win the foul. Well, touch there from Bay of Plenty, so foul number 3 for them. Erickson to Sharplin. Back up to Erickson. Now here's Ethan Martin. Down low to Sharplin. Ethan Martin again, dancing his way back towards his partner. Now Tyler Erickson. He had McMillan up high, and McMillan just lets it get away on him a little bit. Over the sideline, it's going to be Bay of Plenty ball. 6 minutes left here in the first half. Long pass now, down, looking for Martin, but Mario Ramos there breaking it up. Son of the Bay of Plenty coach, Mario Ramos, same name. Father and son combo. Martin, Pass back to Eriksson, who looks for a shot down right. And sprawling to make the save was Camplin. Probably made it a little bit harder than it was, but it ends up going out for a goal, for a corner kick, sorry. Quite a few stoppages in this last few minutes here, just slowing the game down a little bit. Now here's Martin, up high to Eriksson. Quick one-time shot, and that one deflects off the foot of, I think it was Aaron Carter, or might have been Keenan Howard actually, the goal scorer for Bay of Plenty. Just one goal apiece in the first half here. Jonathan Tobias opening the scoring for Waikato, and then Keenan Howard for Bay of Plenty, and the shot right off the kick in from Ethan Martin. He's saying it hit someone, but it didn't. So no goal. It does have to hit someone before it goes in. Here's Howard again. Don't even know how that one found its way into the goal, to be honest, but it does have to touch a player before it goes in. Here's Martin to Eriksson. Martin again, just dancing down the sideline up against Ollie Harris, who defended well. Martin will take the kick in for them. Now it comes up high to Eriksson. Martin on it again. Happy to just sort of play back and forth at the back. Waikato at this stage. Eriksson keeps a hold of it, and then the shot comes in. It comes off the post and eventually goes into the back of the net. It was Casey Sharplin following up for Waikato, but Tyler Eriksson did well here to keep the ball in play. The shot off the right post careened out into the path of Casey Sharplin. He steers it home, and it's 2-1 Waikato with 5.5 minutes to play here in the first half. Here's Martin. Good interception there by Ramos. He's got a man to his right. Gets away on him. Now Waikato come back the other way through Sharplin. He's already scored one goal today. He's looking for a man up high. Dances his way around. Now here's Martin on his left foot. It's a shot into the bottom right, but it's saved well though by Camplin again. Waikato. A couple more opportunities here as this first half starts to enter into its final quarter. Henry Thompson to take. Passes to his number 12, Cooper Wink. Gets a shot away, but it's wide of the mark. Bay of Plenty will get the restart underway. Looks like it'll be Camplin's ball. Rolls it down to Harris. Howard with a chip over the top. A difficult one to control for Thompson, but he wins himself a kick in. Waikato ball. Back to Osman. Osman plays up high. Back down towards him on this near side, Osman. Kareem Osman. That ball takes a touch off Kawana. Wink. Doing well there was Ramos from Bay of Plenty, just to disrupt it a little bit. Osman getting caught up here with a player. Now Bay of Plenty can come away with it. Can they get the shot away? Going around the man is Howard. He's looking for a pass back into the middle. Eventually they get the shot away. Good save there by Page, and Waikato just want to get it out of there. Now they can go back the other way, Waikato. Here's Henry Thompson. Can he get a shot away? It's a good tackle. Oh, no, it's not, the referee says. I would have thought that was very, very clean. But Ollie Harris will be shown a yellow card. And that's going to be foul number 4 for Bay of Plenty. We see here on the replay. Great hustle from Waikato to get back defensively. And great save there from JP Page. And then here, Thompson got around his man. Back to the right. Looked like a clean tackle on the ball there. But referee said, no, you pulled the man down first. So Waikato, 4 minutes to play here. They've got a set-piece opportunity to set something up if they can. Osman has it. He's got a man near side here, and Cooper Wink. Sorry, Elliot Cooper near side here. Then he's got Thompson waiting in the middle. Maybe looking for a deflection. I think it's Cooper Wink as well. height. We'll see what Osman tries to pull out of the bag here. Looks like he's lining up something big and strong. It's a kick looking for a deflection. It's easily saved by Camplin. Now Bay of Plenty coming back the other way. Good pass. Can they get the counter-attack opportunity? It's a good play and another goal for Keenan Howard. That's a great counter-attacking play from Bay of Plenty. As we see here, just losing it was Elliot Cooper. Keenan Howard breaking with his man down low in Kawana. And then a good pass forward to Howard, who slips it through. And the scores are level with 4 minutes to play here in the first half. Good play from Waikato here. They get half a chance off the foot of Elliot Cooper. But it does trickle to the left of Nate Camplin. Quick play now, Ramos. Kawana. Sorry, that was Ollie Harris. Forward to Keenan Howard with Kawana there. Now Kawana on it. Just gets away from him. Waikato coming back the other way. Bad pass there, and Kawana gets a hold of it. Now here's Ramos onto his left foot. Pass into the middle. Howard looking for a hat trick. Not able to get it. Now Waikato come back the other way. A counter-attacking opportunity. It's a ball across to Thompson, but it was just half an inch in front of him. And that means the shot goes wide. Look at that from Ramos and Howard. Timeout is called here. I think that might be from Bay of Plenty. So, no. Oh, we have another foul. So Bay of Plenty in the 5-foul trouble area. Any extra foul from Bay of Plenty will result in a penalty kick from the 10-metre spot for Waikato. So they just have to keep their cool a little bit here, Bay of Plenty. With 3 minutes 20 to play, the scores are level at 2-2. Olsen now on the ball. Comes off the Waikato defender. Three minutes 19 to play. Full change here for Waikato. Tobias, Robson, back out on the floor. Robson to Sharpland. Sharpland up high to Tobias. Tobias to Martin. Martin now playing in a winger role. Good collapse of the space there from Bay of Plenty. Martin up high. Good little chip over the top to Sharpland. Probably a little bit far. Easily collected by Camplin. And now Bay of Plenty. No, they've lost the ball. So back to Waikato. Just under 3 minutes to play. Robson dances around his man. That will be a foul. And we will go to the penalty spot. The 10-metre penalty spot there. Foul on Aaron Carter. As Robson just got around him. You see on the replay here. Nice little in and away. A shot here from the 10-metre penalty spot. So that's how the game of futsal work. 5 fouls in a half. And when you go for the 6th foul or any subsequent fouls after that, you get a shot from the 10-metre penalty spot. And as you can see, it's just one man and the goalie. It's going to be Kareem Osman up against Nate Camplin. We'll see what Osman opts for here. Placement or power, or a little bit of both. Here he comes. That's a good shot, straight down the middle basically for Osman. Camplin was dancing around trying to put him off. See the replay here. Osman striding in. And yep, basically straight down the middle. And Waikato enjoy a 3-2 lead. 2 minutes 46 remaining here in the first half. So Bay Plenty, that's a costly foul for them in the end. And they still have 2 minutes 45 to get through of the first half without any more fouls, because it'll go back to the 10-metre spot again if it happens. Here's Robson, down low to Sharpland. Sharpland with a man up high into Tobias. He finds Martin, does well to keep it in. Down low again. Here's Sharpland. Now Robson hassling is Bay of Plenty. They're putting a high press on here. Here's Robson. Shot across the face, or wanted it across the face, but it just went wide on him and ended up behind the goal. So restart coming in the way of Bay of Plenty. Here's Camplin. Big pass downtown. Easily picked off by Martin. Now he's got time to go forward. Teammates with him as well. Beautiful tackle there from Carter. Now they can come back the other way. Bay of Plenty, man up high. Carter, he takes the shot on. Good save from Page. Had to be aware there of the man up high as well. But did well to read Carter's shot and pick it up with the hands. Here's Robson. Under 2 minutes to play here in the first half. Sharpland back down low. Pass across to Robson. Robson trying to find his way into the middle. Now Olsen. Here's Carter with him. Carter tackled well by Tobias. Saying it was... Oh, I thought they were saying it's Waikato ball. It was Bay of Plenty ball. Here's Olsen. Half turn on him. Now they come back. Olsen's got to be careful not to give away the foul there. Sharpland holds it up well. Robson now down to Martin. Martin with a nice little skip inside ball. Now here's Robson. Plenty of time and space. Takes the shot on. Good save from Camplin. And just over the sideline here, near side. 1 minute 16 left on the clock. Waikato leading 3-2. A ball in the middle there from, I think that was Tobias. They're maybe looking for Martin, but not able to find him. Dave Plenty, can they conjure something up in the final minute? Here's Olsen, just backing up on his player. Good turn from Olsen. Then puts a shot on and scores. What a ripper! Top left from Andrew Olsen. He had a man hassling him from behind, and Aidan Robson, look at the turn and then the finish. That is pinpoint. 3-3. This game with just a minute to play in the first half. Here's Osmond, restarting for Waikato through Martin. Less than a minute to play now in the first half. Good layoff for Tobias. Comes back to Osmond, who goes to take the shot on. Now wanting to play a bit quicker, Waikato. Bay of Plenty looking downtown. Maybe a hand in the back there from Olsen, but he gets away with it. 43 seconds. Martin holding it at the back, 40 seconds. Can Waikato steal one away here and go into the break with a lead? Gets back up high to Martin. Looking for his man in the middle. Bay of Plenty coming back the other way. Got to be careful that they don't get caught on the counter attack. Oh, Martin was looking to spring something there offensively. 25 seconds. Carter will play it in. He's got Zaza there. Cuts in on his man. Zaza. Can't get around him though. Now he's Martin Osmond. Osmond back to Tobias. 11 seconds. A good play forward. But Zaza disrupts it. 7 seconds to play, and they'll have a corner kick, will they? Well, it might have come off the Waikato man last. Did come off Casey Sharpland, so Bay of Plenty. 7 seconds left. Easy take for Osmond there. Bay of Plenty just trying to get something clean away. 12.12 on the clock. Not a lot of time at all. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if they just roll this in and take the half. They do. So half-time here between Waikato and Bay of Plenty. It is 3-3. The goal scorers for Waikato, Casey Sharpland, Jonathan Tobias, and a penalty from Kareem Osmond for Bay of Plenty. 2 goals to Keenan Howard and an absolute ripper from Andrew Olsen, which tied it up heading into the break. So 3-3 here at Bruce Pulman Arena. We'll come back with more after this.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
So it's fantastic for McDonald's and our franchisees to be able to announce that we're extending our sponsorship of football in New Zealand, going from the last 6 or 7 years working through junior football with coaches and all the players and supporters to now being a sponsor of the whole of community football in New Zealand.
New Zealand Football is excited to continue our partnership with McDonald's. The next 3 years will see McDonald's become the biggest supporter of community football, extending its reach past the junior framework and into the youth framework and senior framework, as well as coach and referee education, supporting and creating opportunities for everyone at every level across the community space.
The McDonald's Junior, Youth and Senior Framework encourages participation in football across Aotearoa for all Kiwis to be active, enjoy their football and practice and learn new skills. Through our partnership with McDonald's, we're able to develop new initiatives, programs and continue to support our Skills Centre program for more Kiwis to be enjoying and loving football across Aotearoa.
The McDonald's Community Referee Development Program will look to increase participation, education throughout the whole community and hopefully look to get some more people involved. We'd like to increase referee confidence and make sure refereeing is fun for all.
McDonald's has been a long supporter of our junior community coaches, and with their added support in junior, youth and senior community coaching space, we have a great opportunity to create more resources to support our coaches as they work through the coaching pathway. Community coaches play a vital part in helping our players fall in love with the game. With McDonald's behind us, we're going to have a great time doing it.
So McDonald's has been involved with football in New Zealand for over 20 years, and we were talking to New Zealand Football recently about how we could extend that, and the opportunity to be the community football sponsor and part of the football whānau came about, and it was just perfect timing for us and our franchisees.
Welcome back into Bruce Pulman Arena here for the Ford Futsal Super League. Game number 3 of day 3, and it's Waikato versus Bay of Plenty. Scores tied up at 3 apiece heading into this second half of play. One more 20-minute half for these two teams in this particular game. And then coming up next, we've got more women's action, as Waikato Bay of Plenty are in action for the first time today. Just recapping results from today. Papakura going down to East Coast Bays in the first match of the day, 4-3 in the women's side. Cracking last 2 minutes of that game if you can go back and watch it. And then East Coast Bays going down to Auckland City on the men's side, 4-2, and both those two teams booking their spot, well, Auckland booking their spot alongside East Coast Bays in the men's final. So right now, we've got Waikato Bay of Plenty, who are tied at 3 goals apiece heading into the second half. And we'll see what develops over the next 20 minutes as Zaza on the ball here for Bay of Plenty. Back to Olsen. He's already clocked up a number of minutes for Bay of Plenty in that first half. Aaron Carter, the leading goal scorer for Bay of Plenty on the Resine Golden Boot standings, although Keenan Howard picked up a double. That puts him in 3rd place, just 1 goal behind his teammate. So he may well end up there if he keeps playing like he has been today. Pass there from Zaza, looking for McLeod and couldn't find him. Now here's Martin, just slowing the game down a little bit, the captain for Waikato. Minute and a half gone. Here's Tyler Eriksson. A whole bunch of minutes in that first half for Eriksson. Here's Martin, taps it down to his teammate. Maybe he could have taken the shot on himself, Martin. He was looking for man running through. I think it was Tobias who was charging through. So plenty of action to come for you this afternoon from Bruce Pulman Arena. We've got East Coast Bays against Waikato Bay of Plenty in the women's, live from 2 o'clock. Bay of Plenty, men's team out here right now, going to play East Coast Bays at 3:30, so not a big break for them after this game. And then Auckland City take on Waikato on the men's side at 5 o'clock, and Waikato Bay of Plenty Papakura, the women's side, at 6:30 this evening. Finals tomorrow here on Sky Sport. The 3rd and 4th playoff at 10 o'clock in the morning. The women's final at 12, and then the men's final at 2 o'clock. Great to have the Ford Futsal Super League back for 2022. Hopefully again in 2023 with more teams in the competition, and maybe a few more games and a few more weekends as well. Here's Ramos for Bay of Plenty. Pass forward to Zaza, but it's a little bit hard, and the Zimbabwean can't get onto it. Restarted by Tobias. Martin with him. Down low to Eriksson. Eriksson looking to play off Martin. Takes a shot on, and then a pass across to Sharplin. That is a beautiful goal from Waikato. I thought Martin might have been shaping up for the shot, but it drifted right across the face, and Sharplin, quick as a tack, was running onto it. We see here, that's a beautiful ball across by Ethan Martin. Casey Sharplin with goal number 2, and Waikato, like they did in the first half, take an early goal lead here in the second. Sharplin on the ball now, gets it taken away from him. Here's McLeod. McLeod trying to get away from his man, and it's good tackle there from JP Page, the Waikato goalkeeper. Had to be quick and alert there to meet the man right outside the area. Zaza taking the shot on, but Osman there to stand in his way. Nice play there from Ramos, but then loses it after the play. Up high to Sharplin, who's playing on that left wing. Sharplin getting on to his right, taking the shot on, hits the post, comes back out. And then a glaring miss there for Tobias. It was a good save, but he had a great opportunity to score, as we see here. Sharpland, beautiful shot on the right foot across the goalkeeper, and then that really should have been put away by Tobias, but good save from Camplin. He's done well to recover. And he has the ball in hand now. Big ball downtown to Olsen, lays it back to Zaza, shot straight to the hands of Page. 3.5 minutes gone in the second half. Waikato leading 4-3. Here's Osman. Good tackle on him by Olsen. Olsen tangled up with Osman. Now Olsen taken down hard, but referee says play on. Picked up by Cooper. Cooper not able to keep it in on this near side. Referee's just holding it for a moment. There's a wet area down on court, which they're cleaning away with the towels. Zaza will get it from the kick in. Looks to go into the middle. It's a bad pass from Zaza. Robson getting onto his left, putting the shot through, and a save down to his right for Camplin. Needed to be made, and now it's a corner kick for Waikato. Pass back to Osman, wanting to take that shot on with his left foot. They have plenty cutting down the space. Howard restarting through Ramos. Ramos back down to Howard. Pressure on him from Waikato. They're doing well with the high press, Waikato. Don't want to give Bay of Plenty any opportunity to play out from their own end. Now they want the press coming again. The call from the sideline. Bay of Plenty do lose it as a result. Robson wanted to get around Vieira Gal, who's on the pitch for Bay of Plenty for the first time this afternoon. Back down low to Ramos. Ramos to Howard. Howard into the middle. Good play off one another. Good pass forward now. Here's Howard again. Gets around the keeper. Oh, and he hits the post. Keenan Howard going for goal number 3. What a play drawn up there from Bay of Plenty. Howard into the middle. Good play off Kawana. And then the through ball from Vieira Gal. And Howard, who went around the keeper. Beautiful touch off his right foot there. The finish just didn't come. Maybe just a little bit too far away of him there. He had to get an angle on it, and it was square off the right upright. Waikato back down the other end now. Wayward shot from McMillan. It's not testing for the keeper at all. Good play there from Keenan Howard, though, from Bay of Plenty. Really looking the star for Bay of Plenty this afternoon with a double, a brace, and maybe looking for number 3. Just over 5 minutes gone here in the second half. 1 goal advantage to Waikato. Hope you're enjoying the Ford Futsal Super League here on Sky Sport Next. Live on Sky Sport tomorrow. If you want to park up in front of the TV, hope you are enjoying the coverage. Sam Hewitt commentating for you this afternoon. Mark Watson also will be joining us for the next game. Bay of Plenty now starting to get a sense that they can turn this game around. A few more opportunities down the other end and starting to set themselves structurally on defence. Waikato will probably jinx me now that I've said that. Here's the shot from Osman. It's well wide and high. But as I've said throughout the broadcast, do encourage you if you're in Auckland and able to come on down to Bruce Pulman Arena, experience the action live. So a good setup down here with great seating and a full day of futsal ahead. So grab some lunch and make your way on down. Plenty of games still to come this afternoon. Here's Kawana. Pass on to Keenan Howard, but Robson, the hard worker that he is, was there on the spot. Howard to restart. Now playing well with Kawana. Now Waikato coming back the other way. Robson up high. If McMillan can find him. He isn't able to, and Bay of Plenty hassling now. Howard comes away with it. Just touched behind from McMillan, and the foul will be given against Waikato. So that's their first foul of the half. It is the first foul of the half. That's going to be Bay of Plenty ball. Howard to Kawana. And that's perhaps something that as Bay of Plenty's undoing somewhat in this tournament. Marvin Eakins talked to us about the youth of the side, and that's what Mario Ramos, the coach, has gone for, a lot of youth, but when you come up against some hardened players like you do in Kareem Osman, just get pushed off the ball, a little bit tougher. Good play here between Kawana, and now he's got Keenan Howard. Howard just trips up over it before he gets the shot away, and now Robson can come back for Waikato. Here's Eriksson up top, Robson down low to Martin. Martin back up to Eriksson, and the shot, which comes off the hands of Camplin and into the back of the net. They're happy with that, Waikato. A good counter-attack from them. Linking between Robson, Martin and Eriksson. Good ball up high from Martin. That one finding the back of the net. And for Waikato, they lead 5-3. 13.5 minutes to play here in the second half, I should say. Still hungry for more Waikato. Here's Martin. Back down to Eriksson. Eriksson topping it to Sharplin. Sharplin dancing it along that far hand touch. Martin again. Little step back and forth, but then over the sideline it goes. The ref says it comes off Bay of Plenty foot last. Martin. Down low. Tobias back into the middle. No one was there. Now the shot from Sharplin deflects off the foot of Keenan Howard. Here's Tyler Eriksson. Good shape away off the left there. And then the pass across. It does come to Tobias. Now back out again to Sharplin. Scramble defence there from Bay of Plenty. The ball back in play from Martin. And Sharplin misses that one left. Waikato dominating in this last few minutes. An extra goal to show for it. They just keep putting the squeeze on Bay of Plenty. Martin getting around his man easily. The end with a nice little flick move there. Ethan Martin. That was a nice little bit of trickery from the Waikato captain. Eriksson into the middle. It's a good pass from him. He's found Sharplin, who wants to get onto his right foot. Comes back to Martin. One touch passing here, and then eventually that shot high and wide. But Waikato really moving it around in that final third. Bay of Plenty just a little bit guilty of relaxing on defence. Carter to restart for Bay of Plenty. Finds Zaza. 12 minutes to play. That one coming right down onto the head of Tobias, and he finds Tyler Eriksson down low, so getting it under control, Waikato. And a pass now and a half chance for Tobias on his head. Just disrupted though, and Bay of Plenty get out of trouble. Long pass down to Zaza. Trickles out over that far hand touch. It's going to be Waikato ball. Under 12 minutes to play in this match. Waikato trying to avoid the high press from Bay of Plenty. They come away with it though. Here's Zaza. Just couldn't get through Sharplin, who was resolute in defence. Now they're coming back the other way. Look, held by the shirt there was Landig, and his pass goes errant. Referee didn't see it. Waikato to restart through Sharpland. In downtown by Martin, finds Tobias, a good pass back into the middle, and Eriksson with the finish. Beautiful play yet again from Waikato. Martin linking up with his man downtown in Tobias, and then that's a beautiful pass across the face, and Eriksson just taps it into the bottom left-hand corner. 6-3 to Waikato. They are opening up quite a lead. They plenty just found themselves in a hole. Really have dropped off defensively in the last 2 or 3 minutes. Once again, Waikato come away with it on the foot of Henry Thompson, looking for a nutmeg of sorts. Osman comes away with it. He's got a man in the middle. If he can find him, takes it on himself. Then it comes back finally. Players screaming in. Thompson with the shot, and good save there from Camplin. That was a good save from Camplin. Could have been number 7 for Waikato. Off the corner kick. Now Waikato. Not a pretty pass there, but they still have it in possession. Good pass forward to Thompson now up on the far side. Osman has it at the back to Robson. Down to Osman again. There's Elliot Cooper getting tied up, and now Bay of Plenty. Oh, they had half a chance. Landig grabs his man as he's running past. He knew he lost the ball. And that'll be foul number 1 for Bay of Plenty in the second half. Osman will be the man to take the free kick. Here's Robson. Down to Thompson. He plays it back to Osman. Up high to Thompson again. Osman looking for his man, and Robson up high, but drifted away from him. 10 minutes 36 to play here in this match. Game number 3 of day 3. Coming up next, we've got East Coast Bays taking on Waikato Bay of Plenty on the women's side. It's set to kick off at around about 2 o'clock. Zaza. Pass going all the way through to JP Page, playing a net for Waikato. Elliot Cooper now on the ball, connecting well with Osman. No, it's broken up by Bay of Plenty. Still in play though. Now Cooper he's got a man down low, and Robson taking the shot on. It's a good shot. That's saved well by Camplin. It might have been the back of Camplin who found the ball there. We just see on the replay. Bay of Plenty once again getting caught defensively. Camplin just turned his back on it and straight into him. That one going across the face of goal there. Half a chance for Henry Thompson if he had stuck with the plate. Here's Carter. Finding Olsen, who wants to turn and shoot. Taken down by Osman. Referee says it's okay. The Bay of Plenty players wanted a foul. And a little bit of co-curriculars after the play. Thought Olsen did get pulled down there by Osman as he had turned his man, but the referee was happy with it. Just over 9.5 minutes to play here in the second half. Waikato with a commanding 3-goal lead. Goal scorers for them: Casey Sharpland with a double, Tyler Eriksson with a double as well. Then Jonathan Tobias and Kareem Osman with a penalty from the 10-metre spot. For Bay of Plenty, Andrew Olsen, and then Keenan Howard with a double. Long ball down to Olsen, and just takes a heavy touch off his chest. Him and Kareem Osman just developing a little rivalry between the two. The fixed defender at the back and the target man at the top for Bay of Plenty. Big pass downtown to Robson, but Zaza picks it off. Just over 9 minutes to play now. Bay of Plenty need to make up 3 goals, so you wonder when they try and get the extra man, if they do indeed want the extra man. Here's a chance for Waikato again. Osman, man in the middle, a good touch, and then Thompson thought he was brought down by Landig running through. It ends up over the posts. Anyway, we'll have another look at it here. Good pass from Osman, and was Thompson pulled down as he went to shoot? Looked like there was a little bit of contact. The referee says no. Back into the middle, a good goal here from Bay of Plenty. Well worked between Ollie Harris and Andrew Olsen, and a foul called as well after the play on Thompson. So we just see here the pass across the face, Olsen in the middle, no one there to mark him, and almost impossible to save from JP Page. So another goal for Andrew Olsen, his second of the afternoon, and it's going to be 6 goals to 4 in favour of Waikato. Bay of Plenty pull one back. So 2 fouls for Waikato in this half. And a lot more disciplined, both teams, than they were in the first half. Of course, Bay of Plenty giving up that penalty shot, given they went over the limit. Just waiting for the restart here. Forward Futsal Super League action, live on Sky Sport Next. And coming up next, we've got East Coast Bays going up against Waikato Bay of Plenty Power on the women's side. East Coast Bays beating Papakura once again. The last minute heroics, 4-3. Pretty much books their spot in the final tomorrow. And the men's final also decided. It will be East Coast Bays and Auckland City. Auckland City just needed a point out of their meeting in the game previous. Auckland getting the win, so they will go through to the final tomorrow. Here's Ethan Martin for Waikato, taking on the goalkeeper one-on-one. Good save though, then Bay of Plenty clear. A lot more stoppages in the second half of this game. First 2 games of the day flew by. Teams just with a lot less errant passes and a lot less shots off target. As I speak there, Sharpland pushes one right of the goalkeeper. Gal on the pitch for Bay of Plenty. Here's Landig looking for a man up high but couldn't find him. Martin comes away with it easily. Yeah, captain for Waikato, who's basically assisted every goal they've scored this afternoon. Here's Wink. High to Thompson, and Martin with a beautiful left foot finish. The man ran from defence to attack in the blink of an eye. And Waikato have goal number 7, courtesy of the captain, Ethan Martin. Beautiful ball from Casey Sharpland. Those two linking up well together. And Captain Martin with another goal. It moves him up the Resene Golden Boot standings as well. It's a 3rd place on 3 goals. Eight minutes to play here in this match. Bay of Plenty just sort of let this game get away on them in the second half defensively. Not as tight as they have been throughout this competition. Martin into the middle. They are a very young team though. Marvin Eakins told us about that. Mario Ramos has put together a very young team from the Bay of Plenty, so this tournament was always going to be an uphill battle for them to win it, but maybe looking towards the future. Here's Cooper on the board. Sorry, that's Wink. Cooper Wink on the ball. Now Martin looking for his man in the middle again. Disrupted well. Here's Sharplin. Just happy to reset a little bit. Casey Sharplin. Now Martin. Still looking for more goals. Waikato. The ball out to Wink. Gets back onto his right and then pushes it to the right of the goal. Long ball here from Nate Camplin, dealt with by Martin. Happy to see it over the end goal. Be a corner though for Bay of Plenty. Chance to maybe set something up. Tyler Erickson coming away with it now for Waikato. He's got a man down low. Doesn't need him though. Doesn't want to need him. Now Sharplin. Doing well to beat one man, beat two men. Then pass away for the foot of Wink. Martin up high to Erickson. Erickson wanting to get on the left. Looking for a clean look in is Tyler Erickson. Probably not going to find it on that far touch. Eventually gets a shot away. Spilled out by Camplin. Taken off the boot of Sharplin then from the Bay of Plenty defender. Now they can go back the other way. Howard down low. Finds Vieira Gal and then that pass missing everyone up high. And Waikato will get the ball back. Waikato restart. Will Bay of Plenty look to pull the goalie or are they happy to try and go for it? Got a full strength side and the goalie in place. Here's Martin at the back for Waikato now to Tyler Erickson. Back to Martin. Plenty of men up high if he can find them, but a bit of a miscommunication there. Bay of Plenty come away with it. Rolling it on the foot is Vieira Gal. And then just poked through from Tyler Erickson. Tristan Kawana was down there as well, battling for Bay of Plenty. Ball restarted here from Bay of Plenty and got a foul here, I think. Foul up top for Bay of Plenty. So that's foul number 2 for them. Waikato will restart it. They change out a few of the line as well. Osman on for them. As up high to McMillan. McMillan combining with Tobias. Finds Osman at the back. Good shape this from Waikato. Nice movement as well. That one escapes the foot of Caden Rogers. Camplin to restart. Good forward ball to Kawana. Kawana trying to find Vieira Gal, but then missing out. Vieira Gal on it. Keenan Howard at the back too with Landig. Good hustle from Waikato. Landig doesn't have any time to find his man. Little toe through there from Howard and Vieira Gal. Hassled by 2 Waikato defenders. Ball out near side. They will retain possession, Bay of Plenty. 5.5 minutes to go. The deficit is 3. Waikato leading 7-4. Tyler Erickson, Casey Sharplin with braces for the Waikato side. Ethan Martin, Jonathan Tobias and Kareem Osman, the other goal scorers. Osman down to Rogers. Rogers with his fellow attacker. That one, a dangerous ball into the area. Well dealt with by Landig. It was Cooper as well that was combining with Rogers there. And they nearly had half a chance, if not for the foot of Landig on the line. 5 minutes to play here in this match. Ford Futsal Super League here live on Sky Sport Next. Coming up after this, we have East Coast Bay's women taking on Waikato Bay of Plenty. Mark Watson, legend himself, on the call. Back into the middle from Bay of Plenty. Looking for a player running through, can't find him. Well, yeah, exciting schedule of games coming up this afternoon as these teams look to round out their round-robin competition before finals tomorrow. And if Marvin Eakins has missed a futsal, then Mark Watson's the godfather. He'll be in the chair through until 6:30. Through until 8 o'clock, I should say. Sorry, last game at 6:30, so a big shift from the big man. Here's Ryan McLeod, sorry, and then Waikato just happy to punt it down the other end. 4.5 minutes to play. Trying to turn on it well there from, was the Waikato man, Tobias, and then just found out at the back though, two Bay of Plenty players closing him down. That one going all the way over the goal line, so easily dealt with, and Camplin will get us restarted. Oh, Carter just tripping up over his own foot there. Eventually Tobias gets it, comes back, gets a shot on goal. That was Elliot Cooper, but it wasn't clean, and Bay of Plenty escaped that one there. Could have been 8-4. Have a look at this. Good play from Tobias to find his man. And a good save, though, by Camplin. Down the other end, it's a save from JP Page. Sorry, it's didn't touch him at all. Just went out over the goal line, and Page will restart it himself. High ball looking for the chest, perhaps, of Tobias, but gets away from him. Also the team physio, Jonathan Tobias, so if anyone goes down, he'll be the man to stretch the legs. Apply the deep heat. Here's Olsen now, and the good pass into the middle. It's a good goal. Well worked from Bay of Plenty. Aaron Carter, the top goal scorer for Bay of Plenty. That takes him to the top, equal with Eduardo Exposito Espinosa on the Rosine Golden Boot standings. Look at this from Ryan McLeod. Good pass back in the middle. Hit the hand as well of Elliot Cooper. I think the ref might even have called him for that one. So yellow card for him. And another foul chalked up for Waikato. 3 minutes 40 to go. 7-5 reads the scoreboard in favour of Waikato. Bay of Plenty on the comeback. And look, if there's one thing we're used to watching this Ford Futsal Super League over the last 7 days, it's that last second comebacks are very common. See if Bay of Plenty can fashion something out of this next 3.5 minutes. Martin. Ramos now on the ball for Bay of Plenty. Disrupted by Martin. 3.5 minutes to play. 2 goals the deficit for Bay of Plenty if they can make it up. Here's Carter on the ball with Kawana. That one drifting out. Oh, we're yet to see the extra man in the 3 games we've had so far today. The team's just happy to play with a normal complement of players. Don't want to take the risk. As Robson here tackled hard to the ground by Ramos. Ramos now Carter downfield, and Ryan McLeod not able to pull it down. We start here from JP Page all the way down to Robson. Challenging with him is Ramos. Robson on it now. Plays it back to Tobias. Here's Martin. Back to Tobias again. There's a defender crawling all over him, but manages to get the pass away. Now Martin, sideline. Finds Tobias, pass back into the middle to Robson. Disrupted by the Bay of Plenty defence, and they'll end up with the ball on the far side. Under 3 minutes to play now. Final stages of this game. Waikato with a 2-goal advantage. Olsen, here's McLeod, looking for that sideline run from Olsen, but pass perhaps wasn't quite as pinpoint as it needed to be. Long ball down, looking for Robson. Finds him, and Ramos and him going toe-to-toe. Martin running through. Now they can counter-attack Bay of Plenty if they can play it quickly. Camplin couldn't find anyone. Olsen, nice little move there, but a little bit too much on it. It's going to be Waikato ball here on the foot of Robson. Just lays it off to Martin. Good pass back now to Tobias. Looking for Robson up high. Not enough meat on it though. Now Bay of Plenty getting hassled by Waikato. Here's Ramos, a brilliant slide in there from Tobias early. Sees the ball out over the sideline. They have plenty to restart now. Back to Zaza. Ball coming up high now to Vieira Gale. Here's Vieira Gale as well, the brothers. Vieira Gale on it. Olsen. It's Ollie Harris on as well for Bay of Plenty. Makaha Vieira Gale and Kalani Vieira Gale, the two brothers for Bay of Plenty. It's Makaha on Bay of Plenty at the moment. Good ball into the middle. Martin looking to bring it down. Under 2 minutes to play now. As Bay of Plenty come back through the middle. Zaza up to Olsen. Olsen now with Harris at the back. He's trying to get around Tyler Eriksson. Doesn't get around him now. Eriksson has the ball. Pass into the middle. Here is a shot from Sharplin and a goal into the right-hand side of the net. 8-5 in favour of Waikato. Casey Sharplin with his hat-trick in this particular game. It was just good hustle from Tyler Eriksson to keep that ball in. Found his man in the middle, and just a well-placed shot from Casey Sharplin into that right-hand corner. 90 seconds to play, and you'd think Waikato have it wrapped up, but we've seen stranger things. Here's Robson now. Can he get another off the right post? Good shot from the number 4. Now he gets a pass back to Sharplin. He's looking for number 4. Turns back onto his left. Gets a pass through to Robson, and it just trickles wide. So, gee, Hayden Robson, the workhorse, really going at it here with 90 seconds to play. They do not let up, Waikato. They keep going until the end. Now here, Waikato play out from the back. Good pass back into the middle now. Tobias up high to Osman, who's looking for the shot, and looks we're going to get a penalty, not a penalty, sorry, a foul call here on, trying to work out who this is on. Might have been on Bay of Plenty for that earlier play, or is it the running through there? It was, yeah, held back Tobias from Zaza, maybe. So free kick's going to be called. I think it was on Bay of Plenty. So that's their third foul of the half. 1 minute to go. Osman might look to set something up here from the free kick. Osman now with the free kick. He just takes on the wall straight into them, so nothing doing there. Up high, good little move onto the right foot there, and the shot not held by Camplin. And it's another goal for Waikato off the boot of Elliot Cooper. It was a strong shot, but if we have a look here, Camplin will kick himself for not doing better. Just cutting back in on the right. Good clean shot, should have been held. Ends up in the back of the net, and it's 9-5 in favour of Waikato. They did beat Bay of Plenty 10-5 in the first game that these two teams played back last Saturday. So will it end 10-5 again? There's 40 seconds left to play. They have plenty of players going all over the place. Here's Osman. Osman coming back to his right now. Counter-attacking opportunity. Here's Bay of Plenty. Can they get a shot away? They can, but it's beautifully held there by JP Page. And now they go back the other way. Good touchdown and getting held on the back of the shirt there. And I think referee is, nope, he's happy to let it play on. Bay of Plenty now come back the other way. Good little move there. And a left foot shot, and it hits the right post. That was a strong shot from Ollie Harris after getting around his man. Nice little move there. And then onto the left foot. Just hit the right post. Careened back out. It's going to be Waikato ball with 15 seconds to play. Strong pass up forward. Now they're still going. Here's Caden Rogers onto his left. Gets away. Puts a pass through. They do score through Elliot Cooper. He gets his second, and it will be 10-5. A carbon copy of the first game with just 6.5 seconds to play. Brilliant move there from Caden Rogers, and Elliot Cooper, who scored just moments ago, picks up goal number 2. As Bay of Plenty restart, the clock winds down. Down to zeros. The hooter sounds, the whistle blows, and Waikato finish this game 10 goals to 5 victors. Exact same scoreline when these two sides met last Saturday. A hat-trick to Casey Sharplin, doubles to Tyler Erickson, Elliot Cooper, and Kareem Osman, Jonathan Tobias, and Ethan Martin rounded out the scoring for Waikato. For Bay of Plenty, Keenan Howard with a double, Aaron Carter, and Andrew Olsen with a double himself. That's not enough as Waikato come out victorious. Coming up next, we have East Coast Bays up against Waikato Bay of Plenty Power. The women's side, Mark Watson, will be taking you through that call. We'll be back right after this.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
So it's fantastic for McDonald's and our franchisees to be able to announce that we're extending our sponsorship of football in New Zealand, going from the last 6 or 7 years working through junior football with coaches and all the players and supporters to now being a sponsor of the whole of community football in New Zealand.
New Zealand Football is excited to continue our partnership with McDonald's. The next 3 years will see McDonald's become the biggest supporter of community football, extending its reach past the junior framework and into the youth framework and senior framework, as well as coach and referee education, supporting and creating opportunities for everyone at every level across the community space.
The McDonald's Junior, Youth and Senior Framework encourages participation in football across Aotearoa for all Kiwis to be active, enjoy their football and practice and learn new skills. Through our partnership with McDonald's, we're able to develop new initiatives, programs and continue to support our Skills Centre program for more Kiwis to be enjoying and loving football across Aotearoa.
The McDonald's Community Referee Development Program will look to increase participation, education throughout the whole community and hopefully look to get some more people involved. We'd like to increase referee confidence and make sure refereeing is fun for all.
McDonald's has been a long supporter of our junior community coaches, and with their added support in junior, youth and senior community coaching space, we have a great opportunity to create more resources to support our coaches as they work through the coaching pathway. Community coaches play a vital part in helping our players fall in love with the game. With McDonald's behind us, we're going to have a great time doing it.
So McDonald's has been involved with football in New Zealand for over 20 years, and we were talking to New Zealand Football recently about how we could extend that, and the opportunity to be the community football sponsor and part of the football whānau came about, and it was just perfect timing for us and our franchisees.
Bays AFC up against Waikato Bay of Plenty Power. Now, East Coast Bays very much coming as the favourite. Waikato Bay of Plenty, well, they're a young side, they're an emerging side. But one thing that we have seen in the game of futsal is that you've got to take your opportunities. You have to take your chances. And it is sometimes a game of chances. Now, joining me in commentary, and a great privilege indeed, we've got the Futsal Ferns head coach, Nick Downs, who's also coach of the men's Auckland City. Now, they won this competition back in 2020. Tomorrow, they look to try and redo that when they will take on a very good East Coast Bays men's side. Nick, good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Really happy to be on this one. Excited to actually sit down and watch some futsal. It's been all go so far, but yeah, great to watch this one, see how we get on.
Yeah, interesting too, just running through that starting lineup for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Kate Snowball, Neve Simpson, Emma Brown, Trinica Kenny, and the very, very talented Stevie Lee Tiller. She is certainly one player who has the ability to change the direction of a game. On the East Coast Bay side, well, Karina Brown and the very, very good Abby Wright in the number 7, Mickey Buckley, Jessica Smith and Brooke Verevis. So a very experienced lineup. I'd imagine too, though, Nick, that both teams will be wanting to use their entire bench, understanding the fatigue levels that incurred last week, but also understanding the intensity of today and tomorrow.
Yes, and look, East Coast Bays will be looking at that final tomorrow, so they'll want to make sure their players get a good balanced amount of game time today and keep that momentum going.
Well, big long shot on that occasion coming from their number 8, Eve Machuski. Meanwhile, back up the other end, it is East Coast Bays in their blue uniforms. I sort of sense, just having watched East Coast Bays, they're a team who they tend to play a little bit more through the middle, and they're a side who have some very good individuals. And here's a great example of it. No, big effort across the face, that time coming from Jessica Smith. So I'd imagine, Nick, just a chance here for both teams to sort of get a sense of what sides are doing offensively and defensively.
Yes, and I mean, they have played each other previously, but you never know. Of course, the coach changed tactics, different players, different starting lineups. So yes, the first spell is always a bit of a one where you look at the other team, how are they doing, what are they actually doing, is it different?
Now, one thing I will say for East Coast Bays, Karina Brown in goal is simply outstanding. Watching her performance last week, wow, some of the saves, absolutely fearless, great athleticism.
Yeah, very good keeper in Karina Brown there. Look, she's having a good tournament. Also, very good with her feet, so can be useful to, as she, depending on where the coach allows her, come out a little of the goal and create the overload. The 5 versus 4, she can do that without having to change to an outfielder.
So we just saw an example there of the very talented Tiller, number 12. And so East Coast Bays just go long, just to try and slow things down. To join both sides just to settle a little bit. Anything that you're noticing initially from both teams, Nick, in terms of the way these sides are setting themselves up, starting with East Coast Bays?
Well, it looks like East Coast Bays are wanting to win the ball relatively high, putting a little bit of early pressure on. They do have a good experienced four out there. Buckley's played a lot of futsal. Karina's actually won two national titles, I believe. So good experience there. This is, as you mentioned, a new and upcoming Waikato side. So still learning a few of these players and what they're about.
Good shot there. Looking at the number 6, Emma Brown, for Waikato Bay of Plenty. They'll get play back underway, East Coast Bays, and they will go through Karina Brown. So happy to play right and left. And you can just see that East Coast Bays defence just pressing quite high as well, putting pressure on the player with ball at foot. Now they look to try and work it back into the middle, looking to try and thread the needle. Can they move it? Can they play it with a quick chance here? Tiller has the ball taken from her. Opportunity now coming from Brooke Veravis, but scrambling defence from Waikato Bay of Plenty. Come down the right side, but just too easy again. Veravis, another player who brings that experience. It should go to Buckley. Buckley, the captain today for East Coast Bays. Oh, lovely little chance, off a scoring, but just couldn't quite get the timing right. Jessica Smith, she'll be disappointed with that.
Yes, very well worked here. Player free in the middle, creates the overload far side. Very good. Disappointed, just didn't get a strike on the goal.
Tiller will get play back underway. Looking to go left and right, but again, this very flat defence from East Coast Bays now look to try and thread the needle through the middle. So good intent, just the accuracy at the moment letting them down.
Yeah, it looks like Waikato happy to try and play in front of East Coast Bays defence. They are leaving the player high in that pivot position, so trying to find her. But just got to be careful if they don't look forward enough. Potentially they lose the ball under the pressure.
Yeah, Neve Simpson there in the number 3, along with Tiller. Make a lovely little combination. It'll be Tiller who will put the ball in. And they do get play back underway. Yeah, lovely long ball, but can't quite control it. Now chance here. Both teams guilty of giving possession away at key times. Sides haven't really settled at the moment, but that again is because of the defensive pressure that both teams are putting on each other. Now chance here for Karina Brown just to slow it down. Good pressure from Machuski. In fact, number 9 is Trinica Kenny, my apologies. So looking to just try and build slowly. Now chance here. Good skills being shown by Simpson. And now they look for that long ball. I've mentioned Karina Brown. What can you tell us about Kate Snowball in goal for Waikato Bay of Plenty?
So Kate, so yeah, look, another younger player, I believe has played at least one Super League before. I believe she was in the 2020 side. But haven't seen a lot of her in this tournament just yet, I will admit.
Yeah, so Tiller trying to free up Brown. Tiller now drops back into that fix-it position. There she goes, she'll get press one-on-one against Emma Brown. Again, good pressure and ball passing. So, it'll be frustrating, I'd imagine, for both coaches at the moment.
Yeah, East Coast Bay's got a pretty strong four on at the moment. Got Bremner very good on the ball, Hooper very good on the ball. Look, Hannah Reddy is the pivot.
Yeah, your Auckland City men's side, certainly a lot of depth. Notice when you're making your substitutions, you often will change out a complete line, not dissimilar to what you see in ice hockey, and it's nice when you've got that benefit.
Yeah, and it just comes down at the end of the day to coach preference and the players you do have available. Some coaches will roll 1, 2 at a time, some will roll 4. Look, it's you've got 12 players, it's easy maths when you just sub in 4 at a time for me. Easy to manage.
It's nice when you've got that quality, frustrating. Oh, Reddy, now she's a good player here. She loves that, turning her back on her opponent and then looking to just swivel, turn on a dime. It's very much her signature. And it's interesting, you watch a lot of players know she'll do it, but that doesn't necessarily mean they know how to stop it.
No, look, she's proven to be very hard to defend against. And she's had a good tournament from the games I've seen so far.
And she can hit too from a distance, can't she?
Definite goal scorer.
Yep.
And look, she's definitely shown some improvement in bringing others into play, which is what you want to see from that role.
Now chance here. That needs a runner, can't find it. Not enough weight on the pass. Picked off easily by Tronica Kenny. And looks to try and switch play. Lovely piece of move. Opportunity here. Does she look to pull the trigger? No, she doesn't. So happy to go back and play back out of their own half. This is what we've come to expect from Bays. Just playing with a little bit more patience here. This is good play, good run, opportunity. Trying to just isolate a defender, create that overlap out wide. There is that overlap, chance, shot into the middle. But hand goes up as acknowledgement. My apologies. It's left just a little bit flat-footed. Number 19 for East Coast Bays is Arisa Takara from Japan. Ready now, turning, this is her signature move. The shot comes, and just like that, we talked about her class, that turn on a pivot, that little swivel, and that was a great example of it. And it's East Coast Bays who take a 1-0-0 lead over Waikato Bay of Plenty.
And look, it was a great spot there from Hooper. Play that pass through the middle. Yeah, Reddy's done very well there. Held it up, rolled the defender, and yeah, as we talked about, she can score goals.
I think Abby Watson, the defender, was a little bit disappointed, but I'll say that about Reddy. She's done that to a lot of players over her years. Good piece of goalkeeping here from Karina Brown. Read it nicely, came off her line. Now chance here back at the other end, looking to try and switch it. Great switch. Oh, good piece of goalkeeping. Another second shot comes. Oh, 2 pieces of great goalkeeping. That time from Kate Snowball.
And look, Hooper again, she spotted Reddy at the back post. Lovely, unselfish pass there across the court.
Yeah, nice controlled second shot too, coming from Olivia Hooper. Not easy. We've seen a lot of players lean back and sort of almost convert it, but she kept down. She got over the top of it nicely. Another opportunity, but happy to play left and right. So now you sort of sense East Coast Bay starting to find their rhythm. Just got to be careful here, Bay of Plenty, just starting to lose their shape a little bit.
Yeah, East Coast Bay has got an exciting 4 on here. As I say, they've got 2 very good ball players. Hannah Reddy at the top. It is an exciting 4.
And now Reddy looking. Oh, great piece of move. Good goal. Keeping again. Referee says that's okay. Let's play on. Oh, so far, Kate Snowball. And a chance at the other end now. Opportunity, and there it is. So you talk about opportunist moments. You've got a team that have been pressing, a team that have been under a lot of pressure, and suddenly they tie it up at 1-1 with almost... Well, they go coast to coast, don't they? And just have a look at this, beautifully worked. And East Coast Base just left napping.
And look, they've got themselves in that 3v2 counter-attacking position, which is perfect for them. Good little unselfish pass, and then bang, great finish there across the goal.
And just like that, you've got to take your chances. We talked about it, and they're an opportunist side, Waikato Bay of Plenty. They don't have the depth that East Coast Bays have. So another shot comes, another piece of brilliant goalkeeping. Wow, how good has she been, Kate Snowball? Great vision initially by Karina Brown with the pass, and finds Takara.
Oh, foul.
No, referee says play on. Player's going to need to get back up. Scrambling back are East Coast Bays.
Yeah, unfortunately the pass behind the player there. Again, they could have gotten to a good 3v2 counter-attack opportunity, but just lacked a little bit of quality on the pass.
Yeah, when the pass traditionally goes behind a player, who's at fault there? The player moving forward or the player passing?
Well, look, you try. It is always tough, right? But when we're in a counter-attacking situation like that, you want the ball to go just in front or to the player's feet. So if you're passing behind the player, then yes, it's on the passer for me. You don't want it too far in front, like a football through ball, because you never get it.
Yeah, and I guess, I know humidity and air pressure and stuff can have an effect on aerodynamics. You see it a lot on the sport of cycling and the velodrome, but I'd imagine most futsal, it's a reasonably controlled environment. It's not like you sort of got to get used to slightly different surfaces.
No, not here. It's pretty easy here. Yeah. Look, I'm sure some of the...
No, chance, good opportunity, great footwork.
Very good tackle.
Great tackle, yep, well picked off, but it is really good play here, really good team play. Reddy's got the player out wide to the right, they take it, the cross comes across and up the upright. And that time, goal scoring chance for Olivia Hooper, but really East Case Bays, for the amount of possession they've had, for how much they've dominated this game, well, it's still tied up at 1-1, and that's what makes futsal so unique.
Yeah, chance after chance at the moment. But look, new personnel on the court, and this is again the beauty of futsal, right? They're Waikato taking a bit of pressure here, but they change their players and momentum shifts, hopefully, for them.
And I just sort of sense, talking to you, Nick, that there's been a little bit of a frustration with your Auckland men's side, plenty of possession, but maybe at times just not quite the finishing.
Yes, we're creating a lot, which is great, and we are making it a little bit hard for ourselves. Maybe we could have, a couple more goals in each game. It makes it a bit easier.
Now chance here again. They'd love to turn this possession into points. So good. Really nicely done by Hooper. It's a very good futsal player, Hooper.
And look, Waikato's got Muspratt on the court now. She's probably the most experienced player. Hopefully she can add a bit of calm at the back.
Hope you are enjoying coverage. Day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Joining me in commentary, Nick Downs, Football Ferns head coach, Super League Auckland City coach. Now, ready again. They're playing this nicely, aren't they? We're seeing Hannah Reddy there, Nick, sort of holding the ball in the middle of the court and using Jordana Bremner nicely out on that right side. It doesn't appear that Waikato Bay have Plenty have really adapted to that just yet. What do they need to do defensively when they're under a little bit of pressure to shut down that right side?
So a couple of things there. I mean, look, if Reddy's there on the ball, holding it up back to goal, you really want someone coming back from the front to tackle her. Yeah. Because the player who's holding her up can't do anything, can't dive in because Reddy will roll you. So you've got to have someone from the front coming back to try and win that ball. And then if there's runners on the side, you really want your other teammates tracking those runners just to deal with it all. Because
sort of, I guess using sort of basketball terminology, they've almost got like a zone defense, haven't they, rather than a man-on-man defense at times.
Yeah, and teams are adopting both. Zonal is definitely in the last couple of seasons come into the game more and more. A lot more teams are adopting that. And when played well, very hard to break down.
Yeah, I saw last week one thing that did impress me with Waikato Bay of Plenty, particularly on defence, they tended to defend very much in the middle, almost in a square formation, but no further, not much wider than about 2 metres either side of goal and then coming forward. Chance now, but Brown comes out. Would have some wonderful saves last week. Karina Brown. Now opportunity here for Waikato. Bay of Plenty. Try and bring it back into the middle. But a high press defence from East Coast Bays. Now need to thread the needle, but to nobody. Right idea, just a breakdown in communication.
Yeah, maybe pivot, not on the same wavelength there. Which side do I need to be on?
Yep, gave the pass away, sloppy. And almost, it was again Courtney Stone. Just going back to your Auckland City side, I sort of clearly had the ability to watch a few games last week, and particularly on that first day, and I can understand it, you know, it's been COVID and everything else, but just at key times giving passes away and not finding your player and suddenly relieving the pressure.
Sorry, how do you mean?
Well, just at times, well, I wouldn't say lazy passing, but just not accurate passing,
yeah, look,
and just turning the ball over at times.
It's tricky, right? There's a point. Every player kind of has their set amount of time. Some will do 2 minutes and they'll be fine. Others maybe 3-4 minutes, and then the longer they're on court, start to fatigue. That's when you start seeing those sloppy passes.
Yes.
And as a coach, you've got to be on top of that and managing it, because honestly, the amount of times you concede a goal right before you're just trying to make a sub and you concede a goal and it's too late.
Yeah. So you get tired, you lose concentration, don't you?
Yeah.
No, it's great insight. Just gives people at home a bit of perspective there on maybe sometimes we're judge them a bit harshly. If we sort of just call it as we see it, I guess.
No, look, it's a high intensity game. Like they're doing some work on the court, the players.
No, I think so. Chance now for Waikato Bay plenty just to try and just play out of their own half. They're struggling though, and then they try and play through the middle, but again, just really good high defense coming from East Coast Bays.
Yeah, there's a lot of sideways running, looking to try and create some distractions, but it's not super purposeful at the moment. There needs to be just a little bit more pace in the runs off the ball. If they are looking for a block, they actually need to go in and block a player. It's just a little bit slow for Waikato Bay plenty at the moment.
So corner will come, and it will be taken by Courtney Stone. Now set piece, no chance here. The shot, but didn't get over the top of it. The left full from the very impressive number 5 and Brooke Barkley. Do we have a certain style of futsal here in New Zealand, or does that style still really ultimately depend on the coach and the players that you have within a team, and you tend to build it around the mechanics of those players?
I think a bit of both. I think the game's definitely, there's a lot more variety across the game than previously. It does depend on players and of course coach preferences. So the zonal half-court sort of defence is definitely the most common one you'll see now. And then with the ball, the 3-1 with the pivot is probably the most common attacking system.
So chance now for East Coast Bays, looking to just good the ball through, just couldn't quite find the intended target. Number 16, Jessica Smith. This is Smith. Straight back to Buckley, the captain. Goes across to Rebecca Aiken, and they're happy just to play it out. Chance to just have a bit of a rest, slow things down. Yeah, interesting too. Great to see in your Auckland City side a real nice influence. Brazilian, Spanish players. We've got some Asian influence there. New Zealand boys.
Yep.
And all, I'd imagine all bringing different ideas and slightly different skill sets.
Yeah, look, we've got a great mix of players and ideas there, which is fantastic. A lot of different experiences as well. And yeah, it seems to be all coming together at the moment. So it's going okay.
So pictures are just frozen at the moment. We are trying to just sort that out. So, do apologies if that you're seeing what we're seeing, which is a frozen screen. Chance here, but the block scrambling back in defence. Waikato. Okay, we are back.
So this is what Karina's good at. She can come out and create that overload. But high risk.
Yeah, it's the other thing. You've got to scramble back because the goalkeeper can score in futsal from one end. We saw it last week. Might have even been Karina Brown, in fact, who might have been the goal scorer.
She did score last weekend, yes.
So, looking now, just a ball. in futsal, the long ball, is it effective, or is that just a little bit of waving the white flag and starting to run out of ideas?
Again, it depends on the personnel you've got. If you've got a very good pivot, so for example, when Hannah Reddy's on for East Coast Bays, she gives them a longer option because you can play to her and she'll bring that down and she'll hold it up.
Yeah.
If a defence is stepping really high and leaving space behind, then a longer ball over top for someone to run into is also an option. But yeah, look, sometimes it's just under pressure, no idea, I'll just knock along, and so not so good.
So Waikato Bay of Plenty looking to...
You know, like here for Waikato Bay of Plenty now at the moment, you know, number 6 is the pivot there. Potentially she could be a bit higher behind the defence rather than trying to receive the ball
number 6
in the middle of the defence.
Yeah, number 6 is Emma Brown.
Emma Brown, yeah. So maybe Emma could be a bit higher behind them, and you could play a longer pass over their defence.
It is Emma Brown who will be in possession of the ball. So just the non-futsal aficionados, what do they officially call when play gets back underway from the sideline? Clearly in football it's a throw. What do they call it in futsal?
Kick in.
Just a kick in.
Yep, nice and simple. The confusing one is the goal clearance when the keeper restarts.
So they will get it back underway again. Now, what have they got here? Little boot in, opportunity. Idea was right, just not quite the execution. The intended target was Trinaka Kenny. Now, East Coast Bays looking to try and build. Remember, 1-1 in a game that really has been dominated by East Coast Bays. But again, really good defence coming from Stevie Lee Tiller, and they'll take that timeout. How strategic will that timeout be?
Yeah, and look, timeouts are great. I love timeouts. I always forget to to use them sometimes.
One per coach per half.
Yes, one per coach, and it can be great just to settle nerves, change momentum, put in a different put in a different tactic.
So if you just sitting here watching Waikato Bay of Plenty, if you're their coach, what are you saying right now? What are you wanting to see?
Well, for me, probably the comment I just made, can we get Brown a bit higher behind the defence? Can we try and find her behind their fixo or behind their flankers in the wide area?
Yep.
Could the once the players are making the pass from the middle, can their runs be a bit quicker? Is it as a blocking movement? Are they trying to receive the ball again? And just generally trying to speed up the ball play probably would be something for them.
Okay, and for East Coast Bays? A lot of possession?
Yeah. I think for them, it's probably just a case of keep doing what you're doing. You know, you've got 5 minutes on the clock. It looks like he is changing the 4. So, I mean, for these 4, it's just a case of who's coming on? Bremner, Reddy. So, yeah, okay, again, a case of Reddy, do your thing at the top. Bremner, find her, run off her, score.
So there you go. Privileged to have Futsal Ferns head coach and Super League Auckland City coach. And Nick Downs alongside of me.
And straight away, Bremner's found Reddy, so there you go.
Yeah, it's a good combination. Bremner Reddy out on that right-hand side. And don't be surprised then to switch it over to the left. And now the very talented Karina Brown coming up. Almost as that extra man. Just for people maybe watching this for the first time, it's very similar in a lot of ways. A lot of sort of things similar in a way to basketball, and there's a little bit of ice hockey chucked in as well, and clearly football, but at the end of the day it is futsal. It's its own sport in its own right. The cross comes in from Reddy, and just like that, really nice pass this time. It's Reddy with the assist, previously been the goal scorer, finds Takara, and they were patient. Lovely little set piece here, really nicely worked. And just like that, it is now 2-1.
Yeah, it's well worked set piece there, knocked across the face. Players got in front of the defender, and a good finish, roof of the net, knowing that the keeper's probably coming out, probably coming low, roof of the net finish.
Now chance, nope, picked off. Now they look to try and come down the other end, opportunity. Getting back though quickly, and Reddy again, showing those mercurial skills, pivots and turns and shoots. That is the danger of this young lady, Hannah Reddy. She was the Tertiary Futsal Championship Golden Boot. That was at AUT, so big sport, futsal, at university level. One of the sports that's been genuinely taken seriously at a university level. A lot of sport at university can be a bit social, but not futsal. And you can understand the appeal. Now Takara getting down and doing a nice job defensively, going hard up against Emma Brown. Chance again, but they'll go too long this time. How much emphasis, or how much work is done with the pivots, with the strikers, in regards to their role defensively? Those natural pivots, those X-factor players, like the Reddies.
Depends on the coach, but look, for me, everyone, doesn't matter what position you are on court in futsal, you have to be able to defend.
So you have to be a good flanker, you have to be everything.
You have to be able to defend, and you have to understand the role in every position on the court, because even if you are the pivot and maybe you start defending as the top player, if you get moved around, well, now you're in fixo, you still need to understand what you do. So it's, yeah, look, everyone has to be able to defend and have an understanding of the roles in each area of the court.
Yeah, looking to try and continue to press, but having to play it out from the back. Just getting, passes are just getting off too quickly here.
It's a good piece of play there, though.
Yeah, just needs somebody to in support, but not getting forward quickly enough, and the ball taken from them. A shot a little bit ambitious, but good intent. Now opportunity, can they break here? Good through ball, but maybe just a little bit too heavy, but good intent. But at the other end, it's now Reddy. She asks for help and she gets it in the form of Courtney Stone. And I'll ask you this, Nick. So is futsal now, is it becoming players coming through now that are uniquely futsal players? Is it still a combination of playing soccer and then playing futsal as well? Are we at that point where you specialise very, very young now in futsal?
Look, a lot of the players are still playing both. It's tricky at the moment. There's still probably not enough opportunity for a player just to play futsal.
Yeah.
It's just not enough. We've got to keep doing more to create these opportunities, because there are plenty of people out there that would just play futsal if they could, but opportunities just aren't quite there. So a lot of play both, but then there'll be some that will prioritise futsal. So, you know, this weekend, football's on, but I'm playing futsal. That's my thing.
Oh, really another good set piece from Takara, almost scoring a second. And are there bad habits that come from football that transfer into futsal that you try and get rid of?
Only players that don't transition back to defend. So classic number 9. So just stand
want to
stand
stay
at the
forward.
top of the court. Yeah, that's
so
the only, for me, that's the only one.
That's the only one, eh? I imagine there's a lot of really good habits that football benefits from futsal players.
Yeah, look, I think so. You know, the speed of the game, the decision making, the technique and the touches and the tight spaces.
I think that's what impresses me. This is a game that just encourages a bit of innovation as well,
Yes.
doesn't it? Encourages that sort of Brazilian flair, if I can use it.
And that's the creativity and the intelligence. And sometimes, yeah, look, if we allow some of these players who do go back to football and use some of these skills without, futsal touch, don't do that futsal touch here.
Like, yeah, but I always remember with, I think it was a chance here, Takara, oh, brilliant, another wonderful piece of goalkeeping. That is absolutely superb by Kate Snowball. She is very much keeping this Waikato Bay of Plenty team in this game. So we have a look here, that long ball through, beautifully controlled by Takara, and just on the half volley, almost scores a third. And now chance, but just a little bit too far forward on the pass. Takara though, comes back. Ready, good, just threading that needle, looking to go out to that right hand side. This time well read and picked off, but Ready back in position again. Does she have a go herself? No, they immediately, you mentioned it, Nick, someone's got to come back, someone's got to take it off her.
And that's how you deal with it. You know, 2v1 there, they create the 2v1.
Yeah, and I think it was that time, I think it was Emma Brown who got back, actually, and just trying to work out, was it a 3 or a 5 we've got on court at the moment? sometimes with the long hair, sometimes, there it is, it's number 3, so it is Neve Simpson, who got back nicely previously and looked to shut down Hannah Reddy. Yeah, I've been absolutely just amazed by the sheer athleticism in futsal. Just how these young players just throw themselves around.
Yeah, it's good. You got to be mobile.
Yeah,
Be
you've
able
got to
to
be
move.
fearless too, Nick.
Yep.
I think it's a wonderful way if there is that crossover between futsal and football. I think futsal is a way of encouraging players to understand the deft little touch, dribbling, keeping the ball at foot.
Yeah, look, both games can help each other for sure. There's no, yeah.
So they look to come down that right side. Waikato, they have plenty now. Looking, can they do? Oh, shot from nowhere, brilliant! Great piece of combination play there between Neve Carter and Phoebe Hawes. And I think it was Hawes who almost scored from, well, turned nothing into something. That was superb. And she has another look, another creative play. This time it does score. And wow, so a dress rehearsal, 2 set pieces. And this time, on the second chance, with just a little bit of luck perhaps, but you create your own luck, just pulls the trigger. And the defender there, well, she couldn't stop it initially, Jessica Smith. And that just forced Karina Brown to lose sight of it. And suddenly we're tied up at 2-2.
Yeah, tough there. Potentially Smith could come out and press that ball a bit more.
Now another chance. So maybe this is the danger for East Coast Bays, pressing quite high. They've now just got to look to slow it down, settle things back down, take control, hold the ball.
And this is such a momentum game, when you've got it, it's so hard to play against. And then when you lose it, yeah, it's hard.
Oh, chance here, superb at the other end. And really good sliding opportunity from Abby Wright. She just couldn't quite get enough on it. And it just slides past the upright. And there we go. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is in half time. And it is tied up at 2 goals each. East Coast Bays, I'm going to suggest, have been the more dominant team. But at times have just been caught napping. And in those moments, they've opened the door. Waikato Bay have plenty have walked straight through and scored 2. Hope you are enjoying coverage on day 3 of the Futsal Super League. We'll take a break and we'll come back with the second half.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in 2 principles. Mana Wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of Wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Welcome back into day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Bruce Pulman Arena in Papakura as we are about to start the second half. An intriguing match between East Coast Bays Futsal up against Waikato Bay of Plenty. East Coast Bays, well, a side that's full of experience with touches of youthful exuberance. Waikato Bay of Plenty, well, they're a young emerging side. Alongside of me in commentary is Nick Downs. Well, Nick, it's tied up at 2-2. Yet I think it's probably fair to say East Coast Bays have certainly been the more dominant team.
Yes, they've had, for me, they've had a bit more possession. They've definitely had some more chances. But look, Waikato Bay plenty have shown dangerous on the counter-attack and dangerous on set pieces. So there's still a lot, anything can happen in the second half.
How important when you tied up at half-time and a tightly fought that you're the first goal scorer in that second half? Is that something you put emphasis on?
Yes, always. Like, you always want to, because again, talk about momentum, you always want to be scoring the first goal. You always want to have the momentum. But then, look, at the same time, if you don't score that first goal, there's still so much time. There's still opportunities all the time to come back. But yes, ideally, yeah, of course you want to get that first goal.
So set for a start, 20 minutes. Every time the ball goes out, they will get things back under play. The clock will stop, I should say, and then they will start things. And this time, so Waikato Bay of Plenty would be pretty happy going in at 2-2. They didn't have a lot of chances, but when they did, they capitalised. 14 here for Waikato Bay of Plenty is Abby Watson. Haven't seen a lot of Abby Watson. Number 2 is Phoebe Hawes, good player Hawes, another one who's prepared to fight. So back to Watson. Goalkeeping change here for East Coast Bays. They've brought in Ashley Vincent, so giving Karina Brown a bit of a break. They'll come back up through Watson. Happy to play down this right side. Lovely little pass chance here. Oh, that's good futsal, really good futsal. Just slightly too much weight on that pass. Couldn't quite get to it, but much better enterprise to start the second half than what we saw perhaps in the first half. And very much the pivot there is Phoebe Hawes. Now, East Coast Bays want to just try and settle this down, try and retain possession, but they won't do it doing that. And now it will be Watson.
Yeah, very good opening minute here from Waikato Bay Plenty.
Yeah, we got Martinson on in the number 13 shirt. Martinson, now chance, opportunity. Oh, didn't quite read it, just left a little bit flat-footed. The intended target was Neve Simpson, I think. No, in fact it was, my apologies, yeah, no, it was Phoebe Hawes. Just didn't quite read it, but certainly. Sort of sense here that Waikato Bay Plenty just looking to try and maybe shorten up their passes a little bit. Kate Snowball has been I think we still got Kate in goal, have we, Nick? Chance here, so number 9. Number 10 for East Coast Bays is Yana Bennett. And we'll bring it back up through Olivia Hooper. Hooper happy just to hold the ball up. Now coming down the side, lovely little switch of play, nice. Well, intent was right. Abby Wright, the intended pivot, but just a little bit too much weight on the pass. But that lovely little 1-2 combination. Just trying to catch out this Waikato Bay of Plenty defence. Another ball pass, and suddenly they turn possession back over. But they managed to somehow find a way. Big long ball, but to nobody. So what observations have you made here, Nick? What have you seen different in this Waikato Bay of Plenty team in this first 2.5 minutes?
So it looks
perhaps
like
what we saw in the first half.
It looks like they are stepping a little bit higher, trying to win the ball a little bit higher than they were before, which East Coast Bays are having some issues with. Attacking wise similar, but this is a little bit of play there. Get a player on the ball in the middle.
Oh, nice skills, that's what we talk about this game. Futsal encourages innovation, encourages a little bit of trickery. Sometimes it's those little magic moments which can be the difference. Always makes good for television highlights as well, of course. And we'll have the games live from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning on Sky Sport 2. Good to see here, Waikato Bay of Plenty just holding their shape. Shot comes, good effort. Boy, that was a patient build-up though. Left, right, and then just thread the needle through the middle.
Yeah, defence got lost a little bit there. And you see they've created that 2v1. Someone hasn't tracked their player, or the zonal defence hasn't shifted. So yeah, East Coast Bays, good little spell there, good little sequence.
That's still tied at 2-2. Shot across the face. Now they ring the changes, Waikato Bay of Plenty. So using their entire squad back on. In fact, coming on is Brooke Barkley, number 5. They'll look to try and just build from inside their own half and be patient. And now it is Courtney Stone in the number 11 shirt. This is Stone. She'll look to just switch play back to the other side. Back now for the first time in a long time in East Coast Bays half. Nice here, little piece of moment. Can't get the cross across, but they'll pick up the corner. So good enterprise being shown by Waikato Bay of Plenty. Just a little moment of individual brilliance there, just creating a little bit of havoc. And that came from Lily Muspratt, their captain. And now the shot, picked up nicely though. So Waikato Bay of Plenty got the momentum at the moment early in this first half. Day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Well, now chance to pivot there. Keeper comes out, does a really nice job for Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Yeah, look, and that's the dangers there of ball watching. And then you're as a defender, and then the opposition moves, and all of a sudden they're free.
How much emphasis is placed on, I know, and certainly in sports like field hockey, sports like ice hockey, I mean, the first player you almost pick is your goalkeeper. How much emphasis is placed on that at a futsal level? How much of an advantage have you got if you've got a superstar in goal?
A big one. Look, if you've got a good goalkeeper, that is a big help. A very big help.
chance here. No, they're going to come away with it now, but turn possession back over. Ready with the shot. Lethal from a distance. Lethal from a distance. So another set piece. They say a third of all goals in futsal are scored from the set piece. Almost another example of it.
And again, why the keeper, having a good keeper can be so important, because like you say, you get so many shooting opportunities from set pieces, and you can't block shots for all of them. So yes, having a keeper who can be there and save those, big help.
Oh, chance through, great ball. Chance, surely, can she get a toe to it? She couldn't poke it in from there. But certainly a really good opportunity. Perhaps they should have done just a little bit better. As we go back and have a look at the replay.
And this is a fantastic ball there into the back post. Vincent's made a superb double save. Down, up, down again. She keeper's done very well, Vincent.
Yeah. Small margins. Small margins. But a very good second half this is proving for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Certainly matching it in terms of positional play. East Coast Bay is dominating really that first half. The score didn't reflect it. And ready again. Shot, the element of surprise. Oh, nice skills, but to nowhere. But took a chance. Ready again with another shot. Oh, I tell you what, she's been superb. The goalkeeper for Waikato Bay of Plenty, Kate Snowball. And now ready. Player out there sitting on the left-hand side who is open. But finish. Jordana Bremner, number 11 for East Coast Bays, just had the pressure put on it. It's a little bit wayward, a little bit lazy. And now Waikato Bay of Plenty will come away with it. Can't control it, can she? Yes, she can. So down that sideline. This is good. Good one-man press. Across. So 14 minutes remain. 2-2 is the score. People are picking East Coast Bays to maybe win this game comfortably. They are in tomorrow's final, but they'll want momentum going into that final. They'll want to make sure they go in confident. Marissa Takata from Japan has been excellent. Has already scored a goal. Makes a real difference. Nice play, good play, ready though. Just didn't quite have the speed to pull that pass in. Takata, is she a resident here in New Zealand, or is she?
I'm not 100% sure on her personal situation, but she's definitely been in New Zealand for
some time,
since 2019 at least. Plays football for Western Springs.
Good little battle across the far side. This time being won, however, by Rebecca Aitken. So Takata with the kick in. Now, ready again. Look at, we know it's coming, but it doesn't mean you have to stop it once again. And as Nick said, you've got to get a player. There we saw that player come forward.
Yep. It's a little bit too slow, but yeah, that's what you want, that player to come in straight away.
Brooke Barkley was the player that came in. Problem is that if you come in, and you've suddenly got 2-on-1 and you don't shut it down, you do open yourself up. Oh, wonderful volley. Good enterprise. Great thinking. And almost a highlight surreal type goal, box office. So got that 3 forward and that.
That's a good idea there. I mean, East Coast Bays they've put their 3 players up very high and flat, which leaves a massive space in behind. So any kind of sort of 1-2 or a through ball like that could be a good opportunity for Waikato Bay of Plenty.
Cutter looking to go on her own. Takes 2 defenders with her. Now they switch into that side. The pass comes across, but Reddy wasn't anticipating it. And well read by the Waikato Bay of Plenty defence as they continue to ring the changes and roll through their lines. Trinaka Kenny coming back on. Also number 12, Stevie Lee Tiller. I like the look of Tiller. She's a busy footballer.
Yes, she's done well when she's been on.
Chance turning, ready again. Just holding the defenders up, which then just opens up room elsewhere. Working nicely with Takata. So Nick Downs alongside of me in commentary, coach of the New Zealand Futsal Ferns. We've got an international schedule for next year sorted out, Nick?
Look, it's in progress. We're always looking at opportunities and what we can and can't do. The last couple of years has been very difficult for all sports with COVID, but yeah, we hope to be able to have something out there soon.
And then another very, very good save again from Kate Snowball. Absolutely superb today. And this time I thought that had gone in, but gone wide. So they'll come back. They'll get a repeat dose. Another opportunity for set piece here for East Coast Bays. They'll come back through Rebecca Aitken. She gets it away to Carter again. Can't get over the top of it. And puts it high up into the bleachers.
Yeah, look, and you can build momentum on set pieces. You know, if they hit target every time, that starts to become nervous. Very hard for teams when you constantly trying to save set pieces that are shots on target. When you smash them off target, you just lose the momentum. Other team's got the ball again.
Tiller looks to cross it, but nobody running. Maybe anticipating Neve Simpson to be perhaps a little bit further up to run onto that, but she was just sitting back there. Now, get play underway quickly. The element of surprise for East Coast Bays through their very impressive number 14, Mickey Buckley, their captain. It is Buckley on the ball, got two defenders on her though, and they do work her over. And again, Neve Simpson this time. In fact, it will be possession going the way of East Coast Bays. And they look to just switch play, but a pass to nowhere. Just need to slow it down here a little bit, East Coast Bays, and just gain their composure. They're a better side when they're patient. Tiller. Again, good idea. Just a breakdown in mutual understanding between herself and Trinaka Kenny. Good, yeah, that's better play. Good play. Now needs to move it quickly again. Defenders get across, almost in a sliding type defence. They turn it over. She's going to have to go on her own. She's got no support. And now picked at the other end. Both sides danger of just opening themselves up at the other end.
Yeah, and you don't want to get caught in a transition battle. That's the worst. Up one end, back again, back again.
Yeah, I was going to get, just for people that are not familiar with futsal, I was just going to get you to explain what you mean by transition. But.
So, you know, East Coast Bays have won the ball, they've attacked the goal, they've lost it. Waikato Bay plenty have gone, attacked the goal, lost it straight away. Then East Coast Bays have come back at you again, and it just gets frantic and
so basically messy at both ends.
Just messy, yeah, back and forth.
Yeah. Still going on a little bit too. Neither side has really settled. Chance here, brilliant. It's really good play from Buckley. Now, opportunity here. This is where they are dangerous. Shot coming from Kenny again. Just those little lapses, those little moments. I have to talk about elite level sport. It's the key moments. This is another one. So they'll get it underway through Machuski. Machuski comes back across, finds Simpson. Simpson happy to go on her own. Can she get the left foot going? She can't. And Ashley Vincent comes out, and chance now for East Coast Bays to break out at the other end, but Waikato Bay have plenty. Get back quick now, the long ball through, good long ball too. She has a shot first time up, a second shot. Oh, superb again from Snowball. Really good play though from East Coast Bays. Saw that their pivot was open. Really nice, big long ball up the middle. Nicely controlled, hit it first time. Really good futsal all round. Jessica Smith, well, good chance, but great defence, good futsal from both teams. Chance again. Well, 3-on-1 this time, and one almost gets away from 3. But danger is now if they got anybody else forward. Neve Simpson can't do it on her own. Oh, chance at the other end. We know that East Coast Bays are in the final tomorrow. What are they wanting to take out of these games? What are they wanting to take out of this?
Yeah, they're always tricky games to prepare for. Like, you know, for me as a coach, you know, you want to keep the momentum. So you want to win the game. You want to keep the momentum, keep the game flowing. But at the same time, it's a balance. How much risk do you take? You're trying to balance the minutes across the players. How much do you need to practice something for the next game? So yeah, there's always an element of trying to win for momentum. And then how much extra risk do you take?
Oh, that is superb. That is outstanding. That is one of the great goals. And it was set up magnificently by Stevie Lee Tiller. Go back and have a look at this. Great footwork. Beats one, cuts back inside. 4 defenders have gone across to it, which just opens up the other side of the court. And just like that, Neve Simpson. And suddenly it is Waikato Bay of Plenty leading East Coast Bays by 3-2. Wow.
The little shimmy there from Tiller. Beautiful, amazing. Just done a defender. And then the run from Simpson in their back post, perfect.
Yeah, Tiller's been good throughout this entire Super League comp. Every time she's been on, they just seem to take up another gear. Waikato Bay of Plenty seems to have a really natural feel for futsal, but she turns that pass over just when I say that. And another big effort. That would have been box office for different reasons if it had gone in. Now, the good work's been done. They don't want to shut it down either. They still need to play with belief. Still play as if they're still chasing. Now, this time, not enough weight on the pass. And it is East Coast Bays. They look to just try and retain possession here. Better defence coming from Waikato Bay of Plenty. Now, runners to left and right, but pass in the finish finds nobody. And if Waikato Bay of Plenty do end up winning this, I think Kate Snowball in goal needs to take a lot of the credit. Simply superb. Simpson. Chance here. Sort of suggest that I feel that East Coast Bays are a better team when they've got Hannah Reddy on.
Yeah, she really gives them a focal point. It's a target they can hit, play off, she creates goals for herself. Can be, look, it's a specialist position, and if you do have that type of player on your team, it can be very helpful.
Well, I think it's like what you said, that ability to be able to, you know, take the ball down, hold on to it, and then turn. She's got a unique skill set. And unless you are sending that second defender up, she has the ability to turn. Now chance here, but good defence again. Good pressure coming. Oh, lovely chance. Good futsal this time coming from number 16, Jessica Smith. Big tall figure Jessica Smith has that physical presence. Eva Martinez is on court as well. And the pressure being applied this time by Phoebe Hawes. Hawes now pushing up into that pivot role for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Can they find her though? They do, but worked over nicely by Mickey Buckley. And now Buckley, the East Coast Bays captain, looking to try and maybe take control here. That fix-it position. Now looking to try and come forward out here on the wing, here on the flanks. And picked off too easy though. Chance, opportunity, player out to the left, didn't use it. Now tries to cross it, wasted opportunity perhaps. Needed to move it just a little bit quicker. Oh, nice, tried to thread the needle, but didn't quite come off. Expecting a timeout here at some point from East Coast Bays.
Potentially, it depends. Again, like he's changed his 4, so if they're creating, doesn't need one. If he did want to play a 5th man or the power play, maybe he uses it. If the momentum's against him, definitely probably want to use it. So yeah,
so the power play is just simply pulling your keeper, having that flying keeper.
Yes, bringing in an outfielder, puts on the keeper's jersey, and you're in the game 5v4. High risk, but look, high reward.
But you can do that at any point.
Any point in the game, you can do that.
And you can go back then to a more traditional setup if you want.
Yes, at any point.
Chance here, and good piece of keeping. But another opportunity, Ashley Vincent saving it, but East Coast Bays just starting to fatigue a little perhaps. Just getting caught out.
And this is their 2nd game of the day, where Waikato Bay are playing. It's their 1st game.
Yeah, now the big shot comes, but really, it was never on. It was a little bit ambitious from Martinez. Or Martinson.
Reddy's just come a bit short there. Hooper's looking for a little bit longer.
Just over 6 minutes remain. It'll be a very good victory for Waikato Bay. Plenty, give this young group some real belief. East Coast Bays, well, they'll be disappointed, but they know that there's bigger fish to fry tomorrow. So we do apologise if the screen has gone down. If you are watching this, we will bring you live coverage very shortly. I can tell you though, Waikato Bay of Plenty leading East Coast Bays by 3-2, and what would be an upset if the score remains the same through the next 6 minutes. Very privileged and very lucky to have Nick Downs, the Futsal Ferns head coach, also the coach of Auckland City. They're in the final tomorrow. Just with your Auckland side, how fixed are you now in the way you do play, and how much understanding from your group in regards to what your expectations are and the way they need to play?
Yeah, and I think the expectations are there in terms of what it is to play for Auckland City and what we need to do. We've had quite a lot of turnover since the previous squad. A number of the guys have moved on out of Auckland. You know, one, Hamish Gray's turned pro in Italy, which is fantastic. So we do have a lot of new guys in the team. So in terms of the way we play, that's still being embedded. But yes, look, we have a couple of ideas and a couple of different systems that we like to play in.
Chance here now for Takata. Oh, good cross, really good futsal, and Reddy back on. We automatically see the impact that she does have, and that nice combination between Arissa Takata and Hannah Reddy, almost proving valuable. And chance are taken away here. Oh, finishes a beautiful piece of skill, just couldn't quite get the final touch. Man, she almost just walked that in. That is superb. Really, really good futsal from Trinica Kenny. Did everything right other than just the last touch. Just couldn't quite get enough weight on it. And somehow Waikato Bay Plenty hang on.
Yeah, I think Waikato Bay Plenty there, they've tried a blocking movement, but the player didn't actually make the block, which allowed East Coast Bays just to win the ball and run through.
And now, Takata, Trinica, ball taken off her and a nice tackle. The thing that impresses me, Nick, I'm amazed at how controlled teams are, particularly on the men's side, with some of the physicality and some of the tackling that goes on. I mean, it can be pretty tough at times, but the players seem to just get up and get on with it.
Yes, and look, the refereeing in this one has changed slightly, so they have let a little bit more of the physicality go than previous years, where there's probably a few more fouls called, which is great, because that's more in line with the international game where that physicality is there, and you don't win as many fouls as you used to win here at National League. But yes, but also chance here, opportunity.
Oh, takes the shot early too. Takes the shot early. was about to say perhaps one or two more touches, but Abby Watson just had a feel for it and almost the element of surprise. Look, gets here, takes the ball, and bang, just didn't muck around. Took that a long way out. Wow, that is a very, very good goal indeed. I think Ashley Vincent maybe wasn't expecting it quite as early.
No, and look, a mistake here from East Coast Bays. You know, you don't want your players dribbling when they're in that fixo role. You don't want them dribbling from that position of the court, because that's what happens. They get tackled, players in one-on-one against the keeper. Yeah, shot taken very early. So potentially you're right, Vincent not expecting that.
So that fixo role is the last man in defence, the furthest player back. And imagine what they're just almost act just as a distributor.
Yeah, ideally you want them passing the ball, shifting, keeping the angles open, potentially leaving the space, but yeah, definitely not dribbling from that part of the court.
Nick, what about yourself in terms of futsal style? Are you always evolving? Where do you get your ideas from?
Always evolving. Yeah, I think it's what you watch and the influences you have. When I first came in and learnt off the guys then, and then but when I first started, very much played as in a 3-1 as an example with the ball, and then over time that's adapted as I've learnt more about futsal and watched and engaged with other coaches into more of a fluid 4-0 style, but still need both.
Yeah. So we've got Nick Downs alongside of us. He is the head coach of the women's futsal Ferns, the national women's team, and also coach of the men's Auckland City side, who will be in that final tomorrow, as we see now looking for a little bit of redemption through their captain, number 9, Olivia Hooper, who was the player who was guilty of having the ball stripped earlier. Now chance here again, another chance over the top. Does it go in? That looked like it crossed the line.
Referee shaking their heads.
Referee was right there. Might just have a look at the replay. To be fair, the referee was right across that far side. Just have a look here. I'll let you call this one. I'm not going to get into trouble for calling it.
Oh, so hard. Yeah, so hard to tell.
I've got to say, initially I thought at least half a ball was over, but hey, it's ruled out. As I say, as long as they're consistent, they don't have the benefit of replay. They get one look at it, and they've got a better angle to look at it than we do. So I've got to say, I think the officiating's been very good in this Super League.
No, really good. The referees have been, let's say, the slight change in the way they've been refereeing, but very consistent.
Yeah, and that's all you want, isn't
great.
it? You just want consistency. If you've got, if you're going to be bad, be consistently bad. If you're going to be brilliant, be consistently brilliant, aren't you? Yes. That's all you want, though.
No, that's it. That's it. But no, look, they've been consistent, and look, we've had a few chats on the sideline with the referee team about various things. They've been very good.
I reckon. I sensed him with that laugh. You thought that was perhaps in. I thought it was in.
Got to be a whole ball though. It's always tricky.
Okay, well, if it's a whole ball, it's not a goal.
Yep.
Okay, if that's the whole ball, then I'm going to say well done to that man across the far side in the yellow shirt. Outstanding. But yeah, don't have the goal line technology. Chance here, Reddy again turns. Nobody coming in to assist her defender though, and Reddy this time she does lose it. Oh, but gets it away. Big shot, gutsy shot. 2 minutes 50 remain. Waikato Bay of Plenty leading the might of East Coast Bays by 4 goals to 2. I'm not sure anybody picked this. Admittedly, it is Waikato Bay of Plenty, their first game today. They have the batteries well and truly charged. And for East Coast Bays, well, they will have a little bit of fatigue.
Yeah, look, for me, you know, Jet, or Coach Jet there, you know, maybe he pulls out a flying keeper. I don't know if he's been practicing it in training, but could be a good opportunity now to practice that ahead of the final tomorrow in case it's needed.
Good play coming from Jordana Bremner. And now looking to try and switch it to Kara with the kick in. I'll get play back underway quickly. This is better, turning again, Ready, looking. Now that defender looking to try and come in and help resolve the situation. Okay, that's it. That's her signature move. But you know it's coming. Now the shot will come, but can't quite get it off. And good one-on-one defence that time coming from Eve Machuski. Chance at the other end. They turn with the left foot. Oh, really good piece of keeping too. That time from Ashley Vincent. Came off her line, went to her left from a bullet of a shot. And so great futsal all round. Now another set piece opportunity, is it? Or is it a kick in? What have we got here?
I thought it was a kick in,
So it'll still
but
be-
they are...
No, it's going to be a corner. And, oh,
Double.
now, keeper
Double
will have-
dummy.
Yep, keeper will have to come out. And now, can they get rid of the ball quickly? Because City could be caught out here. Their players at the back, the big long shot comes, and boy, almost stuck through the door on that right-hand side of the goal. There's a lot of similarities. I'm not sure, Nick, if you're sort of familiar with water polo, but water polo is a game where they can just score from anywhere in a split second, turn on a pivot, turn on a dime. I look at this at times and you're not expecting, you've got to just expect the unexpected in futsal is what I've learnt very quickly.
100%. The game, that's why I love it.
Oh, that's what I love it. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
You just sit there 1 minute and before you know it, you go, where did that come from? Don't blink, ladies and gentlemen, is the moral of the story. Now look, if people are watching this, they're inspired, they want to get involved in futsal, what's the best way of doing it?
Get in touch with your local federation. So, yeah, look, if you are up in Auckland here, get in touch with Northern Region Football. Yeah, they'll be able to point you out into where you can play, what leagues they're on, what leagues they're offering, whether that's a senior league, a youth league, a school league, and hopefully they can help you out, find the local futsal centre to get involved.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's quite big at high schools now.
Yes.
I was down at Ames Games earlier there in Tauranga, and they had
Big
futsal
event
there.
now. Yep, big
event
event
down there. So there were clearly pathways, which has got to be good because, as I said, eventually, I guess, to be a world-class futsal nation, you want players from a young age just specialising.
Yes, yeah, look, that'd be the dream. And again, like, there's no reason why a player couldn't play futsal and football, or futsal or any other sport when they're younger. But yes, we want to be in a position where there's a point, maybe a youth player can specialise in futsal when there are opportunities to play all year round.
And parents, if you're listening, you've got your kids playing football, you want them to become better controlling the ball, better dribblers, better just short passing. Futsal.
Definitely.
Learn futsal.
Get in touch with Auckland City Football Club, Dylan Manikin will help you out.
There you go. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Special thanks to Ford too, special thanks to McDonald's, all of those sponsors that support New Zealand football. And I do encourage people that if you are in the market for a new car and Ford happens to be one of those potential purchases, go with the brand that supports the sport you love. So, just under a minute left. Waikato Bay are plenty on the verge. Oh, we can say it's an upset, can't we, Nick?
Yeah. Look, yes and no. I want to say, Waikato Bay Plenty have been scoring goals in their games, just haven't been able to get one across the line. So, awesome for them. They just got to play sensible now, though. They're 2 goals up.
Yeah, chance.
They don't need to go forward. Don't need to take any risks. Just need to see the game out.
Just park the bus. So 44 seconds remaining. Don't go away, folks, because after this we'll have a men's game. It'll be East Coast Bays up against Bay of Plenty Surge. So not a combined Waikato Bay of Plenty side like this team in red, but certainly enough depth from the men's side for Waikato and Bay of Plenty to see 2 separate representative sides. They take on East Coast Bays, who stacked full of individual and collective brilliance at times. So just 31 seconds remaining. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. Just remember, tomorrow, finals time. There's only 2 types of coaches, I'm told, Nick. Those that have been sacked and those that are about to be sacked. If you lose, it's the coach's fault. If you win, well, it's the team.
Yeah.
It's harsh, isn't it? But
Yeah,
it's across all sport, isn't it?
It's the nature of being a coach. It is
Yeah,
tough.
and if you think it's tough, don't get into coaching because it's unfair, but it's the reality of it. Do the coaches get to select the national teams? Are you involved in that process?
Yes.
Yep.
No, very, very much so. So yeah, always, these types of events, always good opportunity to check in on how the players are going and how any new players out there.
Well, that young Tilly's impressed me throughout this tournament. Tiller, I should say. Number 12, Waikato Bay of Plenty. That's it. Oh, good shot again from Tiller. And so, just Let's run that clock down, 10 seconds remaining. They do get it out. Clock starts again. Chance here, Waikato Bay of Plenty, looking to try and take it up court. Lovely little through ball, but picked off nicely here by East Coast Bays. Now they'll try and have that last shot. It's all over. And there it is, a very good victory for Waikato Bay of Plenty, getting up and beating East Coast Bays by 4 goals to 2. In 2 contrasting styles. We'll just get the final thoughts from our Futsal Ferns head coach, Nick Downs. Nick, sum that up for us.
Yeah, look, momentum, eh? Momentum. First half, East Coast Bays were on top of that. Waikato Bay of Plenty did well, countered, set piece, and then second half though, very good. The team's buzzing. Be happy with their victory.
Well, Nick, all the very best for tomorrow against East Coast Bays. Looking forward to live coverage of that.
No, thank you.
And thank you for joining us in commentary. Coming up next, it is Bay of Plenty Surge versus East Coast Bays, Day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
So it's fantastic for McDonald's and our franchisees to be able to announce that we're extending our sponsorship of football in New Zealand, going from the last 6 or 7 years working through junior football with coaches and all the players and supporters to now being a sponsor of the whole of community football in New Zealand.
New Zealand Football is excited to continue our partnership with McDonald's. The next 3 years will see McDonald's become the biggest supporter of community football, extending its reach past the junior framework and into the youth framework and senior framework, as well as coach and referee education. Supporting and creating opportunities for everyone at every level across the community space.
The McDonald's Junior, Youth and Senior Framework encourages participation in football across Aotearoa for all Kiwis to be active, enjoy their football and practice and learn new skills. Through our partnership with McDonald's, we're able to develop new initiatives, programs and continue to support our Skills Centre program for more Kiwis to be enjoying and loving football across Aotearoa.
The McDonald's Community Referee Development Program will look to increase participation, education throughout the whole community and hopefully look to get some more people involved. We'd like to increase referee confidence and make sure refereeing is fun for all.
McDonald's has been a long supporter of our junior community coaches, and with their added support in junior, youth and senior community coaching space, we have a great opportunity to create more resources to support our coaches as they work through the coaching pathway. Community coaches play a vital part in helping our players fall in love with the game. With McDonald's behind us, we're going to have a great time doing it.
So McDonald's has been involved with football in New Zealand for over 20 years, and we were talking to New Zealand Football recently about how we could extend that, and the opportunity to be the community football sponsor and part of the football whānau came about, and it was just perfect timing for us and our franchisees.
It is day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League from Bruce Pulman Park in South Auckland. Another round robin match between the Bay of Plenty Surge in the blue and the black up against one of the pre-tournament favourites in East Coast Bays. 20 minutes each way. Ball goes out, the clock does stop. Rolling substitutes, as many as you'd like within your squad. Starting lineups for Bay of Plenty will be Fasil Akil in goal, Davis Vava from Zimbabwe, super player Andrew Olsen, Mario Romas their playmaker, and Keenan Howard to get under play, and it will be East Coast Bays who will start. For them, their starting 5 is Chris Priest in goal, Oban Hawkins, he has been a national representative, Maxwell Brennigan, and then the leading goal scorer and their very explosive captain in Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, and in the number 11 jersey, Todd Broadhurst. So, chance automatically here now for East Coast Bays. They do have a look, can't quite get the job done though. Through Broadhurst, big rangy player Broadhurst, sitting up in that pivot position. Out on the flanks in the number 4 is Brennigan. Gets play going away. And again, good skills, looking to try and turn. Lovely piece of play from Oban Hawkins. Really good futsal player, Hawkins. Looks to go across. Drop back. Find Maxwell Brennigan. So Brennigan acting in that fix-it role at the back in defence. Both sides just early on looking to try and settle down, get a little bit of a read on what their opponents are doing. Now Espinosa, the man of Spanish, his hand turns, the shot comes across, and Espinosa made his way into the box, but just didn't quite time the run. But great enterprise being shown by Broadhurst. And what have they said? Corner possibly? Bay of Plenty get a touch on this. I think that's the call. So, set piece for East Coast Bay's very, very good team when it comes to set piece. Really well organised. Expect to see Brennigan there. Across in the number 4 jersey. Lovely little play. Here he is. Oh, they look for it. Oh, superb, superb. That is one of the great goals because it was Oban Hawkins who scores, but the intended target, or certainly the way they set this up, they made it look like Brennigan was going to get the ball. Here it is, now the pass. So you have a look at Oban Hawkins there. He just moves into that space. If he had have missed it, well, sitting back was Brennigan. And one of the great team goals again, showing just how destructive they can be from set piece. And now a strip possession by Ramos. They continue to press forward, they continue to push. Oban Hawkins this time, maybe just been a little bit over ambitious with the shot, but picks up another corner, another opportunity. And they now bring Brennigan up. And now Espinosa moving around. Little back heel, a chance here to break out. Got to get back. They've got players to their left and right. Good chance here, and just at the other end. And that is the danger when you press that high and you lose possession. You've got the pivot for your opposing team forward. And look at this. Wonderful distribution from Ramos. Complete team goal. Finds Sam Twig. And then it is Twig who lays just on a lovely pass. We tied up at 1 apiece in an enthralling game, and we're only a minute and a half into it. So Brennigan to Espinosa. Espinosa threads the needle to Broadhurst. Broadhurst happy to be patient, sitting on it nicely is Hawkins. Hawkins now. And now they look for the line ball. You can hear that call, isolated, isolated. Possibly meaning that one player had been pushed forward. Pivot had gone and perhaps had either just the one-on-one or possibility of having no defenders on them. Really, really good player is Andrew Olsen. Olsen, the goal scorer. Oban Hawkins for East Coast Bays, the goal scorer. Yeah, Vava turns nicely, can't quite control it though. Breakout opportunity for East Coast. They go down to the left-hand side. What can they do here? Waits for the support, but picked off nicely by Ramos. And it's Ramos, gets manhandled. What do the referees say? Kick in. Ball goes the way of East Coast Bay, so can be gladiatorial at times. No love lost between those two players down that right-hand side. Put the little ball through. Again, Broadhurst. Espinosa. And looks to thread the needle, but gets picked off here. Now chance again. Ramos distributing beautifully. Plenty of space on that left-hand side. The shot will come. Can't quite find it. Vava back in possession. Goes back down. They're brought on the very talented Keenan Howard. Really good futsal player, Howard, in the 14 shirt for Bay of Plenty. Espinosa. Can't find it. Vava. Chance to go. Turn himself. Looks to come inside, create gaps out wide. Has the shot. Oh, wow. That is good futsal. And I think there, Andrew Olsen, he knows that that was an opportunity gone begging. Love the way that Vava just took everybody on straight down the middle of the court, drew the defenders in, and that gave him choices on both the left and right flanks. No. Referee says play on, happy to play on here. Chance now for East Coast Bays. Just don't look settled at the moment. Another pass. Howard comes away with it. Olsen again. Big run from Olsen. This time. Can't get any real power on it. But pressing high still Olsen in that pivot role. Coming up nicely. Sam Twig. Twig will look to take it to the line. The cross, and what a pass from Twig, and finds Jason Quinlan. And just like that, it's back 2-1. So it is a goal fest through the first 4 minutes of this game. Have a look. Superb play here from Sam Twig. Just takes it up, feints, dummies, and then just with the outside, somehow manages to find a path. Great understanding. Jason Quinlan there, and Quinlan makes it 2-1. So Aaron Carter, he is the current joint goal scorer on 5, along with Eduardo Exposito Espinosa. So the 2 leading goal scorers on different teams playing each other. Picked off though. And now Chance. Oh, lovely little back flick. Espinosa looking to try and turn. In fact, it's Jason Quinlan again. My apologies. Quinlan finds, and a little bit of argy-bargy, finding Twig again. So referee just having a word to say to the players, calm it down a little bit. Discipline going to be absolutely vital here for East Coast Bays. Number 8 is Quinlan. 16 is Denny Twig. 3 Twig brothers in this East Coast Bays side. It will be Art Twig who will get play underway. Goes back to his brother Sam Twig, and then they look to try and come back up the middle through Denny Twig. And the Twig brothers on court looking to try and extend that lead to 3-1. They will have the corner. It will be Eduardo Exposito Espinosa. And it won't, it'll be the Twigs. Looking to now, but they've turned possession over, and Chance here needs to hit it first time, can't quite get there. East Coast Bays crawling, lovely shot. Oh, good piece of individual brilliance that time. Coming from Tristan Kawana. Got to say, Kawana, when he is on, just creates magic. They call the man the magician. So Denny Twig looks now for the long ball. They look to try and switch it, but to no one. Just a chance to maybe just have a bit of a breather, settle things down. Aaron Carter will get it underway. Goes immediately through Ramos. Ramos now looking for Carter. Carter, lovely ball to Ramos. Ramos, oh, superb again. Wow, that is just the ultimate futsal goal. Michael Landig, this time the goal scorer. But we saw Keenan Howard, Mario Ramos. Ramos, have a look. Once again here, Aaron Carter finds Ramos. Lovely run. Great understanding from Michael Landig. One of the goals of the tournament. And now it's 2-2, East Coast Bays. What can they do? Can they do the same? Got to say, all 4 goals have been brilliantly worked. It hasn't been sort of individual moments of brilliance or sort of what we call television highlight type goals. The highlights come in the fact there's been so much team cohesion. Another shot at it, another chance. Back heel back, no, can't find his support player. Good piece of goalkeeping from Fazil Akil. Now, 3 defenders up flat, which means that there are 2 players open. Looking. Oh, threads the needle, can't quite find his intended target. Intriguing game of football, boy, of the highest quality at the moment between 2 very good sides. Art Twig, number 15. Number 16 is Denny Twig. Number 8 is Jason Quinlan. And we've got Sam Twig. So the 3 Twig brothers on, and along with Quinlan. But Michael Landig finds the very impressive Kalani Vieira. Foul coming the way of East Coast Bays. So heavy challenge, just out of shot. And we'll pick up the foul. Each team's allowed 5 fouls collectively in each half. If you get beyond 5 fouls, we then start taking the next foul to the penalty line. Has a shot, another shot from Ramos. Chance here to break away through one of the Twig brothers. The cross looking to try and come in. And ball will go the way of Bay of Plenty. So Max Bringen, my apologies for getting his last name, calling him Brennigan, it's Bringen. I do apologise for that. I understand family are watching too, so thank you. And so they do start to bring the changes. This is good play here from East Coast Bays. Now looking to just play up through the middle a little bit more, creating more opportunities. Can't quite control it. Good press defence coming from Bay of Plenty. And they threw that pressure, turn it over. And the very talented Tristan Kawana. Oh, over the top. So what can they do from the set piece here? Bay of Plenty, oh, have the shot, but straight into the back of his fellow teammate. Looks for the shot, the header! Oh, and he knows the opportunity was there. He puts his head in his hand. Makaha Vieira Gal, he had the time too. Lovely cross, and now heads both ways. Really good, exciting, enterprising futsal. Hope you are enjoying the coverage here on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. 2 Titans. Oh, he's a wonderful, wonderful futsal player, Michael Landegg. And another missed opportunity from Makaha Vieira Gal. This time from the foot, but from exactly the same spot. Perhaps it's just a matter of time. Very much. Both teams prepared to allow their opponents to play openly. Chance here, the intended target for East Coast Bays was number 20, Inacio, a man with Brazilian descent. A number of Brazilian players in this team, including Oliveira Silva. And we've got Exposito Espinosa, the captain of East Coast Bays, who's of Spanish descent. Here is the man on the ball at the moment, looks for to try and bring Oliveira Silva into it. But yes, it's been a very good start. Max Bringen, waiting for him to get back out on court in the number 4 shirt. They won't want to burn too many matches this afternoon, knowing that they do have a final tomorrow. So Josh Bailey is on for East Coast Bays in the number 7 shirt. It'll be Vieira Gal who will get play back underway. Good press defence coming from East Coast Bays. Danger though. Now, Bay of Plenty having to play it out. Looks to thread the needle. Really good here. Chance for this very skillful Tristan Kawana. Now Espinosa goes himself. Chance opens it up. Good piece of keeping from Fasil Akil. Comes off his line at a key time just when Exposito Espinosa was looking to stamp his mark on it. Lovely little layoff, finds Oliveira. Getting back to in support of his goalkeeper, Kalani Vieira. Goal. Number 5 for Bay of Plenty. And now they bring the changes and Keenan Howard comes back on. They look a very good outfit when Howard is on. He's a player who just knows how to create opportunity. Ryan McLeod as well. So this is a very good group of players on court at the moment for Bay of Plenty. Now the long ball. Almost a sign of desperation there. One thing we've seen is just this press defence from Bay of Plenty getting right up in the face of East Coast Bays, just not allowing them to play. Oh, lovely little shimmy, lovely little move, cross. Talked about the danger of Ryan McLeod. McLeod and Howard, along with Aaron Carter. Carter, the leading goal scorer, with 5 goals, along with Eduardo Exposito Espinosa. Then it's Sean Morgan from Auckland, and then Andrew Olsen from Bay of Plenty. Now, Olsen's already scored another in this game. So he'll move on to 5 goals as well. So we'll see Vava bring it forward. This is Vava. Happy to just slowly build from the back. Vava in that fix-it role. Now, who's pushing into the pivot role? It's the right opportunity. Running into that pivot role was Keenan Howard. Just a slight breakdown in communication. So Ignacio now will push forward into that pivot role. Comes back. Well read and well picked off by Keenan Howard in defence. Now, chance here. Can he turn? He turns on the dime. Can't quite get it. They clear it. Desperation stuff from Bay of Plenty. And now, Josh Bailey on for East Coast Bays. Turns. Oh, pleading to the referees, saying, look, Ollie Harris was all over me and he wasn't doing it legally. Referee says play on, though. They'll know what that line is. They'll know what that boundary is. I'll get a bit of an idea early how the referees are going to rule. And you have to adapt to individual referees. They'll have a slightly different interpretation. And so gain an understanding pretty quickly what you can get away with and what you can't. Long ball through, but to nobody. Chris Priest is the goalkeeper for East Coast Bays. Chance Espinosa. Really, really good skill set. The big, tall Eduardo Espinosa. Now looking to try and switch it. Going one-on-one. Loses the battle though. Chance through ball. One-on-one situation. Takes it around and misses it. Goalkeeper did well. Chris Priest came out nicely, but a really good goal-scoring opportunity for Ryan McLeod. I think he thinks he probably should have done a little bit better. Did everything right, just didn't quite get enough of a foot on it. As he went further around the keeper, of course, the angle became tighter and tighter. So Oban Hawkins back on, member of the Futsal Whites Turds. Shot comes, great effort. Todd Broadhurst. So looking more like their original starting lineup. Let's have a look at this, just pulls the trigger, big tall figure. Plenty of power, X Factor all over him, Broadhurst. So Vava. Defence from Ryan McLeod. So kick in, he'll go to Vava. And what does Vava do? They look to try and switch play. No, happy to go down that side. Now brings it back into the middle. Looks for his pivot man and that lovely little 1-2. That is how you play good futsal. Really good there from Broadhurst. Lovely little entry pass Lovely little entry pass there from Vava. My apologies, it was Andrew Olsen who almost was the initial target. Lovely little pass back to Vava. We almost saw another goal played the way futsal should be played. Half clear on this left flank. There's Oban Hawkins. They'll run a lot of play through Hawkins. You can just see the silky skills that he does. Tries to thread the needle. This time the door is shut down now. It will be Andrew Olsen. Big physical presence, Olsen. Don't underestimate his agility. Big man, but he can turn on a dime. Has the ability to cut you open at any point. As does this man, Vava. Loves to play in that fix-it role and look to bring the ball forward. So Ollie Harris finds Olsen this time. Oh, Olsen with another shot. Blocked though. And they'll come away with somehow. Somehow they still retain possession. Little shove in the back. Referee says no, that's okay. Took a little bit of a dive, Olsen. But as we have said, and we discussed in the earlier game, the referees here in New Zealand are allowing play to be a bit more physical, and that's more to be in line with what's actually happening at international level. Oh, Vava that time takes a heavy fall, but manages to get back onto his feet. Come back through Ollie Harris. Both sides struggling to retain possession. Both sides showing remarkable urgency. Push it out to the right. Oban Hawkins. Hawkins pushing forward again. Sam Twigg on court. Goes across to his brother Denny Twigg. So Hawkins with the shot. The element of surprise. Expect the unexpected. That is very much one of the catch cries in futsal. But great piece of keeping again from Fazil Akil, man of Pakistani origin. So 6:55 remaining in this first half. Hawkins brings it forward. Then looks to switch, goes across the right side. Twigg back to his brother. And a little through ball, slight misunderstanding, but great intent. I think the intended receiver was Broadhurst, just didn't quite read it. Broadhurst acting in that pivot role. Almost a slight hesitation there, but Twigg did well to get between his goalkeeper Chris Priest and Michael Landing. Really high defence here coming from Bay of Plenty, and they turn possession over again, look for a shot from distance. Jenny Twigg getting in the way, but it will be a corner. Set piece opportunity for Bay of Plenty. Now they do come. They look to move quickly. Got that man open in the middle, and they do try and thread the needle. Picked off nicely though, Broadhurst. Goes himself as Hawkins. But Hawkins absolutely owned on that occasion. Hawkins to Twigg. Again, really high, almost a single man press coming from Aaron Carter, leading goal scorer. And the big long through ball. It's out of the hand of Chris Priest, but Twigg comes away. He's got a player out to his right. This is where they're dangerous. They have that ability to just thread the needle. And that's another example of it. Somehow finding a passage through a number of defenders, but Twigg just couldn't make the run. So Aaron Carter. Comes down, Carter again, plenty of physicality, no love lost here. The pass is given away, great piece of keeping, another opportunity this time, it must be, and it is. Well, plenty of pressure being applied. Really good first half effort, great piece of goalkeeping from Fazil Akil, but he just couldn't quite keep it up. And then off the rebound, have a look here. So Art Twig with the initial shot, lovely piece of footwork, just turns left foot. Crit Twig, or as he's known, Denny Twig, gets the job done, and suddenly it is East Coast Bays leading Bay of Plenty by 3-2. And that is East Coast Bays at their best. It's in that area when they play in unison that they are just lethal. The understanding that they do have the short passes. And another shot comes, another piece of good goalkeeping. Well, Fazil Akil, he had no other option than to come off his line initially. But both sides is playing at a frenetic pace. Oh, that's one of their little clever plays from the corner. So Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, big tall captain, is on court as Bay of Plenty get play back underway through Aaron Carter. Wasted opportunity. Mario Ramos back on. The Brazilian maestro. There is Bringen in the number 4, so he's back on court. Really good quality player, Max Bringen. And now Chance gets around the keeper. Options, too slow. Getting back beautifully and shutting down that attacking option was the Brazilian maestro Ramos. So it'll be Bringen who will get play back underway. Got very good set piece. Big shot from another big shot, another piece of great goalkeeping. They clear it off the line, and now a chance at the other end, is it? No, Esposito gets back, puts it out. Boy, exhausted calling it, exhausted watching it, imagine playing it. So Maxwell Bringen there in the number 4, happy just to stand off a little bit. Now comes forward, almost. To play out on the right flank. Espinosa here on the left flank. And now they look to go to their pivot. They find it. The ball comes through from Twig. Can't quite thread the needle. Chance at the other end now. They go back through Ramos. Ramos just leaves it nicely. Do they pull back to Ramos? Ramos has a shot, does he? No, can't quite get it away, but good enterprise from Bay of Plenty. Oh, you've got to like Landing. He's just everywhere. He's an unorthodox looking player, I think because of his height, but he's just so effective. This is Landing. And Aaron Carter. Landig. Ramos. Cheeky play. Looking for Kawana. Absolutely some X factor on court at the moment to Bay of Plenty. Kawana here. A lot to like about him. Very, very skillful player. Makes things happen. The great players do. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Chance now for Ramos. Can he go on his own? Ramos, no. Picked off by Exposito Espinosa. He's looking now for a runner. Had Bringen running down there to the right, probably should have fed him. Decided to go on his own and bring it back across the left side of the court. An opportunity wasted. Go back. Oh, now chance here. Carter, where does he go? Which way does he go? He threads it across. Showing again why they are so lethal. That combination between Aaron Carter, Mario Ramos, and then you throw in the brilliance of Michael Landig, and you cannot leave the door slightly open or they'll go straight through it. So under 3 minutes remain in this first half. So this is Bringen. Bringen wins the penalty. East Coast Bays have picked up the 2 fouls in this half. And so, switching play, go back through Hawkins. Hawkins drawing 2 defenders. Got to be careful here, Bay of Plenty, that they don't ball chase. Pushing high in defence. Good press defence too. Forcing East Coast Bays to play out of their own half. Now, this is where Hawkins is lethal. That ability with ball at foot to beat 1 or 2 players. And then find his pivot high up the court in a goal-scoring position. No, Vava, a man from Zimbabwe. Oh, nice skills. That's what we love about futsal. It just creates innovation. That time, it was Kalani Vieira-Gal who was just dancing with the ball. So Andrew Olsen, he is a handful, Olsen. Big man there in the number 11 shirt in the blue. We go back across to Bringen. Bringen looks to push it forward, finds Twig. Twig decides to go on his own. 3 players shut him down immediately. Now opportunity breaks out at the other end. Can he get the cross across? He can, but good piece of keeping. Twig comes away with it. Superb. Now Espinosa, the captain, waiting, trying to just hold the ball up, looking for his players to come forward, but turns it over. Olsen back in possession. Fava, and taken down now in a heavy tackle. Do they bring the card out here? That is the 3rd foul for East Coast Bays. Let's have a look here. So Vava had the room too, decides to go on his own, cuts back inside, and basically hacked down. East Coast Bays do pick up the 3rd foul. Does Olsen just look to drill this himself? No, it's here, place from Vaha. Another chance. Turnover. Twig chips it over the top and makes it 4-2. And a piece of individual brilliance against the run of play. That is the danger when you press that high. And here he is, Crit Twig, just saw the keeper off his line. And how much skill is required to be able to just lob that, take the pace off it when you're running that quickly, and have the vision in a split second. That is simply superb from a member of the Futsal Whites. And so 4-2 the score, under a minute to play in this first half. Do not rule Bay of Plenty out just yet though. They've had their chances, another one potentially opened up. One thing with this East Coast side, that they don't panic. They've got plenty of experience. They found themselves sometimes having to deal with adversity. They stick to their processes. Fava finds Olsen. Olsen turns, gets the swing cross, can't. They'll take the corner. So set piece opportunity. 39 seconds remaining to try and bring it back to 4-3. Coming on court is Vieira-Gal. Another wayward shot. Espinosa now pushing forward, the captain in that pivot role, and that he is the target. Now his 2 flanks smooth up either on the left and right. Goes back to the fix-it. Nice piece of skills here from Inazio. Both teams will be happy just to run the clock down here. Turned nicely. Really good play. Captain Espinosa, the leading goal scorer. Can't add to that. Another great piece of goalkeeping from Vasil Akil. Now, what can they do from the set piece? East Coast Bays. Should be a cracking final tomorrow between Auckland City and East Coast Bays. Live on Sky Sport 2. Special thanks to Ford. I want to acknowledge their sponsorship. Of course, McDonald's for futsal and also New Zealand football. But if you're in the market for a new car, Ford is one of the possibilities. We do encourage you to go with the brand that supports the sport you love. So just 5 seconds remaining. Will be an opportunity then for both teams to reset, reassess. Now chance. Big shot comes over the top. Looking for a television moment. Vava. And one of the referees said another corner. So it has come off somebody. So one final chance with 5 seconds on the clock. And it will be Kalani Vieira-Gal who will get underway, and Olsen with the big shot. It goes out, still 2 seconds. And he'll have another shot. Oh, wow, you are kidding me. You are kidding me with less than a second on the clock. It is Olsen who just rockets one across the face. Have a look at this on the replay. That is something special. Wow. And just like that, Vieira-Gal scores, and suddenly it's 4-3 as we go into half time. They talk about futsal. Expect the unexpected. That is remarkable. Well done to Andrew Olsen. And the man on the end of it, Makaha Vieira-Gal. And it is 3-2 in favour of East Coast Bays. Hope you are enjoying coverage on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. We'll take a break. Don't go away though, folks, because this is the Edge of Your Seat staff back for the second half very shortly.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our Leverage and Legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in 2 principles. Mana Wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of Wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers. paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Well, it's been an intriguing first half of futsal between Bay of Plenty Surge and East Coast Bays. East Coast Bays leading 4-2 with less than a second. And off the very last play of the ball, Bay of Plenty find a way. And suddenly it's 4-3 as we head into the second half. Still to come this afternoon, we've got Auckland City FC up against the Waikato Rapids. That game will follow this one. And then we round out day 3 with a very good and intriguing women's game between Waikato Bay of Plenty Power and one of the pre-tournament favourites in Papakura. That from 6:30. So players coming back out onto court. It is East Coast Bays who will be in red, and Waikato, my apologies, Bay of Plenty in the blue and the black, almost the colours of Inter Milan. Yes, that's the women's futsal, or a combined team between Bay of Plenty and Waikato, and on the men's side, individual teams for Waikato and Waikato Bay of Plenty, so I do apologise if sometimes I accidentally confuse the two. But really, really good futsal being played by both teams, and it will be Bay of Plenty will get things underway. And so immediately coming into the action is their number 14, Keenan Howard. Number 13 is Mario Ramos, and he is a key playmaker. Vava loves to just play on that fix-it roll and look to try and bring the ball forward. But Howard turns possession over. Great skills from Twig. But good defence coming from Ramos, getting between himself and the ball. And now Howard looking to try and take it up, brings Vava in. They go back up that same side. No, decide to bring it back into the middle. Good opportunity. Didn't quite time that run. Pass was a little bit wayward, but good enterprise being shown by Bay of Plenty early. If you get a chance, watch the goal just before the halftime hooter. Brilliant piece of play between Andrew Olsen and Makaha Vieira-Gal. Number 8, Jason Quinlan for East Coast Bays. And Oban Hawkins, member of the New Zealand Futsal Whites. And the number 3, and this is Quinlan, another big man. And we've got the 2 Twig brothers, Sam Twig and Crick Twig. Quinlan looking for the shot, but then just changes direction. Now chance comes, and just like that, just another really patient build-up. Another superb goal, this time Oban Hawkins. But I love the way Quinlan almost looked like he was going to have the big shot from distance. Just prior to that, that lovely little turn, lovely little pivot. And great goal, and suddenly the buffer is 2, 5-3, East Coast Bays leading Bay of Plenty. They'll be pleased they are the first team to score after half-time. They'll be disappointed that they allowed Bay of Plenty just before the half-time hooter. And so they've pulled one back inside the first minute and a half. Now Tristan Kawana gets it in. They play the shot, looking nicely. Now they've got to get back because they open themselves up back down at the other end, but too much weight in the pass. Intended target was their pivot, Quinlan. He had pushed a long way forward. Vava now looks to take it up. Howard, Kawana, Vava to Ramos. Now Ramos has drawn 3 players across, which does open up that right side, but they've got to play it quicker. Not managing to find it. Vava again. Lovely trickery. But they still find themselves back in their own half now. Howard looks to try and bring it forward, has the big shot. Keenan Howard manages to win the corner. Set piece opportunity. Referees for this game are Jake Brunton, Jet Norris, and Philip Rogers. Got to say they've been excellent, the refereeing throughout this tournament. Don't forget, always looking for referees in futsal and football. Do check out the New Zealand football website, the Northern Region, or your particular region of the country, and pathways, how you get involved. It's been a fascinating tournament. We've seen some sides who you'd say, if you were to weigh it all up at the end of a game, say should have won it, and yet that hasn't been the case. It's been either the upset or the team might have won it, but it's been a lot closer than one would have expected. Another goal scoring opportunity there for Bay of Plenty. That time the long ball, just trying to mix it up. The target was Kawana. And now Ramos gets back, and also helping Ramos is Keenan Howard. So we've got a very good 4 on court to Bay of Plenty. They'll go back through Sam Twig. Another little pass. This is where they're just so lethal. Really good save though. Shot coming from Jason Quinlan, but Fazil Akil got down nicely and prevented a 6th. Now Howard. Nice ball from Ramos. Howard just trying to see if he could just sneak that through and then get himself into that one-on-one type position. Small margins. Ramos to Vava. Vava looks to go on his own, tries to thread the needle, gets picked off, and that's the problem. And now Quinlan at the other end. Does he look to try and pull the trigger? No, he doesn't. They work him over. Good defence from Ramos. Looking like they'll change their entire line out, Bay of Plenty. And they will bring back Michael Landig. Number 6, Ryan McLeod is on. This is McLeod acting in that flanker position. Landig. And also Aaron Carter. Now chance comes, good save again from Fazil Akil, keeping them in this game. Danger if you're going to press high. You open yourself up. So, McLeod, Landig. There's not quite enough weight on the pass. Intended target was Andrew Olsen. So Olsen acting in that pivot role. Go back through Carter, pulling their keeper. High risk, high reward. Now looking to try and turn. Oh, big shove, and that will be a foul on the Bay of Plenty player. Can't get away with that, Aaron Carter. In fact, my apologies, Ryan McLeod. Apologies to you, Aaron. Little left foot long ball, but to nobody. A little bit of wishful thinking. Landig will happy to bring it back up. It's interesting to see that Eduardo Exposito Espinosa acting in that pivot role for East Coast Bays with the yellow armband. Here he is, 2 on it, but he's got the footwork and the skills to be able to get away here. Just needs a bit more support. Decides to go back in the finish and then look to play quickly back up. But again, really, really good defence from Ryan McLeod. Really good futsal player. Finds Olsen. Olsen with the shot. The pass comes. Can they? They can't. Should he have gone on his own, perhaps? Should he have gone on his own? Aaron Carter, he is the leading goal scorer, but unselfishly put it back across to Olsen. And what would have been just a superb goal again, but have a look. Couldn't quite get it. Another big shot, wide. That would have been box office all day. That would have been Ryan McLeod. That would have been on the highlights reel. Cut inside, can't find Olsen, the intended target. Now they push, and they'll come back through Ignacio. Ignacio, land egg all over him. And it will be, possession will go the way of Bay of Plenty. Oh, it's been physical, it's been fast, it's had some moments of individual brilliance, it's had some great team cohesion that have led to some fantastic futsal goals. Really is a wonderful sport. To try and bring it up, beats one, but taken into play. So Aaron Carter showing why he is so lethal, and now the cross comes across, can't find its target. But if they keep pressing, if they keep pushing, as we saw in the first half, then the goals will come. So Oliveira Silva on for East Coast Bays, as is Ignacio, as is Exposito Espinosa, so very much Spain and Brazil influence for East Coast Bays. So chance now, Espinosa puts it out to the right, over the top, wasted opportunity. Ignacio knows he's better than that, just got underneath it, just didn't quite get over the top of the shot. Both sides, you just sort of feel that maybe that fatigue is just starting to kick in. Landig gets it back underway. Lovely little switch of play, but read nicely by Twig. Now they look to come forward through Landig again. Espinosa almost finds himself in a one-on-one situation, but they scamper back. They quickly come back up through the impressive Ryan McLeod. Now, plenty of space out on this left-hand side. So, guy's got plenty of courage, plenty of heart, as Josh Bailey. Oliveira Silva. Just monstered off the board though by their captain Espinosa. Big player, has a big left foot shot. What an absolute cracker. Wow, you talk about box office, you talk about the highlight reel. That is simply X Factor. Wow, what a goal. Brilliant, brilliant from the man from Spain, the captain, the inspirational leader, the leading goal scorer. Have we seen a better goal? Possibly goal of the tournament. I think it was from the left foot. And they've made it at the other end though. So, what am I watching? What are we watching? Compelling. We just see one of the great goals. Maybe Pap still celebrating it. And then it's Olsen at the other end who says, well, I might not bring the glamour to it, but I'll bring the cohesion. It's anybody's game. Oh, another shot from Landig. Well, don't go away, folks. Entertainment at the highest level. Would love to have a look at that Espinosa goal if we've got it. No, we can't. I'm sure it'll be posted on social media because it was almost pure arrogance. Such was the class of it, the impossibility. Now Bailey getting involved. If you're acting in that fixer position, you've just got to get rid of it. You can't afford to be dribbling. And this is dangerous play. Can they move it quickly? They can't. Turnover again. Espinosa has another look and make that goal number 7 for Eduardo Exposito Espinosa on a hat-trick. Looks to the heavens. And now it is 7-4. And it's Bay of Plenty who have got to play catch-up. Another heavy foul. Referee, though, says play on. Didn't see anything malicious in it. So Vieira Gull, one of 2 brothers, looks to go out wide. Ball's out. Kalani Vieira Gull not happy. Pass came from his brother Makaha Vieira Gull. Also number 12, Christian Kawana, on court at the moment. Come Twig. Happy to play it back. Great intent, just not enough weight on the pass. Maxwell Bringen back on. Great intent from Bringen. Get back in that fix-it role. Now, looking to try and bring it. What does he see? Surveys his options, says no. Happy to go back across to Crit Twig or Denny Twig. And then gets absolutely monstered. Does Bringen. But we'll pick up the foul. Bounces straight back up. Big heart, this young man. Maxwell Bringen. Goes across. Twig looks to try and thread the needle down the line. Now, which way does this foul go? Foul will go the way of Bay of Plenty. So taking it will be Vieira Gull. Finds Ramos. Ramos pushes, but really good flat defence, press defence coming from East Coast Bays. Now they look to try and switch it. It's too much weight this time, and Makaha Vieira Gull just left a little bit flat-footed. About 10.5 minutes remain. There is still time for Bay of Plenty, but they need to be the next scorer. And that's a little bit of an unforced error from East Coast Bays. Bay of Plenty are better when they just get up in the face, when they just press. Don't allow East Coast Bays to play with room. Now long ball. Good intent, execution not quite there though. Only effective that long ball if you are really high in that pivot role and you've got a little bit of distance between yourself and the marker. Now, I'll come away with it, East Coast Bays. Happy to build patiently and nicely. It'll shove in the back. Good little battle going on down this right side, and this time it's Sam Twig who goes down. And now just starting to get a little bit niggly. Bay Plenty pick up the free kick. So Vieira Gull. Have a little conversation with Ramos. Ramos says, I'll take control, and now looks for the long ball through. Or was that a shot from distance? Was that just a little bit of wishful thinking? Got to be careful that you're not shooting from too far. You can create perhaps a little signal that you've got no answers to what they're doing, and therefore you're technically waving the white flag. Turns to Todd Broadhurst. Broadhurst this time is the one that does a bit of the shoving. This game just starting to get a little bit niggly now. Referees might just need to have a chat to both sides. No love lost. So Sam Twig, Denny Twig, both getting heavily involved on this right-hand side, between Tristan Kawana being one of them. Vieira Gull, the other, very much game on. Got to say that this forward Futsal Super League's been played in great spirit, great referee, really good futsal all round, some stunning goals. Now, comes back, Broadhurst has the big shot. He's sort of a Andy Carroll lookalike. Manchester United, what did Carroll then go to West Ham or Aston Villa, didn't he? England striker, just with that ponytail. Of course, this is futsal, not football, but there is a crossover between the two. So Vieira Gull now looking for another long ball. This time he does find it. Really good play. Looks for Ollie Harris. Harris gives possession away though, and now it's down the other end. Keeper comes out. Fazil. They manage to control it. The pass comes across. Good defence. I've seen struggling at times in that transition play. Both teams losing possession. So under 9 minutes remaining. 7-4 the score. And that is, well, that's just lazy from Ollie Harris. And Trick Twig will pick up the foul. And that is now the 4th for Bay of Plenty. Got to be careful. They pick up 5, anything after that, and they will go to that 18-yard penalty line. And a red dot in the middle of, between the halfway and the goal line that you can see there, close to the number 10, Eduardo Espinosa. Now looks for the cross, good wall, good block. And Exposito Espinosa looks to return the favour, chance comes. Good opportunity from Trick Twig. Now, interesting to see Vieira Gull just saying, let's just settle it down here, boys. Let's just build patiently. Too many long balls at the moment, not enough creativity in their play. And just turn possession over again, but does well to get it back. Kalani Vieira Gull. That's the thing that makes futsal so special, is that ability for players to be innovative. You look at the brilliant Brazilians and the trickery that goes on. Well, that is the definition of futsal. It encourages creativity, encourages little moments of genius and magic. Now, Espinosa can't do it this time. They've got to move quickly. They've got the chance here. Brilliant defence. Superb defence from Maxwell Bringen. That might have been a game changer in the context of this match. Oh, switches it nicely. Shot comes and just wide. That would have been another one for the highlights reel on the volley. And it might have even been off his left foot. I keep saying it. Reminds me very much like water polo. Expect the unexpected. Don't blink, ladies and gentlemen. They can score from anywhere. Well, that was a little bit hopeful. But 7:56 remains. Following this game, we have another cracker for you. Auckland City taking on Waikato Rapid. But Twig, pick the pass off. Another long ball. It's almost like they've just changed up their game plan at the moment. Just don't feel that they can defensively get through. Just have a look at that. Great athleticism. Davis. So Jason Quinlan moves into that pivot role, and they'll come back through Twig. Getting up in his face is Ramos. Or it might be Vieira Gull, in fact. Two brothers on the court. No, it is Ramos. And so, there will be a timeout. It is Bay of Plenty trailing East Coast Bays 7 goals to 4. What has been frenetic, and what has been a game where we've seen one of the great individual goals through the brilliance of Eduardo Exposito Espinosa, but we've just seen some superb team goals, lovely build-ups, great cohesion, straight out of the coach's manual, stuff that you practiced. You need to have everything to be pinpoint accurate for it to occur in a game, and it's happened. So, as I mentioned, the 3 referees today are Jake Brunton, Jet Norris and Phil Rogers. We've got Mark Hester over here from Australia assessing the referees. Timekeeper is Aidan Partridge. A special thanks to everybody involved. We're watching live futsal from Bruce Pulman Arena in South Auckland. It's day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Special thanks to McDonald's, special thanks to Ford, of course. Looking at purchasing a new vehicle, you love your futsal, you love your football, please go with Ford. Behind the company that's supporting your sport. Of course, Resine Paints in the background. We do have the Resine goal scorers coming into this game. It was Aaron Carter, who is number 7 for Bay of Plenty Surge, and number 10, Eduardo Exposito. Andrew Olsen has moved to 5 goals too. He's scored in this match, but Exposito has also scored, so he will be leading this golden boot. As we get play back underway. Chance there for Denny Twig. Looks to go himself, Twig. Nice play here. That is really good from Jason Quinlan. So Quinlan acting as that fix-it. Now, they turn possession over though, getting back nicely. And doing a good job in terms of shutting down the angle was Maxwell Bringen. So the game's just lost a little bit of its energy at the moment. Plenty, they can find the back of the net. They just need to somehow look to shift this momentum. Go down. Vava. Now big long ball, can't thread the needle though. Now opportunity at the other end. Keeper was out, so they've got the flying keeper in. Basically means you've got a general court player who wear a different colour shirt, who will act as a player on court, also as a goalkeeper when you're in possession. If you lose possession though, you can find yourself in a bit of trouble, particularly if that flying keeper is pressed high up the court. Generally when you lose possession, you'll bring your proper goalkeeper back in. But this is just about giving you the one-man advantage. It can be effective. High risk, but also high reward. And so, interesting that they've gone with Mario Ramos in that position. And the goal comes, no, does it off the upright? Did it come off the upright? I think Olsen, can't believe he didn't score. That would have changed the context of this game. But now look at the defence here. They open up on the left if they can move it quickly. They do live it. Ramos comes back, Vava to Olsen. Olsen finds Kawana and almost Ramos. So now he's got to get back quickly. Goalkeeper can score, remember. But good gutsy play here from Bay of Plenty. They want to win this. So Ramos will come off and expect to see Fazil Akil come back on. Vava will get play back underway. No, Ramos is still pushing up. Now chance here. Oh, so close between Olsen and Keenan Howard. Howard just couldn't quite extend enough. And they look to break out. Goalkeeper comes off, flying keeper comes back on. So Ramos replaces Akil. Of course, that leaves the goal open. Lose possession, and there's a good chance East Coast Bays are going to score. This is the danger. Does manage to get away. Now Ramos, he's good enough to go on his own here. Ramos, he's got a player in Olsen. He goes himself, has a shot, can't do it. Now they've got to get away quickly. Twig will have a crack. That tackle needed to be made. And we've got Vava down here over on the right-hand side. It's taking quite a heavy knock. But absolute courage under fire from Keenan Howard here. Did everything to shut it down. I think the referees at some point had said, look, enough's enough. We've got to have to come back for the injury. Looks like Vava is back up on his feet. So just a chance for a little bit of consultation between Keenan Howard and the very impressive Aaron Carter. I'd like to see Ryan McLeod get back out. McLeod is a player who just makes things happen. So 5 minutes 19 remaining. East Coast Bay 7, Bay of Plenty 4. So we're on. Just want to congratulate the Auckland Tuatara baseball team for last night beating Canberra Cavalry in Australia. I mean, we're a small country and we all love our sport, and I think it's important that other sports acknowledge others. Relatively new franchise, the baseball franchise, the Tuatara. So losing their first series away to Brisbane 3-1, leading this series against Canberra by 2-0. First home series for baseball Friday night, North Harbour Stadium. So maybe watch that on Friday and then go and watch some National League football or some futsal over the weekend and have a nice eclectic mix. As we get play back underway, it'll be through Maxwell Bringen. Twig. Another big long shot. They can often be the dangerous ones because you can have the defenders in your eye line. You can be blinded somewhat if you're the goalkeeper. Really good play from Exposito and now Espinosa. And it was Andrew Olsen acting in that pivot role, pushing forward for Waikato. We know that this Bay of Plenty team are capable. A bit scrappy from both teams in transition play. They go across court, finding it, good play, lovely interaction, shot will come, the rebound there, having that player up there on that far post, and then having that quick 1-2, the shot comes, just misses, that is the danger of the flying keeper. And almost East Coast Bays extend their lead by 8-4, an open goal, Ramos acting as that fifth man, but you can't turn possession over. And now, they do throw, they find Olsen, but again they turn it over again. This time Ramos comes up, does the damage. Now he looks, he finds his player, superb, just misses it. How did he miss that? And he knows it too. He knows it was a sitter. But that is pressure, that is the speed in which this game is played. And now, close to giving the penalty away, but referee says play on. And it will be Maxwell Bringen. We'll take a breath, ladies and gentlemen. It is end-to-end, or what they say in the United States, coast to coast. So Jason Quinlan, acting in that pivot role, it goes to Quinlan. Can he turn? No, pushes it out wide. Opportunity comes here. Twig comes down to his brother. Shot comes, but Fazil Akil Park covered that near post. Good piece of keeping. But really nice play between Sam Twig and Denny Twig. And now they'll almost have a chance to go the other way. They bring in their goalkeeper. Good defence. Ricochet comes off the back of Ryan McLeod. And then back up at the other end. Both goalkeepers busy. Chris Priest is the goalkeeper for East Coast Bays. Good creative play here. Olsen gets up and manhandles him though. And 2-on-1. That'll always create the overlap. No, referee says we'll play on, and it will be a goal kick. One of the Twig brothers acting there, almost doing breaststroke on the floor. So Aaron Carter, Ryan McLeod, Ramos, across to McLeod. McLeod happy to survey his options, goes to Ramos. Ramos threads the needle, finds Olsen. They come away with it though. Now the big shot, ricocheted out, goal was open. And Sam Twig knew all about it. So 3 minutes 10 remain. Both teams tired. He's got a short turnaround to the finals tomorrow. Make sure they stay hydrated. Chance here. Oh, picked off. He's good, Quinlan. Big physical presence. And the shot off the upright. Somehow Bay of Plenty survive. And they ring the changes now, Bay of Plenty. Still going to play the flying keeper. So still technically got the overlap on the court. Get play back underway. Now Ramos trying to be a little bit tricky. Will that cost him? The shot only needs to come now. Can he just chip that ball in? Good skills here. Ramos gets across and undoes perhaps a little bit of the danger that he created. So back into goal will go Fazil Akil. Now they have turned possession over. So Michael Landig back on. And they get the shot over the top. So Tristan Kawana. Ryan McLeod is on for Bay of Plenty. And lovely little pass at the feet. Now here, they've drawn the defenders out. There is a channel there if they can have the shot. Trying to open up one of those lanes. Really good, smart play from East Coast Bays. Now, will be Ryan McLeod. Comes up. Oh, lovely little turn, lovely little pivot. Goes in the zone. This could be one of the great individual goals. Good piece of goalkeeping in the finish, though, from Chris Priest. Needed to come out, but really nicely worked move from the Bay of Plenty. And Tristan Kawana, his X-factor, involved in that. Created all sorts of problems. Now, what can they conjure up here? Set piece. They go across, he has a shot. No, he looks, goes the way, he gets underneath it. Not really what that move was all about. But 2 minutes 16 remain. They go long. So Michael Landig comes back. And now threads the needle nicely. Kawana, but loses possession. Now it's Quinlan. Finds Espinoza. Still Espinoza tries to control it. Can he bring out a moment, a magic moment? Goal kick. So Michael Landig doing really well. Also getting back and doing the work was Ryan McLeod. Goes over, hits it on the volley and almost scores a cracker. Would have reminded you of Stephen Gerrard, Liverpool, West Ham, FA Cup 2006. It was that type of quality. Kawana gets the ball taken from him. It's Twig, and it should just be that simple. Really nice goal. Josh Bailey scoring. He's good, Bailey, and well-deserved goal for him. But that is the danger of the flying keeper. Turn possession over, and really, it It was just about slowing time down, good cohesion, really nicely taken goal and opportunity by East Coast Bays. Lead now by 8 goals to 4 with a minute and a half remaining. Ramos still fighting, coming forward. Chance now to equal it at the other end. And how often have we seen that? How often do you see that? Must frustrate the coaches. You see it a lot in rugby where you score and then you've got to try and just from the kickoff almost look to exit quickly. Another big shot off the foot though. Comes to nothing by Ryan McLeod. Bailey, oh, they turn it now, has to have the shot, surely. Can't get there. Good defence from Sam Twig, getting himself between the ball and the attacker. And now they can't quite do it at the other end. Twig again in possession. Oh, lovely little skills. Oh, wow, look at the trickery. That is Brazilian football at its finest. Best players in the world would have been proud of that if they could have, if he had it, could have pulled that off. I mean, every time a team is scoring, I think, man, is that the goal of the tournament? Such has been the quality. Cross. Pull the trigger. Good fight. Keeper will come away with it. 44 seconds left. Now, looking to try and go one-on-one. Good play. As we see Ollie Harris involved, but they turn it over. Has another shot from distance, and it is another goal. 9-2, 9-4. 2 opportunist goals from bringing the keeper out, trying to have that overlap, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. But you're always going to roll the dice, and all I'll say is Las Vegas wasn't built on winners. Only just snuck in this, didn't it? Really nicely taken goal. East Coast Bays in complete command. I'll mention it that individuals will win your games, but squads will win your championship, and you've only got to run through the squads and the depth for East Coast Bays, and boy, they're just blessed with talent, aren't they, with the likes of Oliveira, Silva, Twig. You know, their starting lineup of Broadhurst, Exposito, Espinosa, Bringen, Hawkins. Interesting that Hawkins, we haven't seen a lot of Hawkins in this half. I think they're just resting him. Marquee player. Have him ready for that final tomorrow against Auckland City. So, battle of the bridge. Now Ramos, 16 seconds on the clock. Chance here, they'll look to try and go long. And he will look to try and go long. Goalkeeper will try and play it, but the keeper is back. Lovely little swivel there from Twig. Great skills again. Shut down, however. Ramos, though, now can he batch it the other way? 5 seconds on the clock. Chance comes, shot comes, it goes out. 1.12 seconds remain. Full time is the call low. It is East Coast Bays who beat Bay of Plenty 9 goals to 4. The scoreline doesn't really reflect the close nature of this game, particularly in that first half. Some very good goals, arguably the goal of the tournament from Eduardo Exposito Espinosa as he continues to lead the Golden Boot. But don't go away, folks, because up next we've got another men's game to look forward to. Auckland City up against the Waikato Rapid.
Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
So it's fantastic for McDonald's and our franchisees to be able to announce that we're extending our sponsorship of football in New Zealand, going from the last 6 or 7 years working through junior football with coaches and all the players and supporters to now being a sponsor of the whole of community football in New Zealand.
New Zealand Football is excited to continue our partnership with McDonald's. The next 3 years will see McDonald's become the biggest supporter of community football, extending its reach past the junior framework and into the youth framework and senior framework, as well as coach and referee education, supporting and creating opportunities for everyone at every level across the community space.
The McDonald's Junior, Youth and Senior Framework encourages participation in football across Aotearoa for all Kiwis to be active, enjoy their football and practice and learn new skills. Through our partnership with McDonald's, we're able to develop new initiatives, programs and continue to support our Skills Centre program for more Kiwis to be enjoying and loving football across Aotearoa.
The McDonald's Community Referee Development Program will look to increase participation, education throughout the whole community and hopefully look to get some more people involved. We'd like to increase referee confidence and make sure refereeing is fun for all.
McDonald's has been a long supporter of our junior community coaches, and with their added support in junior, youth and senior community coaching space, we have a great opportunity to create more resources to support our coaches as they work through the coaching pathway. Community coaches play a vital part in helping our players fall in love with the game. With McDonald's behind us, we're going to have a great time doing it.
So McDonald's has been involved with football in New Zealand for over 20 years, and we were talking to New Zealand Football recently about how we could extend that, and the opportunity to be the community football sponsor and part of the football whānau came about, and it was just perfect timing for us and our franchisees.
Welcome back into Bruce Pulman Arena on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Superleague. Another round robin competition between Auckland City, the winners of this competition back in 2020, up against one of the real emerging teams in the Waikato Rapids. Waikato Rapids, well, they're playing in the Wellington Phoenix colours. You could argue they're Wolves colours, if you English Premier League, I guess. And then it's up against, well, Auckland City, the dark blue, well-known strip, whether it be in futsal or in football. And so, just bring you those teams in one moment for you. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. We're live on Sky Sport 2 tomorrow from 10 AM. We do encourage you to join in. We'll bring you that bronze medal game. Then we'll bring you the women's final, followed by the men's final. Looking forward to that. So, starting lineup for Auckland City is Somerville in goal, outstanding goalkeeper. Then we've got Tasuku Yaneto, Josh Marquettes, Ko Maya and Sean Morgan. And for Waikato Rapids, Patrick Steele in goal, Casey Sharplin, Aidan Robson, Ethan Martin, the captain, and Maxwell Erickson. The benches are stacked, and first shot comes, and almost an opportunity there for Waikato Rapids to open the scoring. The intended target was Erickson. Really lovely ball, nice and low. He's on the far post too. So Auckland City come away with Maya. Now, Sean Morgan, absolute quality player, Morgan. When Morgan's on the court, Auckland City just look dynamic. But I think Waikato realise that, and they're working him over at the moment, and that is Morgan in the number 18. So they pick up the foul. It'll be Marquettes. What have they worked here, Auckland City? They're well drilled. 30% of all goals in futsal do come from set piece. Look to push, they come across, worked opportunity, turnover now at the other end, opportunity comes, finds the runner on the inside, and just like that, wow, what a team goal that is! Well, that is box office. That is superb. Ethan Martin with the breakaway finds Erickson. Erickson just first touch and drills it into the top of the net. And so it is Waikato who take the early lead, looking to try and make it 2. Auckland just haven't really settled yet. Now another chance. How good has this guy been? Ethan Martin, the captain. Influential. Now Morgan. He looks to go. Needs support though. Finds it. But pass goes out. It's what pressure does. When you come up against a side who on paper is expected to beat you, who on paper have beaten you, you need to get up early. You need to put some doubt in the head. See how they deal with adversity. See if they internally implode. Start blaming each other. That's where you need experience. So Robson looks to come forward, big long ball, finds the player open again. Once again, Maxwell Eriksson, dangerous. Showing their diversity on attack. Now the Waikato Rapids. Not just the lovely little touch and pass, but that ability to play the long ball. They'll get a second crack at the corner. So Casey Sharplin there in the number 3. And they have another shot. This time deflected. Coming back to help out now is Jonathan Tobias on court actually. Oh, they look to thread the needle. Can't find it though. And it will be Vaughan Somerville who will casually get play back underway as Auckland City ring the changes. So Antonio Scotta comes on for Auckland City. As does Maya. There's 2 Mayas in this team. Good high press defence coming from the Waikato Rapids, wanting to get up into the face and put pressure on the ball carrier, or you can use that terminology. Do it again. So Antonio Scotta being worked over. Good defence. Desperation here, lovely from the Rapids. They now look to try and come inside, has a shot off the left foot and pulls the trigger for some distance. Aidan Robson. Oh, just managed to stretch out. You sort of just feel that cohesion for Auckland City is just starting to build. Takes a bit of time. Less than 3 minutes gone of actual play. Now, chance here. A good press defence, just getting right up in the face of the Waikato Rapids. But now the danger is that you can create the overlap very quickly if you press too high. And they happen to get their pivot forward. Now on this right flank, they'll play. Plenty of noise coming off from both benches. Tense great from the Rapids, so certainly early on. They have the momentum, they seem to be playing the better futsal. Doing the changes, so Thomas McMillan on now for the Rapids. Oh, lovely little turn and go. Brilliant from Keenan Osman. Good futsal player, Osman. And Maya just having to put it out. Oh, lovely here from the Rapids. Just picking Auckland City apart at the moment. Running Auckland City around. Can they maintain the momentum? Do they have the depth? Do they have the fitness? So Elliot Cooper, the kick in. Switch play nicely, good again. Better defence from Auckland City. So Jonathan Tobias. back and finds Keenan Osman. And the chance comes for Osman. Can he turn it? Lovely little ball here. Back heel. Osman, the original passer, involved in a lovely little 1-2, which required some great understanding and some quick thinking. So push again. Lead by 1-0, the Waikato Rapids. Trying to draw the defenders, open up one side of the court. Can't quite do it yet. City holding their shape in defence. And again pressing high too and pushing Waikato Rapids back. Another enterprising piece of play though from the Waikato team. Not a great pass there. Immediately put themselves back under pressure, Auckland City. Can he turn on that left foot? Shoved in the back. Now, Waikato Rapids playing with real urgency. Good defence. This time from Antonio Scotta for Auckland City. But Keenan Osman, got a big physical presence, the number 6. Just a reminder, the clock does stop every time the ball does go out, so very similar to basketball. A lot of similarities too with the sport of ice hockey. The way they run their lines or the way they rotate their players, their playing rotation. I'll do it in 1s, 2s, possibly even 4s. And idea was right, execution was poor. Goes long. Really nice here from the Rapids. Really nice, moving the ball quickly. That chance here, great, good skill set being shown by Paudel for Auckland City. Just couldn't quite get enough weight on that little volley pass across the face of goal. A lovely little touch from him. That's what makes futsal such a special game, is the trickery, the close quarters, the ability, because it's so tight, that you have to adapt, you have to bring more than just standard skills. Good defence here again from the Waikato Rapid, and it will go the way of the goalkeeper, and they'll look to try and go long quickly, look for the overlap. Keeper comes out, does well, gets between himself and the attacker or the pivot for Auckland City. So the Waikato Rapids goalkeeper is Patrick Steele. Yeah. Got to say, both Kieran Platt-Mills for City's been very good since he's come on in the number 2 shirt. Here he is on the ball at the moment. But this press defence putting City under pressure now. They've got a little bit more room. They have opened it up. Chance here now. Hits the shot. Great goal. Great goal. Brilliant, brilliant build-up. A lot of patience. We're patient this time. The Waikato Rapids, well, that press defence got drawn across to one side, opened up space across the far side, and that is sometimes the danger, but they still had to execute it, and it was pinpoint precision. So we tied up at 1 goal each. Really nice futsal, delightful to watch. Coaches will be pleased. Nick Downs, the coach of this Auckland City side. And now they look to try and go long again, scrambling back. Have we got a bit of a momentum swing going the way of Auckland City? Ashby Peckham, their captain, now on. Peckham will be playing in the number 9 shirt. And I think they've also got Mohammed Fardeen Fahim on in the number 15. Yep, Fardeen Fahim. Fardeen Fahim, the dream. Yeah, good play from both sides. both in terms of retention of the ball from the Waikato Rapids and also the defence being shown here by Auckland City. And so 13 minutes remain. Number 6 is Thomas Picken. It will be Picken who gets play back underway. Looking for Platt Mills. Threads the needle up the middle. That was intended for Platt Mills. But can't find him. And now the Rapid. Oh, great play. This is superb. This is superb. Lovely little piece of futsal from Waikato, from the Rapids. Really important that they didn't allow Auckland City to get a genuine momentum swing off the back of that goal and make sure they maintain their shape, and they've done that. And still continue to press high in defence. They move it now quickly. They've got an opportunity, have they? Needs to go on his own. Manages to, no, just goes out. So possession will go the way of Auckland City through Platt Mills. But nice run there being shown by Casey Sharplin. Sweet. So a number of futsal whites in both teams. Josh Margetts for Auckland City. Mike Antimanoff, who is the substitute goalkeeper. Stephen Ashby Peckham, also a member of the futsal whites for Waikato. Well, Patrick Steele in goal. Casey Sharplin, Ethan Martin, and Kareem Osman. We haven't seen Kareem Osman, so total of 7 futsal whites on display. Such is the quality of these two teams. Oh, another big effort. Good block coming from Thomas Picken, putting his body on the line there in the number 6 shirt for Auckland City. And they come back across. Turns, goes, pivots. Can't quite find his intended target. Gets a second shot. It has a shot, but they get back quickly. Another shot. Deflects, corner. Just sort of feel that it's only a matter of time for the Waikato Rapids. Oh, and there it is. We talked about it just being a matter of time. And just like that, number 18, Tyler Eriksson, takes his chance from distance, keeps it along the ground, hits it with terminal velocity. And it is the Rapids who lead by 2-1. And this is good for Auckland City, bringing on Sean Morgan. He just has a physical presence. He's great with ball at foot. You can just sort of see his vision. And he will draw 2 defenders every time, Morgan. They look to go long. And they just turn it over just like that. Now, they've got to overlap and get it to the left side. Not enough weight on the pass, so they just play it back. Happy to build patiently again from the back. Go down this right flank. Switch play again, lovely play. Just a little bit too much weight, but great intent being shown by both sides. So just when it looked like Auckland City might have had the momentum swing, Waikato Rapids have found a way to go back into the lead. Now that's Morgan getting back. A chance here again. Boy, that is scrappy from City. Now they go long. Pass is wayward though. Does just relieve a little bit of pressure. So, Maya is on for City. Too easy this time. Now looking for it. They do find Maya. Maya goes back to Yaneto. Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Josh. We haven't seen a lot of Tatsuku Maneto. He needs to get himself a little bit more involved, sitting out here on this left-hand side. And maybe the ball goes him now. And maybe looking for Yaneto. Can't find it though. So it's defence at the moment for the Waikato Rapids. It's probably the difference between the two teams. Morgan. They put that into touch. Dangerous play here. Got to be better. Got to have more weight now. Chance here. Morgan, lovely play. Finds Margetts. Margetts. I think the pass was the right one from Yanedo. Intended target though was just left a little bit flat-footed. And that was Maya. Now looks to go long. So 9:39. Team's just struggling at times in transition. So Yanedo. Oh, good defence from Yanedo. And now it is Auckland City have a real opportunity here through Morgan. Can he turn? Can he shoot? No, he can't. Happy to play it back. Switch play. Chance comes. The big shot. Beautifully defended. But that is the danger that Auckland City possess. And lovely pass here. This is Morgan. Two of them. Draws two defenders. Got no help though. Really good defence. Coming from Karen Osmond. Oh, he manages to find a way. Great shot off the left foot for Aidan Robson. Boy, he did well, didn't he? Just went on his own. Just have a look at this. Beats one, beats two. Cuts back on the inside and then just pulls the trigger. And just from the ensuing corner, they have scored. So from the corner, I can tell you, have a look here. They have found another way. Right, just have a look at that replay one more time. Let's go back and we'll have another look shortly. But that was the shot. Didn't miss-timed it, but found the player. Call it lucky. I don't know. Luck is a byproduct of good preparation, isn't it? What's the old saying? The harder I trained, the luckier I got. And now it is Waikato leading by 3-1. AFC in a bit of trouble here. Need to find something. Need to find something quickly. Oh, big shot over the top though. Coming onto court is Ethan Martin, the captain for the Waikato Rabbits. Get the play back underway through Patrick Steele. And now Tyler Erickson looking to hold the ball, looking to find something. This is good, great play, wonderful play. Great use of the futsal court, playing with speed too. One touch, passing. Eventually, it is Maya who gets up in a one-man press. Forces the error from Aidan Robson. Happy to be patient, the Rapids. Happy to continue to apply the pressure. Wait for the mistake and then capitalise. That's what they do, and that's what they do well. This good press defence from City. Forcing the Rapids now. The pass was there, the intended runner. Tyler Erickson though, just couldn't quite get there. So 7:59 remaining. More changes for Auckland City. So the brought on Mong Maya. Two brothers. Well, good slide defence. Read that nicely from Erickson. It will be Scotter. Auckland City, knowing that they're in that final two, have a chance to give some of their wider squad a go and maybe give some of their players a little bit of a rest. There's a danger in that. You still always want to take momentum into a final. And they find themselves trailing by 3-1 at the moment. Good futsal. Really good futsal. Yeah, nicely onto that flank. Good play. Good communication. Looks for the through ball through. Does find it. Originally the ball was intended for Aidan Robson. Then off the defence, it fell to the feet of Sharpland. Just couldn't quite get there. Players acting in that pivot position. Now, interesting to see that we've got Aidan Robson just dropping back sometimes into that pivot role and then dropping back into the fix-it role. And now, oh, good defence in that fix-it role from number 7, Ethan Martin, the captain. Takes a pretty heavy knock, and that will be a foul. And that will go against AFC. So 3 fouls now for AFC. 5 per half. And every foul after that, you'll go to the penalty line. They are scrapped at the end of half time, so it'll start back at 0 for the second half. As we see Tyler Erickson pushing forward. Oh, gets away from it. This is where they're dangerous. The big shot comes. And if you are going to act in that defensive role, in that fix-it role, you've got to clear. You can't be dribbling. Now another big shot. Wayward though. Somewhat ambitious from Ethan Martin, the captain. But the goal previous came from almost a miss kick. Now, set-piece play. What can they do here? Waikato Rabbits, can they extend this to 4? Looks to go himself, pulls the trigger with the left foot. Another corner. This time coming off Maya, who put his body on the line for the good of the team. And looking for the element surprise, can't find it. And so City just struggling a little bit with the momentum of this game, the speed in which the Waikato Rapids are playing. Back down. And now opportunity to break out for City. Can't do it though. Good defence. Rapids regain possession. They look to switch play. City though read the play nicely. Both teams giving the ball away. Heavy contact. Referees say that's fine. So 6 minutes remaining in the first half. Right of the Waikato leading AFC by 3 goals to 1. They go back. What's the little move here? Just pulls the trigger from distance. Got to say, nothing better than seeing the screamers from out wide, isn't it? It was Kareem Osman. And that's Osman back in possession. Goes across and finds Caden Rogers. Back to Erickson. But the ball is out. So City will retain possession, regain possession. What do they do with it? Again, this really flat defence, press defence from Waikato in that diamond formation. So their pivot is pushing up really high in defence. Very much man-on-man marking. City return the favour in terms of how hard they're pressing on defence, and they turn the ball over because of it. Now they look to try and weave some magic, can't find it. The Rapids looking for the long ball through, no way through. Maya. Go across. Easily picked off and read by Waikato. Now they come back across. They've got a chance here. Happy to play up this right side. Looks to go one-on-one. Draws 2 defenders. And does a lot to like about that play from the Waikato side. push high. Good piece of keeping from Patrick Steele. Came off his line, shut any angle down. A chance here for City. One thing they are very good is set piece. Really well drilled by Nick Downs. They'll have something up the sleeve here. They'll have decoy runners. Number 9 is Ashby Peckham, their captain. Odell across the far side in the number 14. Another shot, another replay. So Kern Platt Mills sitting back in the pocket. And now the shot does come, and that was the opportunity. I think the intended target was for number 15, Fardeem Fahim. Just too much weight, too much power on it. There's no chance he's ever going to get a foot to that. Now they go long. Almost pulls it off. Chance here for City to break at the other end. But fix-it roll. Really nicely played by Kareem Osman. Got back nicely. Maintaining their shape. The Waikato Rapids. 4.5 minutes remain in this first half. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Don't forget finals tomorrow live on Sky Sport 2. Ford Futsal, Super League. Now shot comes and he misses from close range. And that would have been a massive goal in the context of this match. Really, really good from Caden Rogers. But he probably knows he should have done just a little bit better. Oh, great defence at the other end too from Elliot Cooper. So the subs doing their job too for the Waikato Rapids. Will be Cooper now. Puts the cut back in. And it's City now with the press defence. And Waikato just happy to put that out and reset. Will it be a moment of individual brilliance from Auckland City? They seem to be a team who play with score goals more through team cohesion than necessarily one player taking control. Oh, great shot! Wow! Did not see that coming. What a goal from the number 10, Maxwell Eriksson. Don't blink here, folks. Lovely run, one touch. Beautifully balanced, threads the needle and somehow finds the back of the net. 4-1, the Rapids lead Auckland City. And it's City who are in a world of trouble now. Struggling with this press defence. The pressure being applied, the shot from distance, that's a bit of acknowledgement that they've run out of ideas and sort of waving the white flag a little bit. Thomas Pickham with the shot. Really good play here from the Rapids. And there'll be plenty of discussion from Nick Downs. I mean, he's got to get that balance right between resting his squad for that final and going in with some momentum. I don't want to get absolutely hammered here. At the moment, it's a 3-goal deficit. I've got to say, Auckland really haven't looked like scoring in the last 10 minutes or so. The Rapids certainly have had their chances and taken them. Another opportunity here for them. But if the Rapids showing East Coast Bays a blueprint for how they need to play them in the final tomorrow. Don't give them the time, don't give them the room. Put pressure on the player with the ball. Nice pass, that one. Now, got option, surveys them, decides to come up the left-hand side, but too much weight and not enough control from Thomas Pickham. And easily picked up and well read by the Waikato Rapids. 3 minutes remain, first half. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Still got Waikato Bay of Plenty take on the Papakura women. Final game of day 3. Finals tomorrow from 10 o'clock live on Sky Sport 2. Looking forward to having your coverage. Looking forward to having your company, I should say. Should be a cracking day of futsal. Yeah, nice little piece of play here. Got to try and get rid of it though. Gets it picked off, opportunity, but the fix-it doing a really nice job in back play for the Waikato Rapids, and it was Kenan Osman again. Roaming is Elliot Cooper. Cooper looks to try and switch play, but read nicely by Mohammed Fardeen Fahim. Love Mohammed Fardeen Fahim to score. I think it's just one of the great names, and I think we could do something quite creative with it if he was to score a cracker. I think it was in basketball, wasn't it? The Dream Hakeem Olajuwon. It's got a similar sort of sound. The Dream Fardeen Fahim. City been forced to play a lot in their own quarter. Now turn it over again, another poor pass, can't find a shot through, but good enterprise being shown by Ethan Martin, the captain of this Waikato Rapids side. So Josh Marquette's the captain, just needs to try and settle things down. They've got to be patient. Alok Podal, number 14 for Auckland City. And now Sean Morgan, key figure in the City side. They look to switch play. Understand too that Morgan is lining up to try and do Ironman. Good luck to him. 3.8 kilometre swim, 180 kilometre bike ride, 42 kilometre run, or as I like to say, 20 miles of hope, 6 miles of truth. Oh, lovely, lovely, just held it up nicely. Then the beautiful pass. It's really good play from Casey Sharplin to Ethan Martin. Just that fact that he just managed to hold that ball up, just giving Sharplin a little bit of time. So now 52. Good play. Now City under all sorts of pressure at the back here. Just can't do anything, and through that pressure keep turning possession over. And the Rapids, another wave comes forward. Another amount of pressure. Too much weight, but great intent. They're in the zone, Waikato, playing really well. Great futsal. Yeah, long ball. Sign of desperation. It's not the City way. Just can't crack this defence. Our East Coast Bay's watching this. Nicely done. Casey Sharplin goes back to the keeper Steele. Steele goes long. And now, pretty ugly at both ends of the court. So Ethan Martin, the captain for Waikato, causing all sorts of problems in that pivot position, looking to go forward. This is the man again. No, turns nicely. The quality of Casey Sharplin. It's a busy footballer, futsal player, is Sharplin. My apologies for that. Futsal, not football. Big difference between the two games and the terminologies. Clearly a crossover, but very much its own sport in its own right. Yeah, nice play here, really quick too. Lovely ball down the line. They'll be happy just to see the clock out. I would have thought the Rapids leading by 4 goals to 1. What can City do? Can they score just before half time and somehow get themselves back in this? Oh, good play, great urgency, hustled. It's good from City. Rapids will be a little bit disappointed, just a little bit sloppy. Got to maintain their concentration. Chance comes, opportunity over the top. That's where they're dangerous though. Really good combination here. So, lovely pass. And then it's Josh Marquette and Morgan combining beautifully. And almost down at the other end while we bring you that replay. It's almost the Rapids who score, but it goes wide. Lovely through ball chance here. And how did Morgan miss that? How big a miss was that in the context of this game? It's very Sean Morgan, like, lovely ball, like, wasn't that just a superb touch from Alok Podell? Now turns, goes himself, good defence. Superb from Marquette, still in control, looking for help, can't find it. And it was Tobias who got back for Bay of Plenty. 11 seconds left. What do they do here? Hold on to possession. Do they look to try and score? Lovely little ball on the volley. Can't get it. Yaneto desperately getting back for City. And it will be a corner with just 4.24 seconds remaining. Oh, has a shot, another shot, one more, that is half time. And it is the Waikato Rapids against pre-game predictions, leading AFC by 4-1. What has really been a dominant defensive display, which has led to some brilliance offensively. And you have to say, Auckland City have no answers to a very good Waikato Rapids team. Hope you are enjoying coverage on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. The venue is the Pulman Arena. We'll take a break and we'll come back with the second half.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the football ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
So it's fantastic for McDonald's and our franchisees to be able to announce that we're extending our sponsorship of football in New Zealand, going from the last 6 or 7 years working through junior football with coaches and all the players and supporters to now being a sponsor of the whole of community football in New Zealand.
New Zealand Football is excited to continue our partnership with McDonald's. The next 3 years will see McDonald's become the biggest supporter of community football, extending its reach past the junior framework and into the youth framework and senior framework, as well as coach and referee education, supporting and creating opportunities for everyone at every level across the community space.
The McDonald's Junior, Youth and Senior Framework encourages participation in football across Aotearoa for all Kiwis to be active, enjoy their football and practice and learn new skills. Through our partnership with McDonald's, we're able to develop new initiatives, programs and continue to support our Skills Centre program for more Kiwis to be enjoying and loving football across Aotearoa.
The McDonald's Community Referee Development Program will look to increase participation, education throughout the whole community and hopefully look to get some more people involved. We'd like to increase referee confidence and make sure refereeing is fun for all.
McDonald's has been a long supporter of our junior community coaches, and with their added support in junior, youth and senior community coaching space, we have a great opportunity to create more resources to support our coaches as they work through the coaching pathway. Community coaches play a vital part in helping our players fall in love with the game. With McDonald's behind us, we're going to have a great time doing it.
So McDonald's has been involved with football in New Zealand for over 20 years, and we were talking to New Zealand Football recently about how we could extend that, and the opportunity to be the community football sponsor and part of the football whānau came about, and it was just perfect timing for us and our franchisees.
Welcome back to Bruce Pulman Arena on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. And somewhat of an upset on the cards at the moment. It is Waikato Rapids leading Auckland City Futsal by 4 goals to 1. And what has been really just a stunning defensive display from Waikato. They have just really not allowed Auckland City to play. It's not a defensive performance for the fact they've been scrambling and throwing themselves around. They've just been up flat. They've been up in a press defence type situation. And the challenge now for Auckland City is to be patient and to somehow look to try and pick them apart, whether that be through the middle or out wide. So just retain the ball. And for Waikato, well, they've just got to do more of the same. Now chance here for City. This is where they are dangerous, just inside the key here, just inside the circle. Big shot comes. And now chance, does he go himself? Lovely little layoff, the cross comes, the shot comes. Oh, puts his body on the line. That's what it means to the Waikato Rapids team. The shot, another one wide, but really good enterprising start coming from City in the second half. Kern Platt Mills there in the number 2. Busy futsal player. Chance at the other end, and how big was that? Missed opportunity for number 14, Elliot Cooper. And that's where they are so lethal, hitting you on the transition. Now, set piece opportunity for the Rapids. They have the big shot first up and just wide. Another really well struck shot, got over the top of it, kept it nice and low. So Stephen Ashby Peckham is the captain in the number 9. He'll be wanting to more out of his side. They do come down this right-hand side, but too easily read. But they still keep possession. So good defence from Thomas McMillan for Waikato. And getting play back underway will be Elliot Cooper. Cooper switches it quickly. And they bring it back into the middle before going up this left-hand side. And lovely play here. This is really good. Lovely pass. Couldn't quite get the weight. The shot comes. Great piece of goalkeeping from Vaughan Somerville. Lovely attacking play from Kareem Osman. Look at Osman there initially. And then brings in Elliot Cooper. Cooper somehow finds Osman. Osman looks to the heavens. But boy, that is very, very good futsal. Great understanding And now somewhat of a wayward shot. So it is the Waikato Rapids playing very much the Auckland City way. And chance there on the half volley, just couldn't quite connect. It would have been a spectacular goal from Ashby Peckham. Trying to make the highlights real. Seen some absolute crackers today across the different games, across the women's and the men's. They looked for the long ball, but wasted to nobody. So Picken here from Auckland, need to work it quickly. Interesting to see that Waikato happy to allow City to play out of their half, but then get up in a press situation once Auckland get into their half and really do put the pressure on the ball player. And now opportunity again. Another lovely little shimmy and move. The cross comes across, but they somehow find a way to in position over in front of goal. The goal does come over the top. I've got to say, Kareem Osman is just terrorising Auckland City at the moment. But good goalkeeping coming from Vaughan Somerville. And now chance here. Another shot. Should have done better again by Cooper Wink. Haven't seen a lot of Wink, but he looks like another dynamic futsal player. Great balance, great poise, all the attributes required in this remarkable game. Thread the needle, no, can't do it. Now, let's come back. Go long. There. So foul call. So one foul for the Rapids, about 5 a half. Once you get beyond that, then every time a foul is committed, our team will go to the penalty spot. It's better from Auckland, good trickery, but the Rapids just too good defensively at the moment. Everywhere Auckland City turn, there seems to be a yellow and black shirt. Now, coming down this right side is number 15, Mohammed Fahdim Fahim. Just nobody pushing forward. Now that is good play. Now chance here. Needed to hit it first time and did. Scoring opportunity for Josh Marquettes, but still did well coming off it. Now they do score. Well, just a little bit of an error, a little bit of a mistake, and City have found a way through Mohammed Fahdim Fahim, or the man they call Fahdim Fahim the Dream. So 4-2 the score, game on. Almost against the run of play, as they have brought on Sean Morgan again in the 18, the ponytail. Number 11 there is Paul Maya. And now it is City who are playing with more urgency. Good control, good play. Not panicking here. The thing about futsal, one thing about this game is it teaches you that you've got time on the ball. Oh, lovely skills here. Chance. Should have got himself perhaps. Now the opportunity with the header. Looks unselfishly. Aidan Robson looking for Casey Sharplin. Another very, very good piece of futsal. Big shot coming from Tyler Erickson. Erickson already having scored 2 very good goals. In fact, we've got 2 Ericksons. We've got Maxwell and Tyler. Getting confused a little bit between the two. Oh, big left shot. So 18 is Tyler Erickson. Number 10 is Maxwell Erickson. Mind you, the East Coast Bays have got 3 Twig brothers. We've got the Maya brothers, and from this Auckland side as well. Patient build up here from the Rapids. Push it out to their right. Goes a lovely little shimmy. Great skills. Now, can they utilise it? Is the shot on? Does he pull the trigger? He does, but comes off a defender. Now, they've got to drop that. Fix it man back. Could have easily found themselves in a bit of trouble, but Aidan Robson dropping back into that fix-it role with a lot of urgency. Come up. Oh, looks for the little back heel from Ethan Martin. I keep saying, you might think, why did he do that? But this game is about expecting the unexpected. Probably the other sport that I would say closely resembles this in terms of that is water polo. That is a game where they can score from anywhere at any time, at least when you're expecting it. And now comes across, nice skills, looks to try and turn. Tyler Erickson goes on a one-on-one press defence, puts enough pressure on to force the ball going the way now of the Waikato Rapids. They play it quickly, look to try and build up from the back. Lovely piece of skills, but it's picked off from. Chance here now for City to go 2-4-3, can't do it. Patrick Steele came out, shut down the angle. Got to be better than this though, the Rapids. Need to be smarter, that's better. Has a shot from an angle. How far away was that? Really good play from Casey Sharplin. And coming in hard with the tackle is Erickson. So Jonathan Tobias on court now for the Rapid. And almost picked off by Maxwell Erickson. So number 10 back on, so Maxwell Erickson. And now Maxwell Erickson happy to apply the pressure. This is good from Auckland, lovely little 1-2. Lovely through ball, just couldn't quite find the target. But lovely intuition. Really nice there from Yaneto, man of Japanese descent. And now the header, you don't see a lot of them. When you do, it's usually spectacular. Oh, beautiful, beautiful skills. Great play. So Kareem Osman back on. He needs to be on too. He's such an influential player. Caden Rogers in the number 16 showing his fancy footwork. Now, they push, they press. Auckland looking for 2 more to level it up. The Rapids need to just play the way they've been playing. It's not a time to park the bus or shut up shop just yet. Plenty of time left. Nice ball through the middle. Again, chance here. Can the pass be made? It can't. City scrambling. Waikato still in control. It'll go back to Steele. Steele happy to slow it down. Looks for the long ball up the middle. Lovely. Finds Erickson. Erickson just didn't get enough weight on the pass and easily read by Morgan. Yaneto acting in that pivot role. The number 5. Now they drop back. 4-man defence for City. To try and break it down through Erickson. He lays it off, but lays it off to nobody. Now Yaneto, can he work quickly? I think it was the right ball, but his intended target was just a little bit off. And Thomas Picken, trying to see who is on court. Yeah, Thomas Picken in the number 6 shirt. So City continue to make the changes. Oh, pressure, unneeded pressure. That's the unforced error. And then the hopeful long ball through to nobody. Oh, skills, trickery, you name it, it's futsal. It's superb. It will be Eriksson. Play underway. Goes back through Osman. Osman to Tobias. But Tobias will retain possession. Experienced head. Kareem Osman has been a member of the Futsal Whites, so represented his country at the highest level. Four players from the Rapids have national honours at the highest level. So they come back across. Those players are Patrick Steele, the goalkeeper, Casey Sharplin, Ethan Martin and Kareem Osman. You've seen just how good Osman is. Now they play it quickly, City. Now they look for the long ball through. So I'm not sure who the intended target was. For Auckland City, Josh Marquettes, Mike Antimanoff, Stephen Ashby Peckham. They've all been Futsal Whites, or current Futsal Whites. City, nice skills. Really nice skills there under a lot of pressure. Antonio Scotta going one way, then shimmies, pivots, and manages to put the ball out. So playing down this right flank. It's just a sloppy passage of play for Waikato. Oh, good play. Turns. Good pressure being shown by Waikato, but City managed to break out. Now they've got a real opportunity down the other end. Turns to find the runner. Comes back across court. That is really nice from City. Good defence again, though. Scrambling defence, just showing how much the Rapids want this, because I can tell you their heart rates are elevated. At a point they'll be breathing through their eyelids shortly. Such will be the need for oxygen. Lungs are burning. And put out nicely by Alok Pardal. Nice, really, really lovely to watch. Great skills. There's Caden Rogers, just need a little bit more support. Now, chance up here through the middle for City. Runners to the left and right. They go down that left side, just a little bit too long. And Antonio Scotta just couldn't quite get there. But you do sense that this particular game has got a few more developments left in it. City are just a better side with the short passing, but then they just give those passes away at key times, and chance comes. Good piece of keeping, almost ends up being an own goal. Lovely piece of keeping from Vaughan Somerville, but almost goes into Antonio Scotta and then back into the net. You couldn't have really blamed either. And now, poor corner. Auckland come away with it. They play it back. Now, chance here, because the defence is up flat. There's opportunities. If they can go through the middle, they can't. Patient build-up. Good patient build-up. This is what it's about. Trying to draw that defenders, trying to open up some space somewhere. City maintaining their shape. Good pressure. They turn the ball over and look to try for the through ball, but unsuccessful. Over 10 minutes remain. Takes a bit of a tumble as Ethan Martin, the captain, gets back to his feet though. Looks to win possession back. So number 13 there is Michael Soff for City. Now throws long ball. Can he get the one touch? He gets the one touch over the top of it. enterprising to play. Casey Sharpland almost hits them on the surprise attack, almost ambushes them. So City look to try and go long. Lovely piece of futsal here, really good. Oh, look at the courage on defence there. How good was that from Thomas McMillan for the Waikato Rapids? Absolutely put his body on the line. Now look here, real chance, bang, great defence. Opportunity there for Michael Soft, but that's what you got to do. That's what you got to be prepared to do. Now, lovely little turn and go. Nice futsal here, just a little bit too long, but showing his attacking prowess is Tyler Eriksson. Now, this is better from Waikato. They're again getting high in that press defence. In that first part of the second half, they were sitting back and allowing City to play. Be better when they get up flat, when they get in the face. Whether it be a single man press or a collective effort. Eriksson, little show. Goes back across, looks to settle it down through Martin. Martin finds Sharpland. Sharpland loses the ball, but they still press high. Still come now. City are open. Can they get the ball across? They can. Can he hit it first time? That would have been a run against the play, but a deserved goal. And so close for the quality of Michael Sof. So 9 minutes remain. City trail by 2. He had the better second half. But it's Waikato again, going back to this in-your-face press deep, man on man. It's not a zone defence by any means. Now chance here, got to stop him, they do stop him. City, however, happy to continue to play. And I'll go through Ashby Peckham, their captain. Tries to thread the needle, it is picked off, but City still retain the ball. So this is a good passage of play for City. Both teams, heavy knock, heavy knock. I think it's on Eriksson. So there will be a stop and play. 8 minutes 23 remaining. Hope you are enjoying coverage on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. Player's okay. Back to his feet and does come off. So it was Tyler Eriksson. So poor Maya on for Auckland. He is the replacement. Dynamic player, and they'll come back through Ashby Peckham, the captain. Maya, Peckham, Maya. More heavy contact. In fact, that is Fardeen Fahim who went down. The dream. So Peckham goes to Fardeen. Oh, lovely. He fought for that, did well, continues to fight for it. Really good here from Kern Platt Mills, showing how much this means to him. But it will be possession going the way of the Waikato Rapids. Now they look for the long ball, can't find it. Possession, Peckham gets back. Lovely little flick, good play, good interplay, Platt Mills. Trying to find Mohammed Fardeen Fahim and Maya. They're the two players that are pressing up in that pivot role. Number 15 is Fardeen Fahim, so keep an eye on him. Maya will get play back underway. The shot comes across from Ashby Peckham, but no real resolve. They will get a second chance at it. Now, what can they conjure up here? This is where they are outstanding. They'll have something on the plan here. Oh, wow! That is a superb goal if it counts. Just drilled that. Now he's pleading. I think they've ruled that out. I think they've ruled that out. Let's just have a look here and see if we can get a better shot at it. Gets over the top of it, drills it. Oh, I think that's a goal. But not happy, and picks up the yellow card for the back chat. Stephen Ashby Peckham would have been one of the great goals. They'll look at that one, they'll study the footage. But it doesn't count. Ashby Peckham just got to keep the emotions intact here. Got to be careful. Certainly, Auckland just have the momentum at the moment. And Waikato have just got to continue to press, get high, get in the face of their opponents, shut down the space. I'd like to just have another look at that and see if we can see or not whether that was across the line. Just see if we can have a look here. No, just a replay of the out, but just that. Have a look at that goal again at some point, or non-goal. Ashby Peckham to get play back underway. Goes through Platt Mills. Just struggling in this transition phase to get out of their own half. 6:50 remaining, 6:52. Just a sort of a messy stretch. Either side just seem to be having that ability to be able to hold possession. Now, nice pass here, good play, happy to play it on that right-hand side. They continue to go, but picked off. Chance now for City, but three defenders come across and sort out Kuamaiamaya. So number 9 is Henry Thompson, originally out of Great Britain. 7 coming onto court is Ethan Martin, the captain. Number 5 is Jonathan Tobias for the Waikato Rapids. Now, that's good. Good play here again from Martin. Got lovely footwork. Finds Henry Thompson. Now again, this is really good futsal. Playing it down, just looking for the chance to see if they can just find that way through the middle. Can't, because getting back on defence is Alok Paudel. Eriksson tries to thread it up through the middle. Chance now, needs to have a shot, needs to pull the trigger, and does. Really good effort from Josh Marquettes. Another man who's played at the highest level, played for his country. 5:49 remain, 2 goals the difference. Now, what can they do from the set piece? They do. Chance, put it across. Good piece of goalkeeping again from Patrick Steele. But City will get another chance. 5 minutes 45 remaining. Oh, opportunity. And that is where Auckland can hit you. Alok Paudel. Eriksson. Good press defence here from City, putting all sorts of pressure, playing the Rapids the way the Rapids played Auckland in that first half, getting up flat, getting up in their face, putting the pressure on deep in their own half. Now you see the Rapids trying to return the favour. Really well read by their captain, Ethan Martin. Oh, this is good from City. Certainly got the momentum. Oh, lovely, lovely piece of skills. That is really superb futsal from Josh Margetts. Couldn't quite control it initially after beating one or two players, but just showing his class. Oh, another chance now. Eriksson, does he have support? They're getting there now in numbers, still continues to control, has a shot, turns. And almost remind you of Darwin Núñez for Liverpool. Be a little bit careful with some of that trickery, got to make sure you got weight on it. Eriksson almost intercepting it. Time is starting to run out, 4:36 left. But push forward. Come in, big shot. Somewhat ambitious. Not sure they need to go down that route just yet. Still think they've just got to play more through the middle and try and pick this team apart. And it's got to be surgical in their precision. Chance comes, is that it? No, it's not. Absolutely just puts his body on the line. Brilliant piece of defence from Mong Maiama. Look where he is, number 7. He just gets back and just throws himself at Eriksson. And off the corner, they almost score. They'll get another shot though. The Waikato, oh sorry, the Bay of Waikato Rapids. To apologise. We've got the women's game coming up next, which is a combined team between Waikato Bay of Plenty. Inside we've got two separate teams. Oh, lovely left-footed shot. And it will be the Rapids who retain possession. It will be Tyler Eriksson. Here is Eriksson, in fact. Yeah, this is good futsal, good defence. Coming and working over Maxwell Eriksson. Really good play from Alok Portal. So will be Thomas Picken. So Picken goes on his own. Draws the foul. So it's Waikato Rapids now. And pick up another one. Got to be careful. That's 4 for them. Still 3 minutes 47 remaining. It's the problem when you get confrontational in defence. There is that chance that you're going to give up the foul. Now, oh, a lovely little turn. Really good futsal. Lovely to watch. There's Thomas Pickham. Oh, it's just end-to-end stuff. Eriksson can't quite do it. And who's there to stop it? You guessed it, Thomas Picken. 3 minutes 13 remain. Both teams ring the changes. Sean Morgan across the far side there. Now the receiver. Lovely quick play here. The Japanese player has the shot. We just haven't really seen a lot of Yaneto. Hasn't really got involved as perhaps we've seen in other games, possibly saving him for the final tomorrow. Now Eriksson comes up, has a shot with the big left foot, goes wide. Referee says City ball. Just under 3 minutes remaining. So Sean Morgan looking to try and inject himself, looking to try and get himself involved there. Playing very much in that pivot role up front, swaps between that and the fix-it role. Plays out on the flanks. He's a very dynamic futsal player. To possession over City. Another big cracking shot with the left foot. Really good piece of goalkeeping again from Fawn Somerville. That was struck with a sheer bit of velocity. It will be a kick in. And they look to try and cross it, but the defence is good. Yaneto comes away with it. Held back, and that is the 5th foul for Waikato. So they've got to be careful now. Got to be really careful. And timeout is taken. No, it's not in fact, so my apologies. It is just referee. So 5 fouls for Waikato. Is it 5? Have they made the change? No, it's just 4 still, so it might just be the 4. I'll have to check on that. No, 5 has come up now, so it is 5. So what happens now is that if Waikato Rapids commit another foul, City get to take it and have a penalty. And it's from 16 yards out every time. You can see the red dot there just by the number 5. That will be the penalty spot. Number 5 for City is Yaneto, so he's standing right on it now. Go long. Keeper calls, good communication, and City look to try and break down this right side. Big long switching ball, lovely shot. Here he is, the man, looks to come back. Great in plays, just got wonderful vision, hasn't he, Sean Morgan? Neto, Morgan getting himself involved. Just over 2 minutes remain. Still trail by 2. Can City come back? Will the Rapids hold on for a very good victory? Certainly you sense that City have the momentum at the moment. City playing the better futsal, but it's what's on the scoreboard that counts. Now City, they won't want to muck around here. They want to get play underway. They do. Come forward. And now you automatically know, notice how the Rapids have gone into more of a zone defence. They know they can't afford to give away any fouls. They're being very gladiatorial in their defence. They're being very much a press defence, getting right up in the face of their opponents. Now it's more of a zone defence. Stand back, which means City will get more time to play. Rapids have to be cautious here. They know that. They also know that there's now clock pressure on AFC. Intriguing game. All set for a wonderful day of finals tomorrow. The Ford Futsal Super League live on Sky Sport 2 from 10 o'clock. Push forward. Just look at them holding off here a little bit more now. Chance. Almost worth trying to take the 2 players on and see if he can almost force the foul, play some theatre, play the drama, try and convince the referees that it's worthy of a penalty. And Yaneto now with just 1:09 remaining, 4 goals to 2, the Rapids lead. Come back. Chance here. Number 2 is Ken Platt-Mills. Yaneto goes across to Michael Soph. Then Yaneto looks to try and thread the needle, stretch play. Can't quite get it through though, but they still keep hold of the ball with 44 seconds on the clock. Now, can they conjure up something here? Can they do the unthinkable and find 2 goals in the space of 36 seconds. Ball comes through, shot on the left foot, well blocked though by Ethan Martin, the captain. And coming up after this game, the final game of the night, it'll be Waikato Bay of Plenty, a combined team on the women's side, taking on the hometown of Papakura. Papakura featuring Jess Verdon, Maxine Cooper, Sophie Williams, Danielle Bradley and Shivanthi Anthony. 5 players have all played for the Football Ferns. Now chance comes, oh, big effort, great shot from Antonio Scotta, but 24 seconds remain. The clock continues to count. The through ball, can he get it on the volley? Has a shot over the top, didn't get over the top of it. Probably had just a little bit more time. Let me just look here, just how quickly you can turn. Bang, drilled that, didn't he? Really good piece of goalkeeping from Patrick Steele. Seven seconds, another long ball. Keeper comes out, miss goes, and 2 seconds left. It's a minute 12 left, my apologies. Not sure what I was looking at. So still time. No, it is all over. There you go. Sorry, so confusion with the clocks. I did get it right initially. So really, really good victory for the Waikato Rapids over AFC by 5 goals to 2. And disappointment there, the body language of Tatsuku Yaneto, but nobody can deny the Rapids. They were brilliant defensively. They got up flat, they got up in the face, and I just wonder whether they've provided a blueprint for East Coast Bays, who will take on Auckland City in tomorrow's final, because Waikato Rapids, they were simply superb. Some very, very good goals. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Don't go away. A very good women's game up next. It's Waikato Bay of Plenty Power taking on Papakura City, live from the Bruce Pulman Arena here on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League.
At Ford, we're always looking towards the future. So while we're proud of our range of vehicles, we're even prouder of being the first company to support not only the Football Ferns, but the next generation. And the legends we grew up wanting to be.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
So it's fantastic for McDonald's and our franchisees to be able to announce that we're extending our sponsorship of football in New Zealand, going from the last 6 or 7 years working through junior football with coaches and all the players and supporters to now being a sponsor of the whole of community football in New Zealand.
New Zealand Football is excited to continue our partnership with McDonald's. The next 3 years will see McDonald's become the biggest supporter of community football, extending its reach past the junior framework and into the youth framework and senior framework, as well as coach and referee education. supporting and creating opportunities for everyone at every level across the community space.
The McDonald's Junior, Youth and Senior Framework encourages participation in football across Aotearoa for all Kiwis to be active, enjoy their football and practice and learn new skills. Through our partnership with McDonald's, we're able to develop new initiatives, programs and continue to support our Skills Centre program for more Kiwis to be enjoying and loving football across Aotearoa.
The McDonald's Community Referee Development Program will look to increase participation, education throughout the whole community and hopefully look to get some more people involved. We'd like to increase referee confidence and make sure refereeing is fun for all.
McDonald's has been a long supporter of our junior community coaches, and with their added support in junior, youth and senior community coaching space, we have a great opportunity to create more resources to support our coaches as they work through the coaching pathway. Community coaches play a vital part in helping our players fall in love with the game. With McDonald's behind us, we're going to have a great time doing it.
So McDonald's has been involved with football in New Zealand for over 20 years, and we were talking to New Zealand Football recently about how we could extend that, and the opportunity to be the community football sponsor and part of the football whānau came about, and it was just perfect timing for us and our franchisees.
You're watching live coverage on day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League, live from the Pulman Arena. Our final game of day 3. It is Waikato Bay of Plenty up against one of the pre-tournament favourites in Papakura, and it is Papakura have scored early, leading 1-0. And joining me in commentary, we've got Jet.
Yep, Jet Lim.
Jet Lim, I do apologise there, Jet. And Jet is the coach of the women's East Coast Bays women's side, who will be in the final tomorrow. Lovely to have you in commentary.
Thanks for having me on, Mark.
Now, you realise that if your team loses, they sack the coach. There's only two types of managers, those that have been sacked and those that are about to be sacked. It's pretty harsh though, isn't it?
It is a very tough world, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm super excited. Just blessed to be in the final, really.
Yeah, clearly Papakura are going to be in that final as well, so what can we expect from them tonight? Are they going to give their entire squad a bit of a run here, or are they going to want to take momentum into that final and put a real sort of significant number on the board, perhaps?
Oh, well, I tell you what, we've played them 3 times now. We've drew against them the first time, and then we got the better of them the second 2 times. So I think they are going to be wanting to work on a few things tonight in preparation for us tomorrow. So I guess being here commentating is a good chance for me to also just have a look at them as well.
It's funny, you do learn things differently through the eyes of a commentator, particularly if it's you're involved, whether you be a player or whether you sometimes be as a coach. But I'll just run through that starting lineup for you for the Waikato Bay of Plenty team. Kate Snowball, outstanding goalkeeper. And you've got Neve Simpson, Emma Brown, Trinaka Kenny, and then Stevie Lee Tiller, who is an absolute wonderful futsal player. And then for Papakura, Hannah Milligan in goal, Jess Verdon, Maxine Cooper, what a player she is. Sophie Williams, and then we've got, now, is that Emma Heinenberg, I think is how you say that, New Zealand player in under-20 FIFA earlier this year, so well done to her. And then you've got Danielle Bradley, who is a brilliant goalkeeper in her own right. And then a player who just seems to make a big difference every time she's on, and that is Shivanthi Anthony. Both teams have very good benches. Shot now comes. So Jetlin with us, we'll get him to provide some analysis here on the way both teams are setting themselves up and what they're actually trying to do. Another really good storming run coming from Maxine Cooper. Looks to go down this right side. Finds Emma Heinenberg. Looking to try and thread the middle. Being patient. Interesting to see that the Waikato Bay of Plenty team more happy to play more of a zone defence rather than a press defence. Happy just to sit back and allow this Papakura team to play. Chance here, great piece of skills, good defence, nicely picked up. What's your immediate thoughts? Firstly, let's start with this Papakura side.
Oh, Papakura have such a good depth of players. Coming up against them, whenever you come up against this team, you've always got to give them a respect that they're going to be playing an attractive style of futsal. Very technically gifted, all their players on their team, playing very structured, very nice attacking, flowing futsal. Very, very dangerous in the transitioning moments. If you ever get caught off guard against them, then you better count your prayers, because they're going to be coming at you. Yeah, that key thing is transition. You do see it a lot in rugby. A team will score, and then from the kick-off, you find yourself, you haven't exited, and you find yourself straight back under pressure, and that's what transition equivalent is in futsal. So that will be back through Sophie Williams. Yeah, it's not like football. If you get caught on the counter, you don't have 10 players behind you. You've only got 1, 2 or 3.
And you don't have 100 metres you've got to run.
No.
I guess that's the other thing. So Maxine Cooper, the quality player, Cooper.
Quality player. Always very, very wary whenever she's on the court, and I'm having to set up my team against her.
I just wonder how long they'll play these top players, knowing that they do have a final to play. Don't underestimate recovery.
Marv will definitely be looking at different combinations, different rotations of his players, I guess, in preparation for our final tomorrow. I'm going to be seeing them here tonight.
So just starting to make some changes. Number 10. 10 there. Picked that number up wrong. No, in fact it is. Yep, number 10 is Neen Carter, player of English descent, that's come on for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Now, they do here. Good physical defence being shown by Papakura. Now they look to try and come forward. Can they get another opportunity? Good piece of keeping. Now the shot from distance, but just wide. If you take a timeout now, Jet, what would you be saying to the Waikato Bay of Plenty team?
Similar to probably the things that I say to my team whenever I'm playing against Papakura. Be really disciplined about your defense and your shape every time the other team have the ball. Make sure you know your roles on defense and who's got who and what lines you need to cover. Because if you give them any open channels, any open space, Papakura will take it. Yeah, and you've got to be accurate in your passing, don't you? Make sure you've got weight on your passes. Yep, passes are so crucial in this game. The difference between keeping the ball and then getting countered attack. So now they'll get it back underway from the kicker. Shivanthi Anthony has come on. I like the look of her, she's just so dangerous. Really, really good futsal player. So Hannah
Milligan in goal, Kate Snowball in goal for Waikato Bay of Plenty as they look to try and just build it up from the back. And now good press defence coming from Papakura. Sometimes it's just that one-man press too. Get up in your face. And we'll let it run. Number 4 for Papakura is Emily Gillion. And when you get Gillion on, you get Maxine Cooper, you get Anthony all on, and it's a pretty dangerous dynamic combination. All possess the ability to provide some magic, provide some X factor. I mean, you've played Papakura a lot now. Try and sort of describe their typical style or what their strength is as a team.
Well, when they're attacking and they're in their half and we're set up, what they like to do is they like to look to move the ball and then make distracting runs through the middle of the court. Try to, I guess, fake out our players to make them think they're going one way when in fact they're looking to go the other. So you just got to be very aware of their double runs, their double movements, with always being aware of checking your shoulders, seeing where the players are, making runs in behind, and also where the ball is. Very, very tough job, but I think credit to my team, come up top against them twice. So hopefully we've figured them out a little bit, but once again, a final's a final, so it's going to be an interesting one.
Interesting here to see Papakura Kat Pretty on. Very, very good striker, dynamic.
She's scored some brilliant goals this tournament.
Yeah.
Always got to be wary of her as well.
Yeah, quality player, so she's acting in that pivot role. She'll be pressing forward. It's a danger here. Turning possession, no, just over too easy. And Anthony.
It's a pretty good press there from Waibop. What I found in my games against them is when we put that little bit of pressure and we pressed them up high, we found that we got a few more chances of turning over the ball in our favour and getting a few chances up top. So Waibop sort of switching onto that now. Good to see from them.
Yeah, just watching that, and I was just saying, just watching that previous game where we just saw Waikato end up beating Auckland City, and they were very good in terms of press. They got up right in the face of Auckland City and just didn't allow them the opportunity to play, and I just wondered whether there was a message in that for East Coast Bay's men. Oh, chance, open shot here, has a shot but casual on the approach from Anthony, and really nicely read by Kate Snowball. She's a very good goalkeeper. You can't afford to be that casual. Let's have a look here. Yeah, just too casual. Go long, come up the middle. Plenty of room for both teams to play. Another long ball, but a ball to nowhere. You don't see the long ball, it's not something that Papakura tend to do too often. They tend to like to play a little bit through the middle, or
no, they're very much what they like to do is play that short game.
Yeah.
Look to draw the opposition out and sort of break them down with their little 1-2s and combination play. Very, very effective, as we can see.
Oh, lovely little play here, Anthony. With a chance, nice combination working alongside of Pretty, and the shot does come, but a little bit wayward. But they still lead by 1 goal to 0. 12.5 minutes remaining. Ball. Wait on it this time.
Waibop dealing with Papakura's press pretty well there. Shift the ball from side to side.
Of course, the danger of pressing too high in defences that you can open yourself up at the other end. Really nice play there from Phoebe Hawes. She's a player too that's a busy futsal player, Hawes. She's a scrapper. Now goes back, comes the way of Emily Gillion. Ball goes dead. concentration. Unforced error, frustrating, but it happens. Anthony gets play back underway, now looking to try and bring it back into the middle. Gilly on there, acting in that pivot role, pressing high, but now chance. They need to move it quickly here, Papakura. Anthony decides to bring it on a row. Now finds Gilly on, can't quite control it. Just talk about your East Coast Bay's women's side. Have you found that throughout this tournament you feel like you are improving, that it's been a natural progression?
Oh, for sure. I think, especially from that first day leading into that second day, having minimal subs, a few injuries and a few illnesses, we were definitely battling at the start and sort of still coming together and figuring out our identity on the ball and off the ball. And over the tournament, it's been a great chance for us to realise who we are, how we like to attack, how we like to defend, and express ourselves as a team.
Yeah, I was lucky to do that very first game, and I felt that Papakura were probably the better side. You came away with a 2-2 draw. You took your opportunities, you took your moments, but yeah, if we had to go to a judges thing, I felt that it was Papakura. But as you guys have progressed, you sort of feel that no, definitely now showing why you've come in as one of the pre-tournament favourites.
Yeah, that first game was a very tough one. It's always a tough when you're the first game of your tournament, you got minimal subs, and the first team you come up against is a very strong, very well put together Papakura team. But yeah, all credit to my girls for managing to pull off an incredible comeback and I guess steal a draw against Papakura.
Yeah, but it also just shows you too that even if you've got dominance, you just can't afford for any moment to drop your concentration, because goals can come.
Yep.
It reminds me of water polo, expect the unexpected in this.
Yep.
And it can be a moment of individual brilliance.
Futsal's a game that can change on a dime. It takes 10 seconds and
you can be
goals
the best
can
team
completely
and
shift.
Yeah, have 70 possession, still end up losing or the draw. It should be a cracking final. Looking forward to that one, as we now see Waikato Bay of Plenty.
What I've seen a lot from the Superleague is momentum can have such a massive impact on a game. If a team smells a chance to shift momentum and it happens and they successfully gain that momentum in a way, all of a sudden the other team's on the back burner and who knows.
Yeah, and we have one thing we've noticed up here in commentary, we have seen teams, you know, whether it be the first 10 minutes one way, then we see a little shift, and then sides having to work their way back in, and I guess that's when experience comes into play too. You want some youthful exuberance, but you do need those experienced heads just to sometimes bring calm heads. And now looking to try and pick them up through the middle. Looks a turn. She is just such a quality footballer. There's Anita Trudgeon. She forced some tremendous saves the other day. She's tall, she's got that experience, and she has a very, very good shot on her, Trudgeon.
Speaking of forcing incredible saves, what a save from the keeper there.
Yeah.
From Trudgeon's shot.
Yeah. Now, I go back through Sophie Williams. Anthony. Again, lovely ball. Didn't quite get the weight on the pass, but certainly showing plenty of intent. So Trudgeon deciding to come forward, act in that pivot position. Happy to sit back, not going to get involved in any sort of press defence at the moment. Oh, yeah, not smart play though from Waikato Bay of Plenty. If you are going to be in that fix-it role, you do need to pass. Do not need to be going one-on-one and losing possession. Good ball, great control, almost gets through. Who wins the battle here? Great contest, nicely played by Eve Lachewski. Good futsal player. This is Courtney Stone. Stone. That's very difficult to maintain is Reddy.
Oh, indeed.
You know what she's got. She loves to turn her player, she loves to pivot. You know it's coming, but you don't know how to stop it. But what she does, she draws those two defenders in, doesn't she? You've got the player that's sort of on her back, but to get the ball off her, you've got to bring another defender in. And then, of 100%. Course, that opens up an opportunity elsewhere.
She's very good at attracting defenders in.
Yeah.
Drawing them in, and either A, beating them or finding the ball out to our very, very free players on the other side.
You're Trudgeon there, pushing up for Papakura. And the ball does go out. Number 8 is Eve Machuski for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Just try and switch it up. This young lady here, Maxine Cooper, is a wonderful, wonderful futsal player. Just happy to play a long ball. Wasted opportunity perhaps, just need to be a little bit more patient. No real need for that. Under a lot of pressure. Oh, lovely little ball through and almost comes off. Here we go, now chance, can thread the needle. Just defender manages to get a foot on it. Trojan looking, hoping, wanting. Now, force back. Go back through there, fix it. Anthony, she'll take it. No, it's not Anthony, in fact, number 16. For Papakura, there's Emma Heenenberg, New Zealand player in the under-20 FIFA Women's World Cup earlier this year. Just looking at this, Jet, what defensively would you like to see Waikato Bay of Plenty doing a little bit better perhaps?
I would like to see them to press Papakura a bit more, see if they can gain that bit higher ground up the court, see if you can force them to make decisions a bit higher up the court, see if we can force out mistakes, force out bad decisions. Just to not allow this Papakura team to just settle into the motions of getting their attacking rotations down and sorted, and instead forcing a little bit more creative play and a bit more hasty play from them.
So Trojan gets play back underway. Come across to Cooper. A bit of Trojan. Now that's good press, that's better. That's exactly what you talked about, getting them high up in their own thing, but the ball through now to Anthony. So that turns it across, lovely opportunity, has the big shot, great piece of keeping again. Another superb save being shown by Kate Snowball.
She has been brilliant this game.
Yeah, lovely little jinking run coming from D. Mosca, player of Italian descent. So Peenenberg restarts, comes across to Cooper to Bosca, Trojan, Peenenberg again, lovely little turn and go. Now drawn 2 defenders, surely there's room, looks for the long ball through, just couldn't thread the needle though. But certainly showing plenty of attacking intent. Target was originally Maxine Cooper, pass was a little bit wide though. Referees say play on, chance here. Okay, let's talk about Auckland. Plenty of, Papakura, sorry, plenty of possession, just the 1 goal low. What would you like to see from them offensively?
Well, Papakura are very good at holding that ball at the back and rotating their players in order to try and shift the players around. I think what they need to do, though, is they do need to commit forward. They do need to take risks higher up the court, maybe force a few key balls or a few creative balls through, or even express themselves individually, looking to find themselves in wide areas, higher up the court, maybe get themselves into 1v1s against the defensive players, or close shot there.
Yeah, Cooper again, quality. Another really good save from Kate Snowball. Yeah, what I like about futsal, Jed, is the fact that it's a game that very much endears itself to creativity. You know, you talk about some of the little tricky skills, you know, sort of almost stuff that you expect to sort of see a busker do, but you can actually apply it in this game, can't you? It's a wonderful game for little, there's a great example of it, lovely little back foot pass.
I think futsal itself, being a game of 5-a-side with only 4 on-court outfielders, you're a lot more in the spotlight. You have to express yourself on the court. You can't really hide. You don't have the numbers behind you to do it. So it forces you as a player to improve your individualism of your own technical skills, and then very much to work as a team, as a close, tight-knit group to try and get your way forward and create goal-scoring opportunities to eventually score those goals.
So it is Papakura FC leading by 1-0 over Waikato Bay of Plenty, day 3 of the Ford Futsal Super League. And I've got to say, it's very much Papakura who are dominating this game. They haven't turned to possession into any sort of commanding lead, and as well as they're only leading by 1, there's every opportunity for Waikato Bay of Plenty to find a way into this game through a moment of brilliance. Trinaka Kenny there in the number 9 shirt.
I think Waibop have been doing very well to not allow Papakura to gain that momentum by scoring another goal or another couple of goals. Because once that happens, Papakura are very lethal in terms of gaining that momentum and really grabbing it and running with it.
Well, now chance here, big shot coming. Pretty.
Great block there by Stevie.
Yeah, you cannot give this woman room. She is lethal. Now, come back, another shot from distance, a little bit hopeful. Shot coming from Emily Gillion. I've got to say, Stevie Lee Tiller is a very, very good futsal player. I'm really impressed by her, the youngster. Now, chance here. It's a player like Tiller that does have the ability to shift the momentum. Just have another look here. A driving run coming from Sophie Williams. Just loses her balance. Gillion doing a nice job. But they will go with the free kick, and there will be a foul against Papakura. 5 fouls, and they go to the penalty line. Just the distances between the 2 penalty lines.
What was
Penalty
that,
spot. What's the distance? We've got 10 metres here.
So you've got the 10-metre one a bit further back. The one that you can see at the edge of the goalkeeper box is 6 metres away.
So it's 6 and 10. I think I really, for some reason, I'm not sure why I said it was like 18, but I knew it wasn't that.
The one to the bottom right of your screen now, in the middle, that's the 10-metre penalty spot.
10 metre and 6 metre.
Teams dream for that 6-metre penalty spot.
They do. Now, chance again for Papakura. They've got to be patient here, they've got to build, but we talked about Tiller. Great footwork, great skills. Solid little player. Now, chance comes across, but picked off nicely in the finish by Kate Snowball. So what have we got? A timeout being called. How strategic is this timeout? And give us your thoughts on what both coaches will be asking from their sides.
I think from Waibop, they'll be asking, head coach Kieran will be asking his team to potentially step up the intensity as they have seemed to step it up a little bit, and it seems to be working in their favour on the defensive side. They are winning the ball, they are pressuring Papakura up high. I think Marvin Eakins, the head coach for Papakura City, will be asking his teammate to will be asking his players to be looking for those first-time passes forward when they're under pressure into those dangerous players up a bit higher on the court.
Playing with just a little bit more urgency, one touch.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. And they've got the skill set to do it. Sometimes when you're maybe given a little bit too much room, it's always just sort of counterintuitive, isn't it, to play the one touch. It is Papakura FC leading Waikato Bay of Plenty by 1-0. Hope you are enjoying coverage of the Ford Futsal Super League. Finals tomorrow starting from 10 o'clock. We'll have the bronze medal men's match first up. We'll have the women's gold medal match between Papakura and East Coast Bays. And then we will have the men's final, Auckland City taking on East Coast Bays. Both should be enthralling encounters, nothing between any of those 4 sides. So we now see Tiller to take the ball through. They turned it over, chance now, but good defence again. Anthony gain control. So go down, now they switch play. Chance here for Papakura just to settle it down through Emily Gillion. Gillion takes it back into the middle. Now Jess Verdon. Haven't seen a lot of Verdon so far in this game. Ball on the cavalry. Gillion, another long ball looking for that striker forward or that pivot player. And that is still Cat Pretty. sense that they are building. Something's going to come from it. They are being patient. Chance here for Pretty. Another piece of really good defence, almost a mix-up in goal. Pretty again, but coming out, I think the occasion is Snowball. Been superb today, and chance at the other end, just like that. In that transition, we talked about Tiller and her ability. And is it Tiller that scores? Wow, from nowhere, they strike back. Great piece of thinking from Snowball. The one-on-one situation, great athleticism, and just like that, it is suddenly 1-1.
The vision and the reactions there from Kate Snowball, absolutely brilliant. Firstly, making probably what looks like a double save, to then assisting straight away up on the other side of the court. Brilliant from that keeper there, and absolutely, and some beautiful composure there from Stevie to just lift that ball over Hannah Milligan.
Yeah, really, really good player. I can't imagine that National Honours are not too far away for Stevie Lee Tiller. She is the complete player. We talked about her having the ability to change the context of this game, and that was a great example. Another opportunity, but this time just not read by Phoebe Hawes. So that'll be now turn, chance here. Cat Pretty has not been given the room, not been given the room.
And that's what we were talking about before right there, that transition moment. It takes 2 seconds and all of a sudden you've gone from ball down in the Y box goal box to in the goal of the Papakura net.
Yeah, lovely ball through, but picked off by Anthony. Now, chance here. Yeah, just got to get Cat Pretty, just got to be getting that ball moving forward. Just being left flat-footed, or the pass has just been behind her a little bit. Now Anthony looking to come. Now she does distribute. Chance here. Again, pass just behind the intended target. So we get back, play back underway through Abby Watson. Hope you are enjoying coverage. So this is round robin, pool play. Experienced Papakura FC up against this emerging side out of Waikato Bay of Plenty. Anthony, big long ball out. Almost gets away with it too. But good defence in the finish. Gets the job done, puts it out. Abby Watson shot comes and almost on the far post. It's Sophie Williams. We talk about expecting the unexpected. Just watching how quickly this was played. Really, really good play.
It's one of the things that my team in the final tomorrow needs to be very wary about with this Papakura side. If you watch the game, our game earlier this morning, they scored a few set pieces from moments and areas exactly like that against us, so can't switch off for a moment in futsal.
No, Jess Verdon having a big impact since she's come on in the number 3 shirt. Goes now finds Sophie Williams. Anthony, got a really good lineup that turns it over. Can't afford to be doing that at this level. Chance now at the other end. Shot comes in, does it? Good defence. Another shot comes in, but scrambling defence from Waikato Bay of Plenty. Somehow they survived the onslaught. And chance now to open it up if they can move quickly. Not quite enough weight on the pass. Anthony gets back. And puts the ball out of play. So much better. Oh, has a really good shot. Great save from Hannah Milligan. Oh, Phoebe Horse shot from distance. It's another example of just cannot drop your concentration at any point. Those bullets can come from anywhere, any angle, any time. Now Anthony looking now for her players to come forward. Happy to settle it back through Verdon. Verdon now, surveying her options. Maintaining possession through Anthony. Lovely little run. Does the shot come? Nobody there pushing forward. So, really a wasted opportunity. No pivot player up. And so, Emma Pijnenberg, just some good stuff, but not having the resources to pass to. Now the shot comes, and sometimes those ones where the velocity is taken off can be the most deceptive for the keepers. They go long now. Great vision, but both keepers now going to throw it back to each other, are they? They are, and that brings the first half to an end. It is Waikato Bay of Plenty 1. It is Papakura FC 1. Just your general thoughts before we take a break?
I think that Papakura, obviously strong side, been keeping the ball. I would say that possession would be heavily in their favour. But Waibop have done well to maintain discipline and defence and capitalise on their few chances that they've had. 1-1 at half-time. It's going to be an exciting second half.
We'll take a break. We'll come back with more. It is Waikato Bay of Plenty taking on Papakura in this round robin match on day 3.
We believe in supporting and nurturing our extended sporting whānau, working towards promoting a healthy group activity that kids, parents and friends love. We want everyone to feel invited. It is in our DNA. We are accessible to all. We are football in Aotearoa. We are the beautiful game, and we are proud to be the largest sporting whānau in New Zealand.
The FIFA Women's World Cup is coming to the shores of Aotearoa, New Zealand in 2023. Uniting Aotearoa, it offers an unprecedented opportunity to make our game bigger, better and bolder for everyone, especially for girls and women. Its legacy starts now. Our leverage and legacy plan will supercharge football in Aotearoa, grounded in 2 principles. Mana Wahine, elevating the spirit and mana of Wahine. And Tūranga Waiwai, our place of belonging, our foundation, our home. Built on 4 po or pillars. The power of opportunities, whakamana. Partnerships, mana ngātahi. Pathways, ara. And tiaki, people and places. Committed to the people and the land of Aotearoa, New Zealand, this plan leads the way by breaking barriers, paves the way for future generations, grows and strengthens the game through meaningful relationships, and creates a game for all and a place of connection. With Aotearoa United, legacy starts now.
Second half action, Waikato Bay of Plenty Power up against Papakura City, live from Bruce Pulman Arena, last of the round robin games. It is Papakura in blue, who are in tomorrow's final, taking on an emerging team, a combination team of the best players in the Waikato in Bay of Plenty. It is 1-1. It has very much been Papakura who have dominated in terms of territory, but in transition, it was Waikato Bay of Plenty who took their chance, took their moment through the brilliance of Stevie Lee Tiller to tie it up at 1-1 after conceding an early goal to Papakura. Jet Lim alongside of me, the coach of the East Coast Bays women's team, who will be in that final tomorrow, bringing you all of the action. Well, Jet, I'd imagine too, we'll get a pretty good idea in the first couple of minutes, the way these teams come out, the shape that they maintain, give us a pretty good idea of what the coaches from both teams want. Now, chance here, and missed opportunity for Cat Pretty.
I think Waibop have definitely started the way they needed to. Lots of energy, high intensity, to make sure that they capitalise on the momentum that they gained at the end of last half.
It's often the way, isn't it? I think when you go up against a team who are more favoured, who probably have the bigger reputation, you want to try and hit them early, put a bit of doubt in the head, see how they handle a bit of adversity.
Oh, for sure.
And particularly younger players who might not have that experience, who are not necessarily used to losing that often either. Chance here for Anthony, good futsal player. Now, at what point do they look to pull the trigger here?
And it's games like this where the younger players have a chance to gain some experience and also showcase some some moments of brilliance, as we saw in the first half with Stevie Lee Tiller.
Well, one thing I noticed with Kate Snowball, if you're going to beat her, you've got to be, it's got to be the short passing game, it's got to be inside of the circle. She just doesn't seem to be that phased by anything particularly long. She's very athletic, gets across well.
Well, I would say Kate's what's known as a shot stopper. She's got very good reaction times. She knows she's got good body awareness and spatial awareness of where her arms need to be when the shots are getting off. So yeah, in order to get these goals, Papakura are going to need to get close. Hopefully if they can look for back post finishes where they look to cut it across the keeper to the other side and look for their tap-ins, that might be their best option of scoring against Kate this game.
Yeah, and that actually suits their style of play too, because they are a very structured team, aren't they? They do like the short passing game, they like their slow, steady build-ups.
Yeah, Papakura, a team that likes to wear the other team down with their long spells of possession.
And you've got the players like Verdon, Cooper, Williams, who, if you were in traditional football, would all be very good midfield type players. They look to go across here. Anthony has been a key figure. That time though, she couldn't take the pass. So we've got Emma Pienenberg in the number 16. Chance now. There's two defenders now. Got some room, but nicely read, nicely picked off by Papakura. Get it in, and across the face. They will pick up a corner, so a set piece opportunity. How much variety is there available to coaches in terms of set piece when it comes to the corner?
Oh, it's as much as you can think. Whatever your mind can come up with, so many different ways of attacking from a corner.
How much player input goes into that?
I think when there's a good relationship, we're in players coming up with things themselves, coaches having some input, or the other way around, that's when you can create some really creative and exciting set pieces.
So Pienenberg still on. Now, let's see what Papakura do. Still have dropped back that fix it. So going back, they go across. Chance here, big shot along the ground. That's what we wanted, but just couldn't find a channel or a lane to go through. And now, happy for Cat Pretty just to play it back. Now they look to push. Really good from Sophie Williams. Now Williams going back hard on defence. Shot comes, but across the face.
Futsal's such a game of small margins, such fine margins. If you get your pass just a little bit off angle, it can be detrimental and lead to a counter-attack.
We've got Danielle Bradley in goal, have we now? Or have we still got Hannah Milligan?
Nope, that's Danielle Bradley in goal.
Yep.
Still Kate Snowball for Waibot, but that would be, yes, Danielle Bradley, the Futsal Ferns, one of the Futsal Ferns keeper.
I think your goalkeeper for East Coast Bays is Karina Brown. Is just a stunning goalkeeper.
Oh, she's absolutely
She
brilliant.
is unbelievable.
She has honestly been one of my saving graces in my team.
I mean, I just watched some of the saves last week against Papakura. Remarkable. The save against Trojan was just incredible.
I don't know if you saw it, but that goal that she scored from inside her own
I
box.
did. I called it. Yeah. No, wonderful. Great to see such depth at goalkeeper. Now, Waikato Bay of Plenty. We'll get possession back. I'll to try and play down that left side. So just having a look out. Got two players pressing forward. But press defence coming too from Papakura. And looks for the lovely little chip to nowhere. Nice chance here, opens it up. What can the brilliant Sophie Williams do? Cannot find Pretty. Pretty just hasn't been given any room. Got the power, she's got the game.
This is one of the things that I'm very wary of Papakura. Whenever you're on attack, you can't be switched off either. They love to control their own half. As soon as one of my East Coast Bays players or any team or player in general makes their way into the half, you're always met immediately with the Papakura defender, and you cannot be switched off. Always got to be scanning, always got to be aware of your options.
Yeah, incredibly well coached too by Marvin Eakins, the men's national coach, coaching Papakura. Jet Lim, so it'll be Lim versus Eakins tomorrow. The apprentice versus the, what's the word?
Versus the master.
Well, the prophet.
The prophet.
The word? The prophet and the disciple, how's that? Now Trojan, lovely ball across, chance here now, this is good. Just runs a little bit too long, couldn't quite get controlled by Maxine Cooper. But there will be a side when Anita Trojan is on. She's got that height, she's got that experience. Remarkably athletic as well, but equally too. Stevie Lee Tiller now comes back. And she is carrying the ball at the moment. Slight delay. Just a little wiping up the floor down the far end out of shot. Not dissimilar to what you see in basketball, just trying to get rid of some of the sweat. Respiration, so. The players find it warm in here to play?
Oh, indeed. That is the #1 thing that they complain about when playing futsal is the heat.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess though it's probably a relatively controlled environment in most places, so you probably get used to it, don't you? It's a thing you've just got to factor in now.
Oh, definitely. And players actually love to get sweaty because it allows them to get those sliding challenges in without grazing up their skin.
Yeah, without it dragging and pulling on the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's interesting too though, that humidity does allow the ball to travel quicker. And it's not dissimilar to what you see in bike racing at the Olympics. The velodrome's very warm, high humidity. Bikes move quicker. Aerodynamics. So a whole lot of things to factor in. Chance now has the shot, does have a shot, great save from Snowball.
Super reactions from Snowball.
Yeah, I like the fact too here that just absolutely pulled the trigger. Gillion didn't hesitate, off the right foot. Probably would have missed, but still superb save. Now Gillion again in possession, has it taken off and now dispossessed, but she gets back Gillion, so rights the wrongs. And now just a bit of mistake there coming from Danielle Bradley. Ball goes out, 15.5 minutes remaining, 1 goal each. Who's going to blink first? Off chance, ooh, cleared that quickly.
Arguably one of the most important moments in futsal is that transition, not just on attack to get forward and score, but also to recover and get back on defence. Could be the difference between a goal, which could be the difference between a win or a loss.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can go from utter euphoria head in your hands because you've just lost a little bit of concentration.
This Papakura team will be fighting for revenge tomorrow against my team, as unfortunately both times we've played against them. Sorry, the 3 times we've played against them, 2 of them we've come back from 2 goals down. So they'll be wanting to make sure that when they come up against us tomorrow, they get on top and they stay on top.
Now chance here, goes back across to Jess Verdon. So Verdon on now, lovely little play. One thing we haven't seen a lot of Cooper. Cooper needs to get himself more involved. Key playmaker, Cooper. Someone needs to take control here for Papakura. Yeah, interesting watching Papakura in that first game against. Now, Trudgeon has a big shot. Wide. But, you know, going back to the very first encounter last week, just at times as the game progressed, Papakura just guilty of just wayward passes at times and just turning possession over with not a lot of pressure on the player in possession.
Futsal's such a mental battle, especially when you're up. You've got to make sure that you have the right intensity, the right mentality. You can't switch off for any moment, you can't relax, you can't sit back. You've really got to keep your foot on the gas the entire time. And in a game where you're constantly changing direction, accelerating and decelerating, it's a skill. It is a skill indeed to stay focused and concentrated and have the right energy and intensity going for the entire game.
So free kick, they'll play it quickly. And big shot. Now we get it back. Maybe to just slow it back. Now press defence coming. Oh, lucky to get out of there.
No nonsense right there. No nonsense from Stevie Lee. Just getting the ball out when she felt she was in danger.
Yeah, just hack it, go long. Might not be pretty, but gets you out of trouble. So Stevie Lee Tiller, this young remarkable talent here at the back. Goal scorer, moment of individual genius from her to bring it back to 1-1. Number 12 in the orange there. Colours of the Netherlands. Just trying to think what international country plays in all blue.
You could argue your case for Argentina, but
yep.
they do seem to
have the darker blue, don't they? And they've got a slightly different strip at this FIFA World Cup.
Seems to fluctuate between dark blue and light blue.
Yeah, dark blue's their away strip and light blue's the traditional strip, but I'm just trying to think what other teams might play more of an all blue. Anyway, we progress, we digress. Now chance here. Oh, excellent. That's what we talked about. Maxine Cooper needs to get involved, needs to inject herself into this game. As does this young lady, Jess Verdon. So we've got their quality players on at the moment. Gillion, Trudgeon to Gillion. Gillion, lovely switch here. This is good. Great play, great save again. Superb from Snowball. Wow, that is very good because the shot from Jess Verdon came with some velocity, came on a difficult angle. It's an old cliche, but she's in the zone, isn't she? Snowball.
Yeah, she's had a lot of practice this game, making many, many saves.
Will be possession still away of Papakura. Just under 15 minutes remaining. Now, they look to go long. They'll go through Stevie Lee Tiller. Under a little bit of pressure. That's what pressure does do. Forces the mistake, and Papakura come away with it. Get it back underway through Cooper. Now, pushes up, finds Gillion with a big long shot. Well, that would have made the television highlights, wouldn't it? We'd like to see those shots. Have you got a favourite for the FIFA Men's World Cup coming up there, Jake?
Oh, for me, I think it's between 3 teams. I think it's between Brazil, Argentina, and maybe 4 teams, possibly France or Germany.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the Netherlands in there, but I think you're right with the 2 South American sides as well. There'll always be that one team no one's expecting, and we don't know who that is, but there will be one.
Yeah, for instance,
Croatia or one of those types of countries.
Exactly, I was just going to say that. For instance, last World Cup in the finals, Croatia having an awesome tournament throughout. I'm very excited to see what teams shine, which dark horses find their way through into the elimination rounds.
Plenty to look forward to on Sky Sport in the weeks coming. Certainly a really special time every 4 years, both the men's and women's FIFA Football World Cup. Of course, the women's next year being staged here in New Zealand and Australia. Dave Beach, the CEO of that, doing a great job by all accounts. Opening game will be between the football ferns and Norway. Now chance here for Trudgeon. But possession goes back the way, so Stevie Lee Tiller. Now looking to push.
Papakura electing to start their defense a lot higher now. They're looking to get that high press off. They're looking to make sure that Waikato have to work super hard for every square inch
And
up
of course,
that court.
Yeah, and of course, if you lose possession and you're losing it in your own half, aren't you? That attacking opportunities. He's going to blink first. I don't know. Snowball at the moment just looks almost impenetrable. Another chance at the other end, and they do. How did she miss? How did she miss? And she knows it too. Well, drama. Emma Brown, golden opportunity to go to 2-1 lead. Have a look at here. Beautifully worked. Lovely through ball. Nice one too. Cooper couldn't get there. And the big shot. No real panic. There's Trinica Kenny. Stevie Lee Tiller, a little bit of a wishful thinking, but decides to have a little bit of a shot from about 400 metres, but it's okay. Such a quality player. Now, looking to bring it forward for Papakura. There's Emily Penenberg. Penenberg. Now, oh, big shot, but blocked. Now a chance, just can't quite control it. Frustrated is Neve Simpson. Another player that's got a nice touch. Oh, big shot, net off in the ones, but Tiller will come away with it. Looks to try and open it up. Well read, nicely picked off in the finish by Kat Preddy. So Kat Preddy also showing her defensive qualities. Seen a lot of her attacking prowess, she just hasn't been given the room.
She's had a few chances, had a few shots off, but I do believe that Papakura are going to need to get much closer. They're going to need to be a little bit more accurate about where they place their shots against Kate Snowball.
Yeah, nicely put into defence that time by the number 10, Neve Carter of England. So it's great. One thing I'm really enjoying, Jed, is to see just the different influences from different countries. A lot of Brazilian players on the men's, Spanish. We've got players of Asian descent. We've got a couple from Latin America. Then you throw in the New Zealand flavour. It's got to be good for the game, all these different influences.
Oh, it's brilliant for the game. Bringing in all these different influences helps not only improve all of our homegrown players, but it just improves the game in general, as we can have all these different ways of playing, these different styles, and just allows us coaches to draw on these.
Yeah, you've got to, you can't manipulate individuals, players' plumbing, as I like to say. You know, if a player just plays with a South American flavour, you don't want to force them to play certainly one way, do you? You want to encourage it. You want to sometimes say, hey, how do we incorporate that? And what does that mean in terms of the style that we do play?
If you've been tuning into the Men's Super League, the Bay of Plenty team, coached by Mario Ramos from Brazil,
yep.
His style of futsal, I think, is beautiful to watch. The way that he plays fifth man, the way that he encourages players to take risks and be creative and express themselves on the court has led to some absolutely insane goals.
Well, they got up earlier in the game before this and upset. And they've got his young son. In fact, they were beaten, but his young son, Ramos, is a very, very good futsal player as well. Has a big influence on the way that Bay of Plenty team do play. They were lost earlier. My apologies. It was the Waikato Rapids team that got up and beat Auckland City. A bit of an upset.
They've been very close to causing upsets. They've come back against the current leaders, East Coast Bays. They came back from a few goals down to make it a 6-5 game, where unfortunately they lost. But I think that if this team continues to stay together, they continue to grow, because they are a very young team who are at this level, just gaining experience, gaining that time on the court against these other quality teams. I think that they're going to be a very, very interesting and exciting team to watch in the future.
A chance here, look for a little through ball, can't find it. So Eve Machuski back on for Waikato Bay of Plenty. Still 1-1. Just over 10 minutes remains. Who blinks first? Somewhat unforced error there from Sophie Williams. Found herself under a little bit of pressure. Very uncharacteristic from her. That's what pressure does. Now, big long ball.
You can definitely
control it.
You can definitely feel as if there's another goal coming in this game.
Absolutely. I have the sneaky feeling for some reason it might be Waikato Bay of Plenty who do it from, as you described, from transition type play, which is a real strength of theirs at the moment. Yeah, lovely skills here, really good. Drawing the defenders now. They've opened it up down this left side if they can move it quickly. Can't. Poor pass. So, Neve Carter was the intended receiver. As we see Danielle Bradley get it out for Papakura. Oh, good skills, great little show and go from the Auckland number 16, Emma Pynenberg. Some really good one-on-one encounters here. Pynenberg again. Lovely skills from Pynenberg. Has the shot. Oh, superb. And then the follow-up goal, and that is brilliant. That is brilliant from Papakura, but do not underestimate the quality of that first save from skate snowball from Pynenberg. She could only get her hand to a great follow-up coming here from Kat Pretty. Absolutely had no room. Superb save. And you do have to feel for Snowball because there was a lot to like.
Absolutely brilliant reaction save. And that's exactly what Papakura needed. They needed to follow up. They needed to be in and around that goal box in case that Kate didn't happen to collect one of those balls. And there it is, the one chance, and they took it.
Well,
very lethal from Papakura.
Yeah,
there.
we talked about it. When you've got a keeper like Snowball, you can't really shoot from distance. You've got to interweave in the circle. You've got to play that short game. You've got to take her off balance somehow and force the error. Too good from distance. Really good skills
really
here.
need to make sure that they up their intensity now and they look to kill any momentum that Papakura are trying to gain. If they could nip a goal back, could very much turn this game around.
Yes, I thought Phoebe Hawes was a little unlucky there not to pick up the free kick. Referee said play on. One thing we have noticed is that the referees here in New Zealand are allowing just a little bit more physicality, and that's more in line with what is happening at the international level. Another shot, great save too. Another opportunity though, so it is game still on. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen.
Waibop will continue to get chances. Guarantee you're going to see another very close one. Whether it goes in or not, we have yet soon to see.
Well, that was just a poor pass though from Gillion, I think. No, it wasn't Gillion, my apologies. It was number 8, which was Eve Machuski. Didn't need to go. Now, oh, heavy tackle. And I reckon that's deserved of a free kick, but I did feel that Papakura got away with one at the other end. As we just have a look here, just sending a little psychological message was Neve Simpson, saying don't mess with me. Chance here. Again, Sophie Williams this time. So 2-1, Papakura leading. Waikato Bay of Plenty. Cross. Goal scorer, Kat Pretty.
Head coach for Papakura, Marvin Eakins, will be looking to make sure that in these moments where his team is leading by 1 goal, that they make sure that they're very calm about the way they play, very careful to not give a ball away, to not give a goal away, and to make sure they retain their lead.
It looks like he's happy just to rest some of his big players now. Chance here coming from Kenny. My apologies, Sophie Williams, I should say. Now they look to go long, really to nobody. A little bit of hit and miss coming from Waikato Bay of Plenty. Now Chance here for Pretty. Looks to cross, can't get it. They get themselves out of trouble. They need to go quickly about, need to move it. Lovely piece of skills. Oh, superb. That is really good from Phoebe Hawes. Quality futsal player, Hawes. Nice to watch. Her and Stevie Lee Tiller just need to combine.
Looking for that player at the back post.
Interesting that Tiller's not on. A better side when she is on. She just creates opportunities. And lucky to get away with that. And now good press defence here coming from Papakura, getting up quickly, forcing. As Jet mentioned, forcing this Waikato Bay of Plenty team to play a little bit more in their own half. So just under 7 minutes remain. Chance here. But too easy, nicely picked off. So Gillion looks to go on her own. No, slight breakdown in communication now. Opportunity at the other end. 2-on-1 if they can find the pass. You can find the pass. Oh, good save. Good save. Could she have done better, Jet?
It's hard to say. In those moments, so many things going through your head. Where's the keeper? Where's the ball? What type of shot am I going to take? How's my touch going to be?
Yeah, just slightly on the wrong foot, wasn't she? She looks like she's more right-footed than left-footed. Came through onto that left foot initially.
Courtney Stone, definitely a left-footed player. A left-footed kicker. Very, very lethal with that left foot, and if she can get it onto that left foot, man, you need to watch out for that shot.
Okay, so it was on her on her correct foot. And now corner here. Opportunity for a set piece for Papakura, Jess Verdon. And she'll bring Anthony. So Shabanthy Anthony, she'll go across to the far side. And what do they work here? Chance. Gillion finds Anthony. Anthony happy to go back, finds Gillion, poor pass. Then Chance now at the other end, but just runs out. Just a little bit too casual at times though, and this is what you've mentioned. They need to be able to shut teams down when they have a lead, which is what they've been guilty of not doing throughout this tournament.
Precisely. 5 minutes 51 seconds to go. They need to make sure that they are constantly switched on. They've got the lead, they need to keep it. Any momentary lapse of concentration, Waibop will look to capitalise.
So there is Brooke Barkley for Waikato Bay of Plenty, number 5 shirt. Behind her in the number 8 shirt is Eve Machuski. They do come up this left side. And a chance here, lovely. Hit it first time. I like that from Verdon. The element of surprise almost now down the other end. The transition, the shot comes, but straight at Danielle Bradley. You mentioned the transition.
Futsal has those moments where it's just back and forth, counter-attack one way, counter-attack the other.
Well, if you're pressing 2, aren't you, and you're pressing high, then you're always going to have that opportunity in the transition if you turn possession over. It just shows the level of fitness required too, desperation to get back. It does remind me so much of water polo. So I guess until you really watch water polo and understand it, you'd see some of the correlations. Water polo, of course, you've got a 30-second shot clock, but I'll be honest, very few sides seem to hold on to the ball for any longer than about 30 seconds in this anyway.
Oh, teams are so hungry to get forward, so hungry to get their shots off and get their goals.
Now, looking to bring it down. Cuts back on the inside. Push forward. Dan happy to put it out. There's Maxine Cooper. And the timeout will come. Okay, Jet, I'll get you to take us through what you think. Firstly, the coaching staff of Waikato Bay of Plenty will be wanting to see, knowing that they are trailing by 1 goal with about 4:40 left.
Waibop are going to be looking to go forward. Everything is going to be forward. Can we look to make forward runs, forward passes, forward touches? They're going to be wanting to get close to their Papakura goal, looking to get their shots off, hopefully looking to find their little 1-2s, their little small passes, their links and combinations to try and create nice moments to get their shots off. And then flip it around on Papakura's side. Marvin Eakins, there's a chance for him. His team is leading. There's 4 minutes to go. He's going to be getting his team in the right headspace to hold out. Still probably looking to attack as much as they can, because if they've got the ball, the other team can't score. But they'll be looking to play smart as well. With their experience they have on the team, I think Waibop have a massive hill to climb these last 4 minutes.
And do we see at any point them pulling their keeper and taking on this flying keeper role?
Oh, 100%. I reckon when it gets down to it and there's only a couple minutes to go, Waibop will look to play. I think they're actually looking to play it right now.
Do they have the cohesion to hold on to a ball though?
I think with the 5 that they have on at the moment, they do have the individual quality and the team cohesion to give it a good crack.
Okay, so the flying keeper is out, so it is an overlap at the moment. Now they've turned the
Here
ball
comes
over.
the shot.
They'll go for the big long shot, and that is the danger at the other end.
What
And
a
superb
stop.
save. And that is superb.
That's that transition to the defense that I was talking about. It could make a whole world of difference in futsal.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. Do they have the ability to hold on to it? Phoebe Hawes coming and rescuing them. She is in that flying keeper role. Look at this, just puts her body on the line. Superb, because that was a goal for all money. And now, we've practiced this. They do have the ball at the moment. They're happy just to keep their...
And this is exactly what Waibop need to do, what Papakura need to do. When a team's trying to go 5th man, play that flying keeper, you need to press. Don't allow them to set themselves up at halfway with you deep in your half to get that 5th keeper, that 5th player onto the court.
Now Stones needs to have a shot.
And here is the perfect opportunity for it. Set pieces, kick-ins, corners up in the opposition's half. Perfect time to bring your keeper off safely and allow yourself to just get set up, really.
So, go across the face. Chance now through Phoebe Hawes in that flying keeper role, but they've got to hold on to it. I'm not sure that I've seen enough to say that their passing is crisp enough to be comfortable in playing this extra player forward. What it does is create the one-man overlap.
Yeah, as much as you want to keep hold of the ball, you do need to take risks. You are losing. You might as well risk it all, trying to get forward, looking for that killer ball in behind or down the sides and then into the middle. But Waibop are going to have to chance it at some point.
Yeah, you can't just keep doing this. You've got to move forward. You've got to be finding space.
Papakura love Waibop keeping the ball back. They're more than happy to just sit back, let that clock run out while they try and get that ball forward.
Yeah, look, right idea, but I think that pass needed to go earlier. She was always open, D. Mosca.
Any shots against Danielle Bradley, Waibop need to make sure they have players following up.
They do go long, they're through Anthony. Got the traditional keeper back, Kate Snowball. So she'll be there until she gets playback underway, and we'll probably expect to see her change it out, but a poor pass. And so possession will go the way of Papakura. Just over 3 minutes remaining. Hope you are enjoying coverage. Got live football across Sky Sport 2 tomorrow. We'll have the full setup. Looking forward to bringing you that coverage, a bronze medal match in the men's, and then of course we will have the women's final. Jet Lim, well, he needs to win that to keep his job. There's only 2 types of coaches, those that have been sacked and those that are about to be sacked, because they're not allowed to, players can't take responsibility for losses. It's all the coaches.
No,
it's all the coaches.
It's 100% the coach's responsibility whether or not his team wins or loses.
Yep, well, you've won, what did you say, you've beaten them 3 times?
We've beaten them twice, drawn with them once. Gonna look to do it again.
Yep.
Get a hat-trick of wins. Okay. That would be ideal.
Chance here now, so it will be Papakura who will continue just to want to control the ball and go through.
And there's that energy. Energy from Stevie.
Yeah, Tilla is just a superb player. She must have national honours not too far away. She's a quality young player. Now, nice play here. It needs to move. It needs some help.
Oh, my Lord.
That would have been simply sensational.
Moment of individual
from
brilliance.
Lily
that would have been.
Musprat, the captain. I mean, there was no room here at all. We thought, okay, surely the pass is going to come across, and then she just has. That just missed by inches.
Futsal's a game of fine margins.
Yeah, I imagine Danielle Bradley's heart went up by about 10 beats as that went past.
I'm sure Marvin Eakins did as well.
Yeah. managed to put it in. 2:30 remains, so the clock pressure now beginning to build just a little bit. Trojans come back on for Papakura. So a nice combination of youthful exuberance. Pinenberg's been excellent today. Really good shot comes almost through the legs too, but somehow Kate Snowball manages to keep it out off a very good shot from Cat Pretty. He's already scored one today.
Kate Snowball might need to be the one that assists again.
Oh, how much did that? Almost between the legs. I'm saying that's how you've got to get round Snowball. You've got to go along the deck. You cannot go high. Too good, too good. So, I've got a feeling, something about Trojan that I just think she's going to play a big part tomorrow. We need to keep an eye on her.
I do indeed. Plays as a fullback for the Ellerslie team currently in the National Women's League. Very, very good work rate and such a hard player to beat with all her defensive capabilities.
Yeah, you've got power and a shot too. In fact, she almost came close to scoring an absolute ripper of a goal last week, but it was your Karina Brown that just pulled off one of the great saves. One of the great saves. World class anywhere was the only way to describe it.
Fully extended, arm fully out, going top
now.
corner.
Over the top. Disappointing there from Cat Pretty. She's better than that. Needed to get over the top of it. Got under it. She thought she was playing rugby and the 3 points was on offer.
Papakura doing a very good job running that timeout, keeping possession, always attacking. This will be so frustrating for Waibop, as all they want is the ball. They want to get on the ball. But currently this is where Papakura thrive. Keeping that ball, shifting the ball, rotating the ball, not making it easy for teams to press them, just being able to retain possession.
Yeah, it's interesting that they have no longer reverted to that flying keeper, even when they've had possession. I think they probably feel a bit more settled. Snowball at the back. And they've had their chances. Just a minute remains. So this will be a good test for Papakura. More past that time from Cat Pretty.
Yeah, there's going to be no zonal defense anymore these last 58 seconds. Waibop should and probably are going man for man. They're looking to press, they're looking to stay with their players, trying to get as close as possible to force out errors, momentary lapses of judgment to try and win that ball.
Yeah, now we do have Phoebe Hawes has come into that flying keeper role. But they've got to get rid of it. And you talk about the good press defence from the back, and we've seen it. Nice opportunity, poor concentration. And so Hawes will have to drop back in now into goal. And so there is a weakness suddenly in goal. Can they exploit it though, Papakura? I think they know they've got the clock too, which is very much in their favour. Once that ball stays in, they've got a chance now at the other end. Here they come. Papakura, lovely ball out to the right. Oh, Tiller.
Corner ball.
Again, corner ball, 36 seconds remain. Tiller needs to be involved. She's going to take the corner. She takes it quickly. The shot does come from the captain. Another superb save from Danielle Bradley. Brilliant. Really good futsal. Have a look here. Absolutely just drills this. And the deflection coming off Cat Pretty. And almost creating havoc. 26 seconds remain. Pause. Finds Tiller. Tiller goes on her own. Put out though this time by Pretty. Clock still stops. 20.36 seconds remain. 2-1 is the score. Chance goes. Pause. They go back to 17.
Waibop need to get their shots off. They need to create a goal scoring opportunity. Everything needs to be forward.
No, it's not though.
6
Muspratt.
seconds to go. Waibop need to get the ball up the court. I have a feeling they're just going to send everyone up and throw the ball long and hope for the best.
This in American football is known as the Hail Mary.
Here we go.
Go long, but they've got to press high. You've still got players back. Push up, push up. They do go long. And the clock starts to run down. It'll be all over.
That.
And so
1.6 seconds to go. Papakura on the ball.
So it is Papakura who will finish this round robin with a very good victory over an emerging team out of the Waikato Bay of Plenty. I'm not sure that it's the perfect performance from Papakura, but there it all is, 2-1. The Waikato Bay of Plenty can be incredibly proud of that effort. So now we look forward to tomorrow, where we will see Papakura take on East Coast Bays. In that women's final, we'll have the men's final, which will be very much the war on the shore, or the battle of the bridge. East Coast Bays up against Auckland City, and we'll have that bronze medal match in the men's between Waikato and Bay of Plenty. Final thoughts from you, Jet, before we do call it a night?
I think that the Waibot girls should be proud of the effort they put up. They created so many good chances. They worked super hard in those transition moments and in their pressing to try and give Papakura as many problems as possible. Papakura, Marvin Eakins, I think will be very pleased at that. Their ability to hold out a win, especially after their last few results against East Coast Bays and against Waibot, where teams did sort of make a comeback, and especially against my team where we had a good couple comeback wins. But I think they will be very happy at that.
Well, we appreciate you joining us in commentary. All the very best tomorrow with your East Coast Bays team in that women's final.
Thank you very much for having
me
on.
It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure on behalf of New Zealand football bringing you this 2022 Ford Futsal Super League. Finals tomorrow live on Sky Sport 2. It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. If you are driving anywhere around the country, wherever you're watching this, whatever you're doing, please take care. Look forward to having your company tomorrow.